welcome to the PulpMX show. Presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works. Coming to you live from Las Vegas, right outside the Lion's Den. With your hosts, Steve Mathis and Kris Keefer. And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX show presented by Motorsport.com, Decal Works, and Fly Racing. Coming at you! It's Monday, December 16th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Happy holidays to everybody. This is the last PulpMX show for 2024. We will be back in January 6th, 2025. And thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Got a great bunch of people in studio here to talk about Supercross 2025 and launch a new product from the folks at Renthal. We'll do all of that tonight, 702-586-7857. We have a lot of stuff to give away, courtesy of the folks at Renthal, which we're going to dive into here in a little bit. But thank you for watching and listening. Use the codes to save, man. Whether it's Fly Racing, use the code PulpMX, Cardo Systems, PulpMX, Cherbys, Pro Filter, Maxima, you name it, codes to save with those guys. I want to thank Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech, Renthal, Michelin, Cherbys, Maxima USA, Firepower, Pro Filter, FMF, Guts Racing, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, official brace of the Chiz, Logan Carnow, Dylan Wright, a few other guys out there. If you're in the market for a neck brace, use the code PulpMX to save at Atlas Neck Brace. Guts Racing, Works Connection, PulpMX 20, Pro Launch Start Device, massively popular in the Pro Pits from Works Connection. Use the code PulpMX 20 to save on anything from Works Connection. Get Data, WUSA, Cardo Systems, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Wiseco Piston, Rocky Ridge Trucks, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Ethica, Lock-ons, and Troll Training, all on board with us. Again, all the codes to save are on PulpMXShow.com. And we got a good show tonight. A couple of legends calling in. Mitch Payton, owner of Pro Circuit, he will call in. He will tell us live on the show what coast his riders are racing. Yeah, right. He probably won't. Jeremy McGrath will be on as well. Perhaps you heard of him. He's won a few races in his time. And we've got a great in-studio guest as well. Rees Williams and Paul Taylor from Renthal. We pre-recorded it over there in the UK. We're going to stop in a conversation about Renthal's new product, Renthal's history, the ins and outs of handlebars and such of that and more here on the show tonight. And in studio, first up from RacerX Online, Keefer Inc. Testing. And all things testing, really. Also does some work with Triumph, I believe. I've heard. The Kris Keefer. Hi, Kris. How are you?
Wonderful to be here with these two gentlemen and you.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you having me.
Lots to get into. You a big trip tomorrow. We'll dive into that.
Big trip. Fun show tonight.
As we've talked about, you're like E.T., where as you leave the high des, you shrink up, you shrivel up, your heartbeat gets slower.
Yes.
So you're leaving.
Wilting away.
Yeah, so hopefully you get back in soon to survive.
Yes.
But thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Also in, the gentleman was a national championship winning mechanic back in the day and a good friend of mine, PulpMX Fantasy. He also comes in and co-hosts 4 or 5 times a year. He's a Renthal brand manager. Paul Perebijnos. Hi, buddy. How are you?
Hi, Steven, Kris, Skip.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you for helping us launch a new product, and I'm excited for the show, do some bench racing, talk Supercross.
Absolutely. And also the final amigo in studio.
Best for last.
Yes. The guy, factory Honda mechanic, peak Pro Circuit, won a few races, spinning the wrenches. He's got a few up on me. Mm-hmm. The Skip Norfolk. What's up, Skip? How are you, buddy?
It's always good to be here.
Thanks for coming in.
Got a cool night tonight. Should be fun.
How's everything at the Huddle?
We're doing
Huddle
good.
Brewery in Vegas here.
People coming out. The weather's nice. Making good beer, so we're having fun.
Oh, awesome. Good to hear. Now we have a contest later on. You ready for it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did he know about it before he got in?
Yeah, he knew about it.
Oh,
I
okay.
called him last week about
Oh,
it, so
okay.
he knew about it. Awesome. So thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Working the cameras tonight over there, sitting down. He's in for Marks again, although our friend Marks is here. Just loves to be around the show so much. Has nothing to do with the steak dinner later. Nothing at all.
It doesn't. He just loves me.
He just loves being
He just wanted
here.
to see me.
Yep,
Yeah,
he did.
Loves meat.
But for now, it's Nick Powers. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, boys. Doing well.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Everything good?
Life's good, man.
Happy holidays, all of that.
Likewise.
How's the hot wife doing?
Yeah.
Hot wife is doing great.
Good.
She says
Good
hello.
for you,
good.
man.
She says hello to Kris.
But he's not basement.
No, he's good.
No,
he's a good-looking
good looking guy. Yeah,
and we
not-
talked about VO2 max before the show. He has a high VO2 max, so
Yeah.
I think he's in shape
He's
for
in
his hot
good.
chick.
Yeah. Marks is over there. He doesn't have a microphone. But hi, Travis. Thanks for coming in.
The new DILF. He's a new DILF.
Yeah, congratulations on the kid thing. Good luck with that. Taking your phone calls in the corner there. He's coming in. It's his final show of the year also, but he'll be back next year with more enthusiasm than
Are
ever.
we sure he's back?
Yeah, anytime I'm in.
And even less
he's
frequently.
Oh, yeah.
The
That is-
Tis Legendary.
Yep.
Hello, sir. Glad to be here.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
So I did want to start this off with a little bit of a surprise. Yeah. and
Okay.
It involves you.
Will I be here next year? Is that where you're going with this?
You'll be here next year.
Okay, all right.
But there's a time of year where some of the key people that work for Pulp, got a little bit of a Christmas gift.
Not me.
A little bit of bonus. That's what we do.
He's been here a while.
We're classy like that.
Yep.
And I want to give you your gift live on the air.
Oh,
Tits.
boy.
So if you maybe just stay there.
Okay.
Camera can go on you. And
Okay.
we can just
Are we unwrapping it for him, or what are we doing?
Flamingos.
Here's your Christmas gift for your hard work all year long, Tis Legendary. I know you'll enjoy this. It comes right from the heart, from the PulpMX family.
I hope it's a bottle of champagne or something like that.
Let's.
Is it Chipotle
Okay.
salad dressing?
Yep,
He
here
can
we go.
dip his finger in it.
Here we go. Okay, that's
the sound.
That's the sound of the paper.
Wrap.
I know what this is, and I didn't have to unwrap it. And you see the smile on my face?
Yeah. Let's hold it up.
What is it?
Does anybody have any guesses as what this could be?
Oh, there we go.
It's cold.
It's a tomahawk.
There it is.
It's a tomahawk steak.
Wow.
My dear friend Nick, Prime Foods.
The best gifts are the ones that didn't cost you a dime.
You don't know. You don't know what that cost me.
No. It doesn't matter. I love it. Thank
Happy
you.
tomahawk.
Yes.
Yes.
I
Nothing,
love it.
Nothing makes that man happier
Then meat.
than a tomahawk. Yeah.
Fantastic.
He is a griller.
Thank you. He is a griller. Thank you to Nick at Prime Foods.
There's a Cade drop about a man who gives another man meat and something like that. So
Okay. All right.
I don't have
Well,
it, but anyway.
Thanks for all you do. Happy
Yes.
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Enjoy
I
the
love it.
tomahawk. All right, let's get into business here. Mitch, you can turn the mic off too, please. Thanks. He's just chewing on it. Kris Keefer brought to you by the folks at Decal Works, of course. The folks at Decal Works, decalmx.com. PulpMX24 is the code to save with those guys. And Ron will be back with us in 2025. Looking forward to that. And we're going to have Sean from Decal Works in here shortly as well. So official graphic and number company of Keefer Inc. testing as well.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to get into all the things that you've been up to as well.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah, on the show. So thanks to Decal MX bringing you Kris Keefer. Also, I want to thank the folks at Rocky Ridge Trucks for coming on board, getting down and dirty since 1983. The finest OEMs, including Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership. Say goodbye to the hassles of do-it-yourself customization. Rocky Ridge Trucks. Join the Built for the Bold. RockyRidgeTrucks.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. And check out their website. Got lots of funny. That's funny. The Slack channel. Lots of good stuff on RockyRidgeTrucks.com. So thank you to those guys for coming on board. All right. First up, let's start. The reason we're here now. This is going to be a little bit of a Renthal show. You wanted to launch this product on our show. We thank you for that. It's pretty cool to do it. We're going to talk Supercross 2025. I asked you guys for some information. Skip, you as well, join in. But we are going to talk a little bit of Renthal product, the Renthal history as well, and everything else, because this is a big deal. This is something, Paul, it's been in the works for a while for Renthal. You have had a lot of questions about this product over the years and haven't jumped in until now.
Yeah, long time coming. Just kind of how with everything is with Renthal. It's we don't rush. We take our time. We wanted to see how the lock-on grip market would develop, and obviously it's not going anywhere. There's plenty of customers out there that would prefer to bolt their grip on and not have to worry about glue and twisting and tie wire, and will pay a premium price for it. So we've been working on ours for a long time now. We think it's the most versatile lock-on grip available, and I'm excited to finally deliver to our customers that are huge fans of our grip compounds and our molds, our patterns, now in a lock-on version.
Yeah, so you got all the cams for the different throttles when you buy the grips.
Yep, fits most 2- and 4-stroke modern motocrossers.
And you've got the diamond, you've got the soft, you've got the aramid, you got all the patterns.
We have 9 SKUs to start with at launch, and we do have plans to add more in the future, but these are all the most popular.
Right. How much?
So $34.95 for the R-Works versions, which is those are our exclusive compounds, which is the Aramid and the Ultra Tacky. Previously, we called Aramid Kevlar, and then $29.95 for the standard compounds.
Awesome, big deal for you guys. Yeah,
it is. I mean, we've lost a lot of grip share to a competitor. Because we simply haven't had one. And again, but like Renthal is such a racing-focused company, this isn't necessarily a racing product, and we'll get into that a bit later. But yeah, this is the everyman's product, and I'm just extremely happy that it's finally here because this has been in the works since I joined.
It's been a while.
Renthal.
Yeah.
And we were trying to launch this thing for a while this year, and you know, being a manufacturer is a lot more difficult than people realize, and we did hit some snags, and I've had to push back the launch a few times and change plans, so I'm extremely happy that we're finally here.
Available now in dealers.
Available
order,
now
right?
worldwide.
Yeah, worldwide. That's awesome. That's cool. The debut in the PulpMX show. Now, I'm not a lock-on grip guy. We've had this many years.
Yeah.
We've had this discussion. I was a mechanic for a long time, so I feel like gluing on a grip and wiring it on, it ain't rocket science, and I don't have a problem doing it. I know a lot of people do, and like Blake Baggett won races with a lock-on grip, so it's been done. But I'm not a lock-on grip guy because I just don't feel like it's that big of a deal. Now, having said that, there are a lot of people that love them. I think I don't know who. I was just with somebody at a local track, and they're like, "I don't use anything but lock-on grips," and I was like, quit being lazy.
I mean, if you go to an amateur motocross race, it's 9-1, it seems.
Is it really?
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Especially on mini bikes.
Couple things though. The ends, like on a traditional grip, you fall, you rip the end of your grip almost all the time, right? Hard ends on a lock-on grip. So if you're a parent, you save money right away on your kid falling over, right? You're just like, hey, little junior, stop wrecking.
Crash all you want.
Yeah, crash all you want.
And not only that, like if you're a parent and you're doing the grips and you fuck up, it's on you for your kid's race. So it's hard to fuck this up.
Yeah, I will say my method of putting grips on is spray a little contact cleaner and then help me slide on over top of the glue. Well, sometimes you get a little overzealous with the contact cleaner, you rip out the glue. Now, I'm fortunate either as a factory mechanic or as a friend who has a lot of grips, I just throw it away and grab a new one. But if you were a parent spending...
You're pissed.
So what I just heard is he didn't really have to have the proper way to put the grip on because he would just burn them up if he broke one. He just
that's exactly what I heard too. It sounds like he did it wrong often.
No.
NoBudgetRacing.com over here. Yeah.
But so you gave me a set of these to try. I was like, I'm not a lock-on grip guy. You gave me a set to try. And yeah, I've got, 6 hours on them, 5 or 6 hours on them already. And I got to say, like, are they a little harder than a grip? Yes, they are. You can feel it. But do they still offer dampening? Like, for sure. You guys, I like the soft compound as my compound of choice. And they still offer some comfort and everything else. Keefer, what'd you think?
Yeah, so I'm the same with you. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm a lock-on guy. I never have been, just because I feel like it's stiff. But I'm a fan of Renthal grips, and even when I was with another bar company before Renthal, I would buy my own grips and put them on another bar, just because that's how much I like the grip.
You're like Eli Tomac.
Exactly. So for me, half waffle, just soft, that compound lock-on. Yes, it's a little bit firmer than a glue-on grip, but I'm a picky son of a bitch. I nitpick everything. The ease of doing it, putting it on, I understand it. Is it that much difference? No. I just know too much, But for me, it's so easy. There's so many kids out there that do their own bike work now that I see, and they can just bolt on new grips and be done with it.
It is nice to not have to wire them on.
Yes.
Like, you get the safety wire pliers, and then let's say you pull it too tight, skip, you break it, you got to grab more safety wire. You know the drill.
No, I know how to properly use the tools in my toolbox, Steve.
Here we go.
I love it.
Here we go. Well,
this is the difference between championship
he's just
winning.
A beer guy now. Yeah.
Skip, when I was winning Summercross, something you never did.
I did not.
I had no problems with the wired grip, so I had no issues. Yeah, they were a little bit harder, but
When we say that, though, it's not like I don't know if a lot of people even feel that shit, honestly.
Right. We're all the 1%ers.
Yeah.
Right.
Am I the 1%er on riding my skills?
You just been claiming you're a factory mechanic for the
but
last
but I
10
meant riding
minutes.
the feel of the ride.
But here's the thing. You know a lot, right, about
Yes.
what it does. So I think it's in your head already,
Yeah.
So.
Maybe. So, yeah, this is a big deal for you guys. And like you said, 9 different SKUs. So patterns / compounds of the grips. Yeah.
Yeah.
If
Renthal
someone hasn't
lock-on
tried
grips.
Ultra Tacky yet, you've never understood it or have tried it, it's a game changer for a guy that's trying to hang on and feel his grip. Like, it's so sticky and nice feeling. Like, you can relax your hand a little bit.
Grip choice of the one and only Jet Lawrence.
There you go.
So tight steering, sticky grips.
Yeah, really think about that, right? Yeah, so you have all the cams on here. What about bark busters? What about?
You can drill the ends out if you want to put bark busters on.
Yeah.
But ours is not designed to knock out the end.
We did have a question about that. And then, the different cams for the different bikes, they cover however many models, right? I mean,
a bunch of different models. You can go on renthal.com and find all that information. All the images, all the product are there, the pricing, all the fitments. Put your motorcycle into our Fit My Bike tool. It'll tell you exactly what cam number to use, or you can use the scan code on the back to scan it. It'll tell you what cam to use. So we tried to make it as customer user-friendly as we could.
And now, because I don't like working on my bike and I've got 5 or 6 hours on these grips, I don't see myself putting regular grips back.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Are you just going to just run, lock-ons?
Yeah, I think I'm good now. I think I'm just good. Like, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. It wasn't like as,
There you go. The ease of installation and some that outweighs it for some people.
And let's be real, the feel of it on your hands is what got me to Renthal grips in the first place. Like, that's the reason why I've tried all different kinds of grips. Some feel fat. I don't like the feel of some. Renthal always had the best feel for me. I don't know if it's because I'm old and that's what I grew up with, but nonetheless, like half waffle soft or even a full waffle, and I sliced 4 bars down on that, and it feels different for me even from a half waffle.
Yeah,
so
that's Tomac's move. Full waffle, but cut some of them down, I guess.
I don't think he cuts any of them.
Cuts any.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Somebody says that
that was a
Barsha?
Wyndham thing
Yeah.
too. That was a Wyndham thing too.
Was it Wyndham?
Wyndham would always take his full waffle and cut all the waffles off
he
because
said
he
it was
liked
different.
the outer rib of the grip. It would act like a kind of a push-up stop for his palm, and he could. Yeah, it's just something that he liked.
And we cut 4 ribs off.
Did you?
Well.
There you go.
Just it was
it's a feel thing, right?
Well, yeah, because they know exactly where they're. I mean, it's just like us getting up tying our shoes. They know where their hands are, what the gloves do, and they know everything. And it's stuff that we wouldn't even believe would make a difference. It's all the difference in the world.
For me, like, if you do that, and I know we're just going off on this, but like, if you're in between a half waffle and a full waffle, that kind of fits your hand a little bit better.
Yeah,
that's how I look at it.
And these are all the little margins that make a difference when you're at the highest level. Yeah.
We got some phone calls here on 702-586-7857. And let's go. First up is we got a hare and hound question for Keefer.
Oh, yeah, let's go off-road.
First up, we
Oh,
got
you
Aiden
jacked
on
the
one.
off-road guy.
Aiden's been waiting on him. Aiden, you there?
Hi, yeah, thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Aiden, you got a bike? You got a bike?
Got a bike?
Yeah.
You want a pair of Renthal lock-on grips?
Yeah, I love lock-on grips, actually.
All right, well, stay on hold after you're done your question.
Sounds like 5 for me. I'm not really excited about it.
We'll send you some. Aiden, are you excited?
Can you get up to an 8 or something, dude? There you go.
Sorry,
That's better. That's 7.
That's just my personality's voice.
That's all right. I'm hanging out with Steve, too. We get it. It's
just a 5.
Yeah. Sorry, man. You got a question? We're jacking you over. Sorry.
Yeah, I got an industry-related question. Hopefully you guys have any kind of advice for this. So I'm 22 years old, and I'll be graduating this May with a master's in mechanical engineering, and I didn't know if you had any sort of advice for trying to get an engineering job somewhere in the industry, or if that would require moving overseas or having to work my way up the ladder too long.
I mean, I think when you have a skill set like that and a degree like that, I would visit manufacturer websites. So find brands and businesses in our industry that are manufacturers, right? So all the OEs, Renthal is another one, and just frequent their websites and see if they're hiring. I think that's a good spot. Like so many times we tell people, hey, make a relationship or attach yourself to a privateer or an up-and-coming amateur. But with your skill set and what you want to do, I think you could enter right in. But it's a matter of finding a spot, which is tough right now in the industry.
And don't limit yourself to 2 wheels.
Yeah.
You know, as an engineer, there's, you need that experience and to start to be in the racing side of it at a different level from an engineering standpoint. Don't limit yourself. Data, fuel mapping. Look at those areas that that the teams are really relying on now, and make sure you have that in your tool pack.
Yep, that's good advice.
And Aiden, check out motorcycleindustryjobs.com. It's a website that we promote, and type in engineering or search the different jobs, and maybe something's come up that way.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, stay on hold. We'll get you some grips, all right?
There you go.
All right, thanks.
All right, no problem. Thank you. We got this gentleman on 3. Sir, are you looking for some lock-on grips?
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, I know this guy.
Yeah, I sure am. I got a good friend.
Well, maybe go down to a dealer then and get them yourself.
Well, I'm not trying to look out for myself. I'm trying to be like you, Steve. I'm trying to look out for a friend, like you did with the tomahawk steak. So I'm trying to help a friend. My buddy Robbie just acquired a brand new Triumph 250.
Yeah.
SSFXX, whatever. Keefer knows what it is. So yeah, we get some lock-on grips for that. And as a matter of fact, I tell you what, I wish I had known about this, Paul. I wish I'd known ahead of time, because I recently, recovering from knee replacement surgery.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
I hope you're doing all right.
Give us a social post so we know what's going on with
Randy,
you, Randy.
Can we hear about it a little bit?
May have been buried under the life swap talk. But anyway, I had to use a different brand of lock-on grip, and I tell you what, the next knee replacement that I'm having fall of next year, I'll have the Renthal lock-on grips for sure on that. But
I like it.
Yeah. So the funny thing, last time I was excited to hear what Renthal was coming out with, because one of the last times Paul was in, he was really excited about Michelin and into Steve's read, and he goes, "Yeah, man, Michelin, they got tires for Gold Wings," and Steve said, "No, they don't." So anyway, I was hoping maybe Renthal came out with Gold Wing handlebars, because we Michelin now have the Michelin Road W GT tire that's available for Honda Gold Wings, and one front and 2 rear sides. Yeah, so that's exciting for us.
Exciting news, because I've been fake news on these Goldwing tires a few times. Yeah, now I am no longer fake.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and something being factual or completely fake has never stopped you from saying it. So I admire that. You get the word out there. Sometimes it's the wrong word, but you get the word out there.
I do.
You get the word out there.
He does. Play the field drop. That's the reason I'm here, Randy. That field drop. When Phil says, if you want people to know something, you tell Steve. That's why I'm here launching this product. I just want people to know about it.
Hey, the same reason I came on his janky show back in 22 when we introduced our new Starcross 6 tire, right? Because everyone listens to Pulp, including myself. It'll probably, once I get off the phone here, it'll probably put me to sleep in about 10 or 15 minutes. So, we all listen to it. So it's good. And then, Steve, I know that you had sent an email earlier today. I did see it, but I am officially on a medical leave, so I cannot a paid medical leave. So I'm blessed. But I can't correspond to that. But just know that Scott is working on that back in the office on our 2025 agreement. He did text me and said that this is his words, not mine. It's kind of contingent upon a firm date for life swap in 2025.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, well.
That's not me.
Yeah.
That's not me,
I love this.
Anyway, I'll be back. If it can wait, I'll probably be back in the office mid-January.
Wow.
And I'll try to clean it up if I can. But if he presses you on that, that's him, not me.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure I'll see you back in the office on Instagram. So,
I will.
Probably be some sort of Randy marching in. So I look.
It will be. It'll be, Well, what is it? Load 16 tons, and what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt, right?
There you go.
Hey, it made me take this job and shove it.
Well, listen. Hey, listen. Let's promote Michelin while we can. So if you're listening to this,
do it.
And you got a Gold Wing, or your dad's got a Gold Wing, or your grandpa's got a Gold Wing, this is big news.
Yeah. Josh Hansen had a Gold Wing for a while. He drove it to the track once.
That's awesome.
Hansen?
Yeah.
Hey,
big Gold Wing guy.
He's got a nice Toyota truck. I know that much. I got respect for that. Let's do this, Steve. Let's let, while I'm just speaking, and again, I have been completely off of any form of pain meds for 3 weeks. So I'm with a very clear mind, I am saying this, that let's someone email in, and if they have a modern, like a newer model, Honda Gold Wing, that I will authorize a set of Michelin Road W GT tires to be given away.
Nice.
Okay, how about that?
So contest at PulpMXshow.com. Contest at PulpMX. We need a photo of the Gold Wing.
I was going to say, we need pictures of you next to your Gold Wing.
Photo of the Gold Wing, yeah.
Preferably with a woman on the back, please.
Okay, Kris.
Hey, I'm going to tell you this, Keefer. I know you're very moto-centric. You don't know much about the Gold Wing market, but typically the women that are on the back of Gold Wings, you don't want a photo of.
I'm fine. I don't discriminate. I don't discriminate. I'm fine with whatever you have.
I know it.
Just send that in.
Hey, and the thing is, here, they can't fire me because I'm on medical leave. So what the heck? We'll get it shipped out for the winter. And then lastly, I spoke to Kris about this. Kris, Robbie, Harvey, and I, we're locked in. So we'll be at your house there. Flying in the 22nd.
What's this? What's going on?
We're having a big party at the Keefer household.
Oh, well, guess who just put a brand new, expensive-looking deck on his back porch?
Well, hey, Heather was telling me about his ginormous deck the other day.
That
wasn't me. That must have been Sancho. It wasn't me.
It was a little awkward for Jason on there.
Listen,
how much she loved that deck.
This guy across from me, fancy, brand new looking coffee maker.
Oh my God!
Fancy new fridge.
You're so lame.
A big deck out the back overlooking the high des. Like
before you know it, we're gonna be blowing out the ceilings.
Pushing
them up.
Yeah.
It's the high des. Everything's cheap.
So a couple of things right quick, and I'll let you go. Really, Alex Ray, I see. Thanks. You just texted me saying you got a Gold Wing. You're not. Wait on Maxis to come out with a Gold Wing tire.
Listen, A-Ray is not eligible because he's racing a Stark in a Reno Cross. He's not going to survive that.
That's what I didn't know he was racing a Stark.
Yeah, he's racing a Stark. So he's going to have 80 horsepower in a Reno Cross. So A-Ray won't be around to collect these.
So he's going. Is he going to try to beat Gerke's row record?
Yeah. The only thing that would be more dangerous is to put him in a phone booth with a hand grenade. I think. Right?
Yeah.
So isn't that Stark in there? Okay. So Steve, here's your chance, buddy. I know you're a Van Halen fan, right? So here's where we're going with this.
Oh, my God.
All right. This isn't really a life swap, but Heather's going with Robbie and Harvey and I on Friday night, January the 24th, before Anaheim 2, okay? We're going to hear Van Halen Nation play live in West Hollywood at Whiskey A Go-Go.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So, hey, Keefer's out.
Wow. Is this the guys that that Pastrana hired for his party?
Yes.
Well, first of all, he didn't hire him. Robbie and Harvey hired him for my 50th birthday party. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And they're phenomenal. Van Halen Nation live at Whiskey A Go-Go. Are you in or out? In or out?
I'm out because they just do Roth stuff. So.
Which is I said it's Van Halen music. I didn't say Van Hagar.
Yeah. Wow. That would be cool. I've been to Whiskey Go-Go though. It is pretty neat, pretty historic.
Really, we've never been, so we're pumped on it. And the Keepers letting us stay at their house and eat their food and use their soap and.
And hey, if you need some gas for the rental, there's race gas in the garage, so just feel free to dump it in the rental car.
I think Dark took it all.
That's what Dark told me. That's what Dark told me.
Yeah.
So we'll throw some VP. We'll throw some VP in the rental car before we turn it back in.
Well, listen, big news. Michelin with the Gold Wing tires contest at PulpMXshow.com. He's trying to steal your lock-on grip thunder here, Paul.
It's okay, I like him too much.
No.
Okay.
It all ties in because it was embarrassing when a premium brand like Renthal, which I certainly admire and respect. When Paul said, "Yeah, Michelin, I'm sure they make Gold Wing," we didn't. That's a market we haven't been in for so long. So anyway, kudos to Paul. Everything that he does is a class act, whether it's with Renthal or in his mountain biking efforts. I got to get on.
Yeah, let's talk about mountain bikes. Let's talk about it.
It's too serious.
You know what
I can't wait.
Hey, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll get you the tires that I offered up to Will Hahn, and he'd never called me. So that sucker, he's out. He's like A-Ray. He gets nothing. So
there we go. Nice.
Yep. We'll make it happen. All right, guys.
Thanks for calling, Randy.
Good luck with the knee. Yeah, good luck with the knee.
Let us know how it goes.
Thank you.
Yeah, let us know. Give us some updates.
Yeah, well, it's just. I'm kind of a private guy. So,
I get it.
Oh, my God.
I get it.
Serious Randy. Thanks, Serious Randy.
Yeah.
Hey, Kris, seriously, I love you, and I seriously look forward to hanging out at your house here before A2, okay?
I love you, buddy.
All right. Thanks, Randy.
Love y'all. Later. Bye.
All right. There we go.
Seriously, though, are you guys going to do the life swap?
Yeah, we are.
Because I really want to see it, and I commend Randy for not letting you guys.
I don't commend him for that.
Fucking hammered.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's like us on Dark.
Yes, he is willing this into existence, and kudos to him because I think it's going to be comedy.
All right, Colby's on 4. Colby, what's up? You got a question for Keefer?
Hare and Hound?
No.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. No, this is not Hare and Hound. Well, it might be Hare and Hound. I don't know. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to West Coast or East Coast this year. Where are the the hot moms and hot girlfriends in these up-and-coming riders, and I just need to know, that way I know which coast to go to.
Yeah, you got to go east, brother.
I disagree. If you want to see boobs, you go to Anaheim 1.
Yeah.
100%.
I mean, no?
100%.
I would say going to Daytona, but, like, that's what I was telling them to do. Daytona?
Well, Daytona also lets you bring your own ice chest in with you, so Daytona is a definite good pick for sure.
Here's why Daytona, okay, because you got RC amateur supercross, so all the amateur moms are there already, and then you got the professionals, and you got their girlfriends, and then you got Bike Week, you got the Hells Angels chicks, you got all different kinds of titties running around, right? So, like, I would go there.
But you got to run all over the place to find them. In Anaheim, they're all right there.
And they're sweaty.
Right there for you.
And they're sweaty.
I feel
Florida.
like the Anaheim ones are like, here's some women, you know, they have them out a little bit, then they're like, why are you looking at me? Come on. Like, you have a 6-inch cleavage coming out. What do you think's going to happen? Like, if Heather has her boobs out, I'm like, she wants people to look at them. Facts?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
my thing is, I'd go East Coast Daytona. That's
I mean,
that's a nice.
I can see both sides. Yeah, absolutely. It's either side makes good sense.
Yeah.
So, all right.
There was no topping the MGM Grand at the U.S. Open.
That
was peak. It's peak scenery.
That's a different time, though.
Yeah, that was different time.
It was.
Different time.
Different time.
Thanks, Colby. Thanks, bud.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. All right, here's a Hare and Hound question from Ryan. What's up, Ryan? What's your Hare and Hound question?
Oh, my God. I finally got through. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Holy Moses. Has Randy got any more stories to tell? Anyway, look, hey, I was just curious. Keefer, what did you think of the Hare and Hound, man? I don't really do moto much, and, you know, I saw when I was up on the line there, I saw you, two names I was surprised about. I saw you and I saw Ivan Ramirez. I was like, holy shit, what's going on? This is crazy. So what did you think, man? I thought the course was pretty good. What about you?
Well, I was rethinking my decision about the second loop, man. I was halfway in, and I'm usually never, like, cooked, like fried, where I'm just like, I need to survive and get to the finish.
Cooked like Hymas?
Yes, I was cooked.
Yeah.
And the second loop, man, I was dog tired. It was a fun experience for me, and I'm gonna try to do some more next year, just because I grew up racing that stuff when I was younger. So it was fun coming back to my roots and seeing everybody, and just in general being around off-road people, or just salt of the earth people. It's just nice. It's a little bit different than being at the motocross track. So for me, I had a great time. I brought my kid out. He actually got to see what it's all about, and he says, I'm never doing one ever. So he decided that right away. But yeah, it was a great time.
Did you see the bomb run? He was like, holy shit.
Yeah, he saw his dad go off the bomb run and get docked 5 minutes. That's what happened to me. So yeah, it was a good time. Are you in all next year? Are you District 37 guy?
Yeah, I've been racing District 37 for a while, and actually I just bumped my son up from the U Series to lightweight 2, so he's got a Husky 150, and he'll be racing the big boy class next year.
Nice.
Well, actually, January 4th, or whatever they think the checkers is.
Yep.
So, yep.
Yeah,
Cool.
so he's going to be a C rider. So what's his number? C what?
701.
All right, I'll look for him.
Thanks for the call, man.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Love your show. Have a good one.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Firepower Parts, by the way, firepowerparts.com. You look at Dean Wilson, Firepower Honda this past year, doing pretty good. And we'll talk about Dean later on in the show, Paul, as well. And Firepower Batteries and Chains, Privateer Proven, Featherweight Lithium Batteries, firepowerparts.com. Cherubies as well. Love the guys at Cherubies. Please check out their bike builder website. And you can pick your year and your model, and then it pops up, and then what color plastic you want. Cherubies USA. At Cherubies USA on social media. Thanks to the folks at Cherubies. Lock-on grip question from Randy on 3. What's up, Randy? What's your lock-on grip question?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
I was just curious, because I've noticed a lot of the lock-on grips seem to be a little bit larger in diameter. How much are we talking on the Renthal?
I mean, it's negligible. It just depends, I guess, what grips you're comparing. But obviously, if you're comparing grip to grip, it's going to be a bit larger OD. But Kris and Steve both rode with them. I didn't hear that comment that they were too big for them. So that was something, though, that we paid a hell of a lot of attention to. Is we wanted it to feel like a glue-on grip. So it's the mixture between the thickness of the preform and the thickness of the overmold that gives your outer diameter. So yeah, give them a try. I think they're very, very, very close to a glue-on.
I have some suggestions. If you I'm sorry. If you are a little larger on the hands, like you have a larger hand, the aramids feel a little bit bigger inside of your palm than the other ones do. So the reason why I know some of that is because even on the Works Edition Hondas, they have the aramids on, and I feel like they're a little bit fatter. And I would assume, and I haven't tried the aramids on the lock-on, I would assume that would be the same because it's the same compound, correct?
Honestly, I would challenge that because they're all coming out of the same mold. And I would say that it maybe is the way that Honda is applying our grip, whatever
because
glue they're using.
On the R model, they have the stock grips, and it doesn't feel fat. And then they go to the Wii, and the Wii
feels fatter.
with the Kevlar or the aramids feel fatter.
Because you're comparing a Renthal aramid to a OEM.
stock grip, correct.
Yeah, so that's tough too. It's not apples to apples.
All right, Randy, you want a pair of lock-on grips from Renthal?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
All right.
Yeah, I'll test them out.
Stay on hold, okay? We'll get your information. We'll get
ultra
you a pair
tacky, ultra tacky.
You don't even use ultra
tacky. What?
I'm going to.
Yeah.
Now.
Oh, okay.
Ultra tacky. Thanks. Stay on hold. All right. Randy wins a set of lock-on grips. Mitch Payton coming up here. Skip, you familiar with that gentleman?
Yeah, he's a bit of an ass.
Yeah.
It's so much better being friends with him, not working for him.
Yeah, he was such a huge influence for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a kid when we started and
Dude,
couldn't get enough.
When I talked to Hooker a little bit, and it sounded like you guys never left that damn shop. Like it didn't sound like you guys ever left in the early 90s.
No, we were there. I think Bones was there probably more than all of us.
Yeah.
Probably. But no, I mean, that was it. We were kids, and
I learned my work ethic there. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I want to ask Skip a question, if that's okay.
Let me go to one caller here real quick. Sinjin, what's up, buddy? Long time no hear.
There you go.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? I still listen to every week to everything.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you guys are.
Are you fire guy? What are you, a fireman, or what are you doing?
Yeah. I work as a fireman now. No, I don't ride anymore, but I still listen every week and still a big fan.
Awesome.
Yeah, still listening.
That's
cool.
Awesome.
Good. Glad you're well. Yeah. Sinjin, of course.
Yeah.
Good stories.
Remember how he used to come in hot back in the day?
He did.
Sinjin.
Sinjin had some hot takes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've listened to some of those shows back, and it's like almost cringy. But I had to remember, I'm like 17. Don't get me wrong, I still talk somewhat like that, but not in public as much. And before, it was just wide open. But yeah, it's a little cringy. But going on to the old days, Jimmy Albertson. You have a lot of great guests, like the retired, like Weimer, Villapoto, all these great guys, because especially they loosen up now. Why not Jimmy, or even Jimmy, his brother Greg? Why never have them in studio as of recent?
Yeah, Greg hit us up, Keefer and I, about coming on, and I said, sure, just text me, let me know what you want to do, Greg, and he never really said anything.
I think that was more on me and you for not getting him up
was
here.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely. Jimmy, I don't know, man. Jimmy went off the reservation for a while, like when he was Ronnie.
Yeah.
And then I think he's back now. But then, like 2 months ago, he just blew me out on Instagram, and I don't know why. And I said to him, "Hey, man, what did I do?" And he said something, and I'm like, "I didn't even know you felt this way. I don't know what I did to Jimmy. I have no idea." When he was lost in his Ronnie Mac phase, he kind of he was kind of asshole to me a couple times, and I said that. I was like, "Dude, Jimmy's gone. Like he's gone. He's off the reservation. If he's better now, but I don't know. He just blew me out about 2 months ago, and I was like, what the hell?"
Yeah, that's lame. Then I didn't know that. I love Jimmy, but I don't like that. But
I don't know what I did. I don't really know what I did for him to blow me out. Like I don't know what he called me or whatever, and I'm just like, really? Huh? Like one of those things where you're like, wait, what? Like an innocent.
I'd rather know, like, hey, what I did.
Yeah, totally. Which is what I said to him. Like, what happened? So, anyways, but
good to know. Greg would be great if Jimmy doesn't. But you guys are crushing it, and Keefer, your podcast as well, even with your son. I love listening to all of it. So good talking to you guys.
Thanks, Sinjin. Glad you're well, man.
Yeah, later, boys.
Cheers. Great. So coming up, Supercross 2025 talk. We need a hot take from you two gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Skip, I spared you this hot take.
Okay.
I want to rank the 250 riders because I think Deegs is number one, but I was really torn after that because we did our Supercross preview shows for Racer X that are coming up, and we kind of got into it, and that's what made me think about
What'd you guys do?
We did them on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then also I need something that you're looking forward to in Supercross. Will Hahn was trying to say Anaheim 1. You can't say Anaheim 1.
That's a given.
Yeah, Will was like, I'm just looking forward to Anaheim 1. I'm like, no, Will, that doesn't count. Yeah, you can't do that, all right? 702-586-7857. Nash is on 4. What's up, Nash?
Gentlemen, power-packed episode right now. Power-packed.
Yeah, a lot of wins right here as mechanics, like between Paul, myself, and Skip. There's a lot of wins.
I love the lead in, Paul. Great to see you, Skip, legend, Keith, Steve. I want to play right into the Renthal lock-on. That's an awesome product. By the way, Paul, a very successful GNCC series over here in the Nash House. 2 bikes, no DNFs, chain sprockets, handlebars, grips, you name it. Awesome. Wonderful. Name the rider that tore through the most grips and handlebar products. Go.
Was Steve working for him? Because that would change everything.
Is that on the mechanic or the rider?
I would say it's any crasher, anybody who's crashing a lot.
There is that famous story that Shane Drew told me where Tortelli would bend bars without even crashing. He was just elbows up, hammering away on that rigid CRF aluminum frame bike, and just the bars.
Was it a twin wall or was it a?
I think it was 7/8. 7/8 back then,
yeah.
And he would bend bars without crashing because you would see the crossbar move right in the bar. Because he was Tortelli.
They Honda re-engineered their entire bar mount for Davey Millsaps, I believe, right? Because he was twisting them or something.
Yeah. We went through a lot of changes were made based off of, as soon as some product that you're using gets better, it just kind of shines a light on something else that maybe is not as strong.
Yeah.
And having great partners to always be able to chase that down and correct it is really nice.
Wow. Skip, who was the most lethal on grips, handlebars, any type of lever control?
Dude, he worked for McGrath.
I'm going to say it was Lammy, because we had Lammy,
Really?
and Lammy would just, he just break things. He was great, because he would find, if there was a flaw, he'd find it.
You'd break it.
He'd break it.
Yeah. All right. What about
And Paul, Pro Circuit? Any Pro Circuit guys? Hit me.
The guy I worked for, he was infamous for breaking stuff. We broke hubs, we broke fork tubes, we broke everything. That was Dino. He was. We had to build a special clutch basket inner hub for this guy because he would spin the aluminum out in the we
Inside
had to do
the hub.
steel inserted, steel sleeved inner hubs for Dean because I had to drill a hole through the brake caliper because he would drag the brake.
He rides really heavy on the bike.
When he rode a 250F, he would twist it wide open and modulate his speed with the clutch and the brake.
Right.
And it was hard to make sure that bike finished underneath him.
Damn. Yeah. All right, Nash.
They love it. Hey, awesome. Hey, cheers, guys. Great show. Go get them, boys. Get them.
Thank you. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Nash.
it. Thank you. That's Nash, one of our favorite callers. By the way, Wiseco Piston as well. Thank you to the folks at Wiseco for coming on board with us. PulpMX 24 is the code to save. Factory Honda, HRC partnering with Wiseco, and they actually really do use them in those bikes, and they got a lot going on. And thank you to the folks at Wiseco. PulpMX 24 is the code to save. Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits as well. CV4 stuff. 2-stroke, 4-stroke pistons, all of it available. Another grip question from Kyle on one. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's happening?
What's up, Kyle?
So I've got a question about these new lock-ons. I run Renthal soft half waffles. Absolutely love them, but I don't know if it's maybe just a me problem, an installation error. I get a couple rides in, 3 or 4 rides, and the grip's still in great shape, but the glue's coming undone, starting to twist on me. And I triple safety wire and everything, but so my question is really, are these new lock-ons, is the compound similar enough that somebody like me, just a novice rider, may not be able to tell a difference if I ran the same compound as the lock-on the left side? And really, I only want to run, the only reason I would run one is because I run a worse connection throttle body that's got, or throttle tube that's got the bearings in it that I really like. So.
Yeah, I think it's honestly the perfect product for you. If you're having issues with your grip spinning, we do have a more aggressive glue. We call it our super glue, right? Renthal has 2 types of glues. I always say glue your grip on and let the glue dry before you tie wire it. If you're in a rush, obviously you can't do that. But yeah, this will eliminate any grip twist, grip stretch. That's a common kind of problem with glue on grips. It just depends who you are. Chase Sexton, for instance, he is infamous for stretching the grip inward because he rides on the flanges. So he puts a little collar on the inside of his flange to prevent his grip from sliding inward, because at the end of the moto, he would slide his grip all the way to the clutch lever or the kill switch, whatever's next, right? So yeah, give him a try because like I said earlier, we tried very, very hard for the feeling of them to mimic a traditional Renthal glue-on. So if you're a GO86 half waffle fan, I think you'll love the soft half waffle lock-on. Give this man a soft top walk.
Okay.
Lock
Oh,
on.
wow. Okay, so we're going to give you a set then from the folks at Renthal. So we'll stay on hold. Tits will get your information. And what's it getting? Soft, half?
Soft half waffle. Tits should have a little inventory list over there.
Sounds good. Stay on hold. All right, Kyle?
Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Renthal, lock-on grips available now at your dealer. Brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Our next guest, this gentleman's got a pretty successful race team and has done pretty well in the sport over the years and has used nothing but Renthal on his race team. It's the Mitch Payton. Hello, Mr. Payton. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
We're good. I'm here with Skip and Paul Perebijnos and Keefer. I don't know. Have you ever heard of these guys?
Yeah, I got history. I got history. It's probably all of you.
Yeah, probably. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it, Mitch. And obviously, we're doing a Renthal lock-on grip launch tonight. So I did want to touch on Renthal a little bit with you. I'm thinking, Mitch, you started the team in 1991. Jim Hale was a Renthal distributor. I'm guessing it all came together through Jim Hale for you to put Renthal on your bikes.
Well, it was like when we did the peak team, Jim was a big advocate of it, and he believed in the idea, like we talked about it. And I'm like, I had raced cars at that time, and I liked how the trucks and the bikes and the uniform and everything looked the same, right? And he's like, I love it. He goes, we need to do it. And so with Jim Hale and Kenny Safford and the guys at AXO and Troy Lee, because Troy did the box vans and painted our gas tanks and the helmets, and it was the last minute. Skip will tell you, it was really hard to get it done, but it turned out really, really well, and we're all really proud of it.
So how many offers have you had over the years for more money or more product to switch handlebars? I'm maybe not recently, but you've had to have turned people down and been like, nope.
Yeah, especially when Jim was alive, we had some pretty big offers from another company, and I called Jim and I said, I got this offer. What do you think? And he goes, that's a lot of money. You should take it. And I said, well, I'm not going to take it. He's like, yeah, I know. And he goes, you won't take it. And I'm like, yeah, but it's a lot of money. He's like, it is, and I'm not going to pay you that. But we would always joke, and he's like, but I'll make it better. And we were actually just really good friends, and I loved working with Jim and the group up there. It was AXO in the beginning with the Renthal and Mechanics, where evolved out of that. So those were all friends of mine, and I always stayed with them, and still will always stay with them, because I actually and truthfully I really do believe in the product. Jim took it over. I believe it was with Nobby Shop before that.
Okay.
They were the importer down somewhere. Skip, that's right, isn't it? Nobby Shop?
Man, I just remember everything being through the AXO and Jim.
I don't even know.
Yeah, that's past my memory.
Anyway, so he took it over, and anything Jim touched kind of turned to gold. Like he was like a marketing
savant
guy that he was amazing. Like he could just see things and believed in things, and he's like, but he would package it better. He would advertise it better. He would do everything it took to make that brand like a premier brand, and everything he's touched has truthfully turned to gold.
Yeah, I bet. Mitch Payton on the line, brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Please check out Renthal's website. The new lock-on grip is launched. And Mitch, we've talked to you about this before, but it's funny. You have relaxed your dirt bikes need crossbars philosophy.
Okay, good. This is one of my questions.
Yeah, for a long time. And I talked to Hammaker last year, and he's like, dude, I wanted to try those fat bars, but I was so scared to talk to Mitch. But once he let Joe do it, then I was like, hey, can I try it? So you've relaxed the crossbar policy over there at Monster Energy Pro Circuit.
Well, I really, a lot of it was the look of the bike. And I know people crack up, but I'm like, it looks like a freestyle bike. And I didn't like the look of it. And I used to tell, Paul was there. It was probably after Skip, but I said, motocross bikes have crossbars.
That's it.
That's what you do. And then, you wear motocross boots, you wear goggles, you have a crossbar. So it just needed to be there.
It does look cooler.
It does look cooler.
I did not even know that's what he was going to say. That's a fucking shock to me.
So I don't know. And then I remember RV when he was at Cowie, and Aaron Johnson worked for me. He's like, hey, those things are like a little bit lighter. And I said, yeah, but it doesn't have a crossbar. They don't need a crossbar. And I said, oh, yeah, they do.
Yeah. So, Aaron would always harp on him about the weight because that was because Mitch didn't really have much of an answer for that.
Fat bars lighter. Yeah.
It's
so
funny.
then when RV was at Cowie, he ran them.
Yeah.
He wanted to try them or something like that, and he was on the 450. And then Aaron, of course, comes to me, hey, guess what? And I'm like, what? RV switched to the fat bar. We got to try it. And I'm like, I don't think so. and I don't know why, but he went through a couple races, and he was searching for something. And then he went back to the crossbar, and he won that night. And I'm like, oh, yeah.
Exactly. Team crossbar.
You go ask anybody, like, it's so common to see crossbarless bars now.
Yeah.
So when I see one with a crossbar, I go, hey, what's the reason you're running a crossbar? You're like, everyone that I talk to that has a crossbar says exactly what Mitch says. It's because it looks better. That's why they have it on there.
Yeah. No, there's some of that with racers, right? Dirt bike racers, too.
And I used to say, I said, okay, so, like, let's think about it. It's a rutted corner. You're going into the corner. You ain't got a crossbar. That thing's flexing. You're fighting it. You can't hold on to it. So why are we changing tires when all we got to do is change the bar? Like, let's just change the bar. Let's go back. No, come on. You're serious? And I'm like, no, I'm joking.
No, you're right. How's Supercross 2025 prep going, Mitch? I definitely want to ask you about how everybody's looking, who you got on East and West, and then how's Drew Adams? And is there a chance Drew jumps into the pro class here?
We don't have a plan for that at the moment.
Okay.
So, like, if somebody got hurt, we could use him as a fill-in guy because he is riding with us, and he looks really good.
Does he?
So, like, I think he could do it without a problem, But I think we have 5 guys, and I can't really. Like, 5's a lot, and 6 is. It sounds like that's just another guy, and it's easy, but I think it's an enormous amount. And plus, right now we have a brand new bike, and we haven't got really all the parts we need to get everything done. So to extend that even farther would be impossible right now.
Okay, and then which coast are you guys going?
They're all going West Coast.
Oh, okay. 5 guys. Well, they probably will all be at the West Coast.
Yeah, that's the plan. Be ready for Anaheim.
Listen, Mitch, I already know. I already got my spies. I have my intel. I've gathered up like a little squirrel gathering chestnuts up. I gather chestnuts of knowledge, and I stick them in my cheeks. And I know, I already know what your
something's in your cheek.
I already know what your coasts are. I already, yep. You're gonna have Kitchen on the west, McAdoo and Hammaker on the east. Masterpool is east, also, I believe, and then so that leaves
Hammaker.
No, Marchbanks and Kitchen are west. That's your lineup. Those are my chestnuts.
Oh. Well, you got to watch out. Maybe you got walnuts, not chestnuts.
Okay, all right.
I don't really know. Like, everybody used to think, we were up to some big scheme or something like that. And realistically, I think Paul was around in those days, where like it'd be 2 weeks before and somebody would get hurt.
Yeah.
It happened almost every year.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, like you tell the other guy, hey, you're going to have to go ride West Coast. I'm not ready. I need more time. And so then my answer for that was,
be ready.
So let's think about this. Do you want to ride a 450 someday, right? Yeah, why wouldn't I? I'm a better 450 rider. We all have heard that.
We all heard it. Everybody, yeah.
See, so what's interesting is Mitch is getting older because back in the day it would have never started with, so let's talk about this. That's not how the conversation would have started.
There wasn't a lot of let's talk about this in 1991.
That's funny.
Yeah, 91. I don't even know. Like 91, it was kind of set in stone. Like Jeremy would be west because even back then, I mean, Skip will tell you, like that dude was 100% committed, convinced, and like, do you remember I wanted everybody to have the same name on the back of the helmet? And Skip came to me and he goes, Jeremy wants to talk to you. About what? I'm like, his helmet. He has no freedom. He dresses like everybody. Like, you got to give him something. I'm like, what does he want? He doesn't want McGrath on the back of his helmet. Like, he wants Showtime. And I'm like, for real?
Yep.
And I'm like, all right, okay.
Showtime.
And honestly, he was one of those kids. I mean, Skip, lived the whole career, but like, I swear to God, he thrived. Like, if there was 50,000 people and they were screaming and the lights are flashing, some guys get nervous. That dude absolutely thrived on that. I don't know how, even as a kid, I don't know how he did it.
Yeah, no, your point about the coast is well taken. Like, if you tell Rider X, hey, man, you're going east. So they're kind of like just chill. They're just sort of training, but they're not. They want to peak on the East Coast, and all of a sudden, hey, Levi tweaked a wrist. We need you. In their eyes, in their mind, they're not ready. And
a couple of them have said, why do I got to do it?
Mm-hmm.
You're ready. Like, you just got to go.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to say Dino got hurt Christmas Day one year, and we were supposed to ride west.
Yeah.
And we were riding on Christmas Day or something like that, or day after Christmas or something. But it was late in the year.
Yep.
And, somebody else had to step up and ride that coast because he couldn't go.
Yeah. We've had Orcel broke a collarbone with, like, 13 days before the opener, and I think RV did his wrist, like it was bugging him, and finally got it done. And I mean, barely. Like, it was just like, stuff happens. You got to flip them. Like you didn't plan on it, but things just happen. And I feel bad for the 450 guys too, because like they know they got to be ready in January. And like you guys just said, like those last 2 weeks, it seems like we lose a couple. Everybody pushing a little harder, trying to find that edge. Like they're trying to mark their teammate, or they're marking somebody they're riding with, and they're like, shit, I got to hang it out a little bit. And then, wah!
Yeah.
Mitch, how's the new bike going? I know it's a little bit different, and I know I'm working with it now as well with Aiden, but like, where are you guys at compared to last year?
I think we're really good. In the beginning, of course, every single time I get a new bike, I'm scared to death about it, because, it had a lot of improvements, which I like. The chassis I wasn't scared of at all, because like from the old chassis to the new chassis, when they raced it as a works bike in Europe, I think it was Fevre. The first time he rode it, was blown away how good it was, and had better traction. It was calmer. The front end was more planted, because I talked to them, because we do exhaust for them. And I was really stoked to hear that. And then the U.S. guys got it the next year, and they kind of backed that up with the same comments. And then when our guys rode the new bike, they said, God, this thing's really, it turns really nice. It's like really good in the whoops, And I'm like, oh, that's good. So it kind of gives you a calming factor that, like, yeah, we got to dial the suspension in, but the chassis itself is really, they made a major improvement. Like, it's really, really good. So then it puts the pressure back on the engine, right? And the engine, the other one, we had a couple of years with it, so it got really, really good, And it then you're like, shit, got a brand new motor. But the things they did to the engine, I totally believed in. That it's, like, I always wanted a straight exhaust port. I wanted a straight intake port. It's up higher, so it's more of a downdraft style. And I'm like, that's going to be awesome, But still, when they changed it, it made me have to make all new parts. So just the dynamics of getting pistons and cams and different valves and all these things, the lead times with all the vendors that we use, it just takes time, And like we've got parts out to people, and we're like, dude, we got to have them before Christmas, And like we've got test parts, but then, like you test it and you like it, well, now you need 10, you need 12. So then you got to order them, you got to expedite them and rush them, and that costs more money and stuff. But we're there. The guys like the bike. I have a couple, like I have goals to beat last year's bike in each part, bottom, middle, top, everything. And we're really close on everything but one spot, and I'll get that. So I'm not stressed on it. Like, it makes me feel really good. And everybody really likes the bike, and we're riding. It took a little bit, I think, at the beginning because we made it quite a bit quieter because, you know, if they go through with what they're talking, not this year, but next year, we have to, like 109 is a big difference.
It's a big jump.
And so we're working on that now because Europe has to do it this year. So we've got some time to work on it, and it's made us educate ourselves what we're going to have next year. So we have got quieter, but then we kind of, are we too quiet? What are we doing? We're too quiet. We got to make it louder. So
put a crossbar on it.
I know. Run the pipe through the crossbar and blow that out.
Because, you know, you just made the new pipe for the bike, and we just hopped on it and put the pipe on it, and it's rare that you find an aftermarket muffler that can make more low-end feel, right? Mm-hmm. And it's crazy. You put that on there. We just put it on last week, and I'm like, oh, shit, it actually has more low-end because that stock muffler is so plugged up. I think there's some room in there for Mitch and Schneike to make something, and it was actually quite good. So, yeah. Yeah,
it was, too, and the U.S. model it's the same internals, but it's 2 inches shorter than the European muffler. So if you can imagine the European muffler being 2 inches longer with those internals, it is a little. It's not quite at 109, but it's quieter by quite a bit. And we've got it now, like even like for Europe, we can get down to like 110s and it's still got good performance. So like I'm really stoked. But we didn't really work hard on the pipe because I knew that was something that was going to, in my opinion, when you get it quieter, usually you lose power. So like it was a lot. We've got head pipes and mid pipes and mufflers and stuff everywhere, like to try to accomplish the goal we want. But I feel really confident we're there. So I feel good.
Is there a rider in the preseason that's impressed you a little bit? I mean, look, all your guys are really good. McAdoo had the red plate. Kitchen was winning races. Drew's fast. Is there a guy that, just for whatever reason popped out a little bit more than you would thought going in, like in the preseason?
Well, obviously, I think Levi looks really good. I think Cameron looks really good. Garrett's had really good lap times at the track too. What do you call it? Seth has just started. Hold on one second. Somebody's coming up.
Johnny Monison,
This is like this is actually like just talking to Mitch in the office. If you just
hold on one second.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. If you just go to.
I went in and talked to Mitch one time.
Yeah.
And I sat there for 5 minutes.
I want to look at it. Yeah.
Nothing was
Hold
said.
on.
Right. I was like, should I?
All right.
Should I go?
He's a very busy man.
Yeah.
But no, everybody looks good. So Seth has just started riding. So I haven't seen a lot because he wasn't even cleared to ride Supercross until the 30th. He got cleared. So he was riding outdoors and doing that. So that's one thing. And then Ty's been out here, and he looks really good. Maybe a little bit more. He's going to have to focus a little bit more on the whoops because he hasn't been quote the Supercross guy. But honestly, on the track, he has really surprised me. He's done some stuff on the track that no one else has done so far. So he looks really good too. I wouldn't say he's behind. It's just that you got to remember he's coming in, and then you're putting him in there against guys that have been out here riding already. So
sure.
I think they all look good.
I think the key to your team, when you look at it from the outside, McAdoo and Levi and Hammaker, if he can stay healthy, they're all proven to me. They're all going to be up there, win races, get on the podium. But Marchbanks, he's all over the place. Some of it's bad starts, maybe because of his size. Some of it's not this past year, but in times he's gotten rattled and made bad mistakes, and he kind of mentally maybe falls apart a little bit and makes mistake after mistake. It looked like he cured that this past year. But to me, Mitch, no rider on your squad sort of has a wider window of the best place finish and the worst place finish than Marchbanks to me. He can win, and then other times
he's won Daytona, and then all of a sudden okay, so that happened. And I'm like, holy crap, he beat Chase, and it was like a no-brainer. And then 2 weeks later, we're back to kind of where we were. So he did have a lot of up and down when he rode for me. But you know, I see him at the races and I watch him and stuff, and I think he goes for it. He's tough, and I like that. And I feel like there's a guy that I wanted another guy, and I'm like, I want to take a chance on Garrett again. Like, I like it. We got to see what we got. You know, if he brings it to the race, his size is always a little bit of a problem for the start, but his starts have been pretty damn good, and he's really happy with the bike. So, to be happy is good. So, I don't know. We'll see. I feel confident. I wouldn't have it, like I told him, I wouldn't have him here if I didn't think he could win.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he can. Other times he gets 7th, and I'm like, what happened? But like, you know,
it's rare that you see him get a good start and go back to 7th, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I think it's more like start based, and then he's up in 7th to 10th, and it's hard to move up. You know. So.
Right.
Yeah. And I think Skip could talk about this probably, but in the past, I know that sucks to talk about the past, but like it used to be, one of the races I have memorized in my head, I can't tell you what year. I think Jeremy was on a Yamaha and Ezra was on a Cowie, and they got, both of them, I don't know if they got tangled in the first turn, but they were like 14th.
Oh, this is Phoenix.
13th. I don't know, but I'm like, they're not going to win. And I start watching the race, and they're coming through the pack. And then I looked, and it's 10 laps to go, and I'm like, holy crap, they're in like 6th and 7th. And I think Jeremy won the race.
Well, yeah.
And he was in like, I can't even tell you, he was so far back, but anymore, it seems like our sport, I don't know if the bikes are there's more parity in the bikes, or the tracks are more familiar, or they practice more than they did, so like every track is easier. But I say indoor and outdoor is a lot start related, and I don't like that. I wished it was more like the old days.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Whoops are smaller, starting grades.
Oh yeah, no.
And I think too, now you can. I mean, obviously, testing, doing starts on the 4-strokes now. You're limited to how many you can do. The heat issues, the clutch issues. There's so many limitations on just being able to end your day and do 30 starts. I mean, that you can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Yep. And the greats have equalized the starts, right? Because if you got, quote, a bad rut, and you're working on it or whatever, and then I don't know, like it just seemed like it was very. But there was always, like for sure, always in the past, there's guys that always got good starts and guys that didn't and stuff like that. But it seems like it's more. I don't know. I wished it wasn't like that. I wished it was more to where if a guy was really good, he could come from 10th and win the race, because that's amazing for the fans to watch. It sucks if you're in 10th.
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
it does seem like you got to be in the top 3 a lot of times.
No.
Yeah. I think if you look at the starts now, when if the start finish is 3/4 of a lap or longer into the session of that start lap, 10th place could be damn near 6 seconds behind, and if you're only a half a second quicker, man, that's kind of tough to make that up, especially if your guy's out front and's got a clear track.
And then 9 whoops and all the stuff Paul mentioned.
Well, exactly, right? 9 whoops, no dragon backs, all these different variables. I mean, I was just at Mini-O's, and it feels like what Mitch is saying is very similar to Mini-O Supercross. And you can ask Ryan Holiday this. Ryan's watched so many races there. He has yet to see anybody in any class ever start outside the top 5 and win a moto on that track.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
And what Mitch is speaking to, start cross and greats and all these things, like you're taking away variables that separates people. And when there's a whole bunch of whoops, some people can go through them when others can't. And I don't love any of these changes at all.
And I agree with that. I think the 9 whoops thing is something that I feel like, and I think they're doing it, quote, for the safety of the rider, right? Because they had so many times in the past 3 or 4 years or 5 years or 6 years where guys are hurt and they're out, but it wasn't always the whoops that took them out. But then they see the B guys crashing and all that kind of stuff, and they're worried they can't do it and all these things. But I felt like the same thing. I felt like, man, that's an element to attack in. Like that's where you can get some work done. If you're behind a guy, you can get close to him and then wait for the whoops. And if they're long, fight your way through it, blitz them, figure some rhythm where you blitz, drop in, jump out, something. But now 9 is sometimes going to be, send it, jump in, and maybe jump to the last one, or I don't know. Like I feel like that's not going to be the element that it used to be.
No, for sure. Definitely helped Vial win that title last year, without a doubt.
100%.
But,
Yeah.
Hey, Skip, before we let Mitch go, Mike Hooker tells a really funny story of back in the day when you guys were all starting Team Peak and starting this Goliath that it became with all these championships and wins. He quit on Mitch one day. He got really mad. They got in a fight. He quit, and then he had to walk home because he forgot his truck keys, and he just stormed out of the shop, and then he had to come back.
Flip-flops, if he tells the story right. Yeah.
And then he had to go back and get his keys and apologize to Mitch and get back to work. What was your biggest blowout with Mitch over the years? What was your biggest one?
Oh, the first time we were on the road, I'd like to think that I was more of the responsible guys at the time that was on the road, and I came back with all the expenses that we had,
Yeah.
And I sat down, he goes, what are you trying to do, screw me here? And I go, well, I'm the only one that had a credit card that was paying for all the hotels. And but then Mom intervened, and that was the best thing that ever happened.
And then my mom intervened, and she says, well, the only problem I got with this is, and I think, and you got to remember, these guys are all young.
We're
and
kids.
They were like literally just on the road, got a box van. Half of them, he's telling you the truth. Nobody had a credit card, so you'd have to give a little money. Well, then the money's gone. Well, do you have a receipt? I lost it. My dog ate it. I'm like, oh my God. Well, then when I started looking at some of the receipts, they're low per diem, and the old way guys used to cheat was they would get gas and put everything on the gas card, and they'd eat at the gas station.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a minute, like, what? Jesus Christ, we got like this, that, everything at the gas station. I said, all right, let's break it down: gas, oil, and that stuff. Like, let's take some of that stuff off. But it was comedy because they were great guys. Like I you know what? Couldn't have made it without them, because and they'll tell you this. Like Skip, they used to go on the road, and when they went back east, remember Skip? They would go to your parents' house and camp out.
Yeah, we would try to have fun and try to cut corners and just.
That first year was 2 bikes in a van, right? There was 2 vans, 2 bikes out of each van, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So who'd you get paired with?
It bounced around a little bit, but it was Buell or Lammy usually.
And did you buy the vans from Factory Honda, or did you do them all up yourself?
No, we had to use vans.
I think one of them. Well, actually, maybe I did. Let's see. I bought Buell's van.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because he had a van, so that was one.
Hey, you're on the team. We'll buy your van.
Yeah, and I think.
And I might have bought 2 used Honda vans.
Yeah, mine was a Honda. Mine was an old Honda van.
Yeah.
The low version.
Listen, I'm old enough that I did the circuit in a box van with Red Dog in '99, with Nick Way in '02. I couldn't imagine sharing a box van with another mechanic and another bike and like building 2 bikes out of one van. Like, no thanks. Like, no, that's a lot.
That year we got to Bud's Creek. Skip will remember this. First of all, Honda told me after, I think, Supercross, we were out of parts. And they said, so you're going to have to pay for the parts for outdoors if you want to ride. So I talked to Gary Mathers, and I'm like, how can you do that? We won both coasts, and we're leading the outdoor championship. And he tells me, read your contract. I'm like, what does that mean? He goes, read it. He goes, it says Supercross and Select Nationals. If you don't want to go to all the Nationals, don't go.
Oh, no way. Really? That first year was Select Nationals. Yep. Oh, wow. Okay.
And I'm like, is this guy serious? We're leading the championship. And he's like, why don't you just pick 3 or 4 of them and do them and call it a day? And then, of course, I talked to all the guys, and they're like, is he serious? We can't do that. We got to race. And I'm like, we're going to race, but you guys got to help on parts a little bit, like kind of tone it down. But we got to Bud's Creek, and every set of cases, from popping the bearings in and out, and we'd put them back in, and they'd Loctite them, and they were every bike sounded like, or vibrated bad.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah.
And we would, like, I remember at Bud's Creek, I got there on, I think it was Friday or something like that afternoon, and it was late, and they were all out in the parking lot. Feel this one. I'm like, oh, that sucks. I'm like, do we have another motor? Yeah, but we've changed the bearings in that. So we put another motor in it, and that one's bad. And then Hooker was there. So then I tried to call around to some shops trying to find a motor if I could find, or cases. Couldn't find anything.
Yeah, we bought a couple bikes that year.
Yeah.
So me and Hooker took the rent-a-car, and I went to the shop, and I bought a Honda, and pulled the front wheel off or whatever and put it in the trunk. When we came back, we got a bike. And we actually we didn't split it. All we did was pull the top end off our bike and put it on a brand new bottom end, and that's what Lamson raced.
I was going to say, who got the brand new bottom end? Lamson did.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Imagine MXA back in the day. Well, I think it was Swink was leading. Imagine MXA. Brian Swink leading the points. Mitch Payton decided not to race round 4, so Brian lost the points lead. Yeah. I mean, right? That's basically what it would come down to.
Yeah, but we learned a lot. I mean, you by necessity, you learned, you can do maintenance. You can do some things to get some life out of the parts. And it was good. It was a good experience.
Well, and in those days, like, Skip was, like, splitting his motor every single weekend and putting main bearings in it. And I don't think a crank, right? But it was main bearings every week. And I'm like, we're like, dude, you got to stop. Like, so, like, and nowadays, even on the 4-strokes, like, you get into a rhythm of, like, the bike doesn't even really run that good the first week because everything's kind of tight, not settled. And then all of a sudden when it relaxes, then it runs really good. But then you're, like, afraid to run the part too long, so then you got to swap it out. But we learned a lot, and, like, honestly, like, I don't know, like, we all assume that's what everybody did, right?
Well, Mitch, I went to Yamaha. They don't want to touch their bikes at all. When I got to Yamaha as a factory mechanic, I was doing more work on Nick Way's Moto Triple X bike than we were doing at factory Yamaha. Like, as far as the time on the crank, the time on the bearings, the splitting. Bob Oliver is just like, yeah, man, you got 8 hours on that thing. And I'm like, what? Like, the Yamaha was all about just leave that thing alone. I did the linkage in Supercross. I used to grease the linkage every second week with Nick Way. Every second week. Break it down, grease it, pack it in. I got the Yamaha. They're like, yeah, man, 8 races in, put a whole new linkage on, leave it. I'm like, what? 8 races? They're like, yeah, it's greased. It's fine.
Never service it in 8 races?
Never service in 8 races. I mean, unless we had a mud race or something.
No sand sections or nothing?
Well, not back then, yeah. It was just.
How many times did you guys win back then?
Well, Chad Reed won quite a bit.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. But, yeah, it was just bizarre going to Yamaha. They were like, back it down on the work, kid. Don't need to do that.
And you learn to pick up signs. You can pull the primary cover off, and you can evaluate that side of the engine, and you can, there were signs that you would go, okay, this is going on, so we need to look deeper. But you learn to do things differently.
Yeah, or if you got kind of heavy on a clutch, you're like, okay, the clutch strains this, it strains the gear load, blah blah blah. You can kind of.
So, but it was experience that it was a phenomenal experience.
And so it was you, Buddy Morgan, Pete Steinbecker. No,
it was.
What's first year?
Skip, Wyatt Seals.
Oh, Wyatt, yeah.
And Buddy, it was just 3 of us.
And Buddy, because Buddy replaced. Remember, Fred Andrews' brother Joel.
Joel, yep.
Joel did it too, and then Joel stressed out because I think it was Gainesville. Lamson was leading. And his shock bolt wasn't tight or something like that, and he lost that moto. And he's like, "I can't do this." He goes, "It's too stressful." He's like, "I'm out." And then actually, believe it or not, this is a true story. So like, it was those 3, and then Hooker would fly in, and him and Lammy were buddies.
Yeah.
And then they would get. I think you guys would build the bike, and then he would just.
We would get as much prep as we could get done.
So you build another bike, 3 guys.
Yeah. So and Buddy would be, Buddy would kind of float as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was whatever had to get done.
Yeah.
Just got done.
Yeah. What a time.
And it wasn't even that uncommon because like back in that day, DGY had a team, and they were bare bone too. I think Suzuki was the only factory team, and then Chaparral had a team, and hell, Big B drove for them, and they rode in the truck and everything. Like because it was like everybody seems that we were cruel. Nobody had any money. Like it wasn't big money back then.
Yeah.
That was the big part about being able to. I mean, my parents opened up the farm. Everybody would pull in there and park and plug in, and I mean, everybody could save on hotel rooms and.
Yeah. One of the coolest things I have in the studio is Mitch gave me an original Peak team shirt that you guys wore, hanging up over there.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty unique thing to have.
I had a guy come in the brewery the other day with, remember the first cards, the playing cards that came out?
Yeah.
He had one of the Peak cards, came in, wanted to get it signed. That was kind of cool.
Yeah. No, it's pretty cool.
We were lucky because honestly, that was like it was a dream to do it that way. And like I said, like, believe it or not, I was offered the Yamaha 250 factory team the year before.
Oh.
From McCarty.
Yeah.
And I turned it down because I just didn't know if I was ready for it, because it was a lot of work and then I'd be gone from the shop and stuff. And I remember we sat down at Anaheim and I think it was Hooker, Bones, Jimmy Perry, and myself. And I said, dude, if I sign up for this, I mean, everybody's going to have to help. I mean, I don't even know what workload this is. Like we built, bikes for the Superbiker race once a year. We did bikes for Roger for the USGP in '90. We built 5 bikes and got the whole shop behind it. But like to do it every week in, week out, I'm like, I don't even know what this is going to take, and like we just did it. And like I said, if it wasn't for the guys we had, like Wyatt and Skip, they already kind of had a good grasp of it. Buddy was the service guy at the shop. Fred Andrews' brother Joel had been on the Nationals with him. And, like Hook was helping me. He was going to school, doing R&D, like building pipes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just kind of, to be honest with you, it was kind of a dream for everybody. And just everybody just had to make it work. And if it wasn't for that group of guys, it would have failed.
And just think about winning both championships.
Wanted it to fail.
You won both championships indoors. Outdoors, you were leading for a while, winning races. Yeah, it's just incredible effort out of the gate.
Burst onto the scene to do that is rare.
Yeah, like Mitch said, DGY was around, but they weren't winning. They weren't doing that.
And we had Skip can tell you this, but like the year before, HRC had a full bike, an HRC bike and anyway. So they brought that out and we got to test against it. We did have it at the shop. We weren't supposed to have it at the shop. Well, Dave Arnold said, pick it up. And then I said, so I drove down there and they said, you can't have this. I said, Dave said I can take it. So I took it and immediately get back to the shop and I'm like, pull it apart. Pull it apart. Degreed it out and checked some stuff. And honestly, it was an amazing, like that was what Bale and Kudrowski rode.
Right.
But it wasn't like, I'm like, I wouldn't have done it that way. And I'm like, so am I wrong? Because they're HRC.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably smarter than me, so I should probably just do it like them. And I'm like, no, I can't do it because they had a couple parts that I couldn't make, so I had a different idea of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the pipe didn't have very good bottom, and it really didn't have the good over rev, but it hit really hard or whatever. So pipes were my bag, so we built a couple pipes for it. And I remember we went to Honda Land. Cliff brought the HRC bike,
yeah,
and we brought ours, and Lamson and Jeremy rode it, and then they rode that one, and they came back. I'm like, are we all right? They're like, yeah, you don't need to bring that one anymore.
Cliff's so mad. Cliff is so mad at this point.
But it was also that single day really set the tone for the riders.
Right.
Because it set the tone for it set the tone for the team because we realized that all the work that, was being done was working.
Sure. Yeah, I can imagine being a rider and being like, well, I just rode the Bomb Ash amazing bike and ours is as good or better right now.
It was like, to them, it was like completely like hands down, you don't even need to bring it anymore. We're not going to ever compare against it.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, and it was, I was fortunate enough to have worked with Mitch and Bones and all those guys at Team Greenside because they did all the off-road stuff at that point. So there wasn't a confidence issue on my end, but we definitely needed to set the tone that we are as good as anybody out there. And that day really put us over the top, and it was.
That was at Honda Land? That was at Honda Land?
I think it was Honda Land, yeah.
Yeah, it was at
Honda. It was Honda Land. And for me, I was scared to death because I I built stuff for Yamaha and Suzuki, Honda, and everybody before.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of it was, well, no, I did Suzuki 125s. I built a lot of stuff for them. And then 89, I built all the factory Honda bikes. They tried all this stuff, and they said, we're running yours. And then, but to do the whole team, I'm like, fuck, man, what if I blow it? I said, and all I could think of was people are going to laugh at me. Like I said,
right.
That's going to piss me off. I'm like, because they're like, and then we go to the first race at Orlando. We never had a bike together. We had graphics, flat sheet stickers done by Throttle Jockey at that time. And we cut them out with scissors in the hotel room, and we're putting them together. We had gas tanks that were red, painted blue. We got the dream going, but it seems a little rough.
And we were light years ahead of all the reflective materials in our number plates, and not one photo from that night worked because they all had flashes.
Yeah.
It was nothing but starbursts in every picture we had from the night. It's like, oh,
so they
shit.
told us, you guys got to take those off. You can't run those. And then this was another one is Skip. Skip wasn't going East Coast, so we had this guy Omar build these awnings, and I couldn't run pop-ups. I thought it looked cheesy.
Mm-hmm.
So back in the day, we had a box fan, and I came from car racing, and I said, I want it to look like a semi, like with a straight out and then a down and a balance, So I didn't know if we had a sponsor, so I built one that said Honda on it, and then we got Peak, and then we built that, and then Skip there. And believe it or not, the guy built two awnings, and none of the poles would fit each other. So it had to get marked. So Skip had to put both together and mark them. But Skip didn't go to the first race.
Oh, shit.
Oops.
Tried to make.
And we still have a picture upstairs of everybody trying to put this awning together, and it was like, I don't know, what does this mean? And I think I had one of those big bricks, and I'm trying to call Skip, can't get a hold of him. and then Wyatt, I remember Wyatt popped off and said, do, 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 like a circus.
Yeah.
And I got everybody together, and I was embarrassed myself, and I got everybody together, and I said, I don't care what the fuck it takes. You guys better get this fucking awning together, and you got 10 minutes.
But we had everything. We had everything labeled, and somebody unloaded or something and mixed
it all
everything up.
Yeah,
Something
right.
really, really minute happened, and it just messed everything up.
And then,
when we got it all together, every factory team came over and said,
"Badass!
That's awesome.
Yep,
that looks really
cool."
sick." Yeah. And I was stoked, but I was like, I'm to the point I'm ready to scream, but I can't scream because everybody's looking at me, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
And we didn't have cell phones back then, so you couldn't call me up and go, "What the hell are you thinking? Where's your, all this shit." So,
damn.
I think I had one of those big bricks, but that thing worked half the time. Like trying to call California from Florida, and that probably didn't go.
Yeah. Well, come a long way from there. A lot of number plates on that door.
Yes, there are.
Yeah.
Tell you the top three things in my motorcycle life is going upstairs.
Yeah.
When we went upstairs that one day.
Right.
There's so much stuff up there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I could be up there for 3 days, and just look at everything,
Yeah. We had Skip came down one night, and I think maybe even Jeremy was here. We went up front, and we're looking at those old Peak bikes, and honestly, we thought they were works of art.
Oh man!
And we're like, oh my God, look at this! Look how skinny the pegs are.
Yeah.
And all these things, and remember, Skip, we bought titanium bolts from Keith Biddle.
Yes.
Oh, Biddle bolts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Biddle bolts.
Biddle bolts.
And we're waiting for him. It's the first race, and he goes, "I'll try to bring him." I'm like, "Our bike's put together," and he would bring half of them, and we're like, "Oh my God."
Now you got Chuck.
Yeah.
It's the same.
Well, thanks, Mitch. Thanks for the walk down memory lane. I really appreciate it. We got.
Hey, and I gotta before we hang up,
yeah.
I gotta give Paul credit.
Okay.
Because Renthal, so their product is phenomenal.
Right.
And when Paul went over there, I had kids on P-dubs and 50s and stuff like that, and I'm like, dude, you got to put the hard ends on the grips. And so that was my first discovery, right? And then he's like, we're doing that. And when they did that, if you fell down, the grip didn't just rip, and then dirt's getting under the, it's a pain in the ass, and you're in the garage and changing grips on a mini bike. Kids are watching you. What are you doing? Like, let's go ride. So that was one. And then the lock-ons. Lock-ons are phenomenal because you don't have to be some genius to know how to safety wire and all the, the glue stuff and all that stuff. And I'm so happy they're going to do this. And, like, it's going to take them to another level. And I'm stoked they're doing it because, for me, like, to have kids riding, like, it's sick. Like, it's like going fishing and having somebody put a worm on your hook.
That's fucking awesome.
Well, Mitch, I mean, when it comes to putting grips on, I mean, there's 3 elite mechanics in this studio right now, so we didn't have a problem with the glue and the wire because we're elite, right?
Hey, whatever happened to? That's a good question, Skip. In the beginning, didn't they used to use spray paint?
Yeah, because I remember we had at the beginning the first grips we got when we were testing the grips, they were all clear. Because they were working on compounds and they didn't have any of the dyes or anything.
Yeah.
And we were going through all kind of stuff because, it was always, put a little paint or whatever, but we go to put some paint in the grip and the bottom of the grip melted off because they were so tacky and soft.
Yeah.
So that whole transition of how we could adhere some of these grips because the compounds were so unique that nobody'd ever seen anything like this. We struggled with different types of glues to put on, and man, we were trying everything to get these things to develop them because the guys fell in love with them instantly, and it's like, okay, now we got to figure out how to put them on and get them to use them on a regular basis. But that whole time frame was really cool.
Figuring that out, yeah.
I had fans come up to me and they said, you know what you got to do to stop the end of the grip from blowing out? I'm like, can't wait to hear this. I don't remember if it was a penny or a nickel, and you put it in the end of the grip.
Yeah, yeah, that was an old trick.
I put a penny into the grip, and then the glue won't. I don't know. Like, and I'm like.
And now we've learned it's just the dye and the paint.
Yeah.
You can use clear spray paint. You just can't use a colored spray paint.
Interesting. Yeah.
Well, and you didn't make grip glue, so then everybody bought super glue, and then if you weren't very fast with it, your grip is stuck halfway on, and you're like, holy shit. So, like it's came a long way, and they've done a great job, and so like I applaud them for doing it.
No, it's really cool. Like I said this earlier in our interview that you're going to hear tonight, like no grips were gray. They were never gray. No one thought of gray grips, and then Renthal's like, yeah, let's do gray grips, and they made such an impact in such a market. Then everyone else was making gray grips.
Correct.
And it's like, why? Because you want to be like Renthal. You want to make gray grips like Renthal. And Rees Williams and Paul Taylor tell us on the interview we did on why the grips are gray. So, interesting.
I honestly thought they did it because a lot of works parts were aluminum and gray. Like, and if you had a black grip, it was just production.
Black looks heavy too, right?
Yeah, it looks heavy. Yeah.
And when I saw that gray grip, I'm like, oh, we need those. Because, like, honestly, a factory guy is not going to run a neon green grip, right?
No, definitely not.
He's not. He's like, nope. Different color grips.
Yeah. Thanks, Mitch. Thanks for coming on.
Right.
Appreciate it as always, and we'll see you in a couple weeks, man. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch.
All right, we'll see you guys.
See you, Mitch.
Take care, Mitch. Thank you.
That's Mitch Payton, everybody from Monster Energy Pro Circuit. Guy who knows a thing or two about winning. Absolutely. All right, we got a couple calls. We're going to go to commercial break here. We do have Chase on one about bar bends. Chase, what's up, man? What's your question about bar bends?
Yeah, so question. I figured to call with the the tester and all the mechanics on. I was just curious what you guys looked for, I guess, or how you made the decision when it was time to try a different bar bend. Growing up, when I raced, it was just whatever my dad put on the bike, which was probably whatever came from the factory, So, and then when we bent a bar, it was just, let's pick, RCs or whoever's. There was no thought about it. So what do you guys do? Like when you're going that route?
Well, for me as a mechanic with riders, myself, it doesn't matter. I ride with whatever, like 971 or 822 stocks Yamaha or whatever, 862 or whatever. But when I was looking at it, I had a few riders with wrist problems over the years. So it's like, okay, my wrist is hurting. I'm sore. What do I do? Okay, well, let's try to sweep. Like, look at the sweep. Look where that's at. And adjust the bars to try to make it easier on where you put your sort of palms and make it easier on the wrist. Now, in my experience, that never really worked. I never had a rider be like, oh, this is so much better. But that's what we were looking to try to change for riders. Didn't make a hell of a lot of difference, but that's kind of what I did as a mechanic. Chris, what about?
Yeah, like when I was growing up, my dad just got Sierra High. Sierra High was the bend. Like everyone went Sierra High bend, right? So like that evolved, and I think dirt bikes have evolved where the measurements, you know, from the head stays and all those dimensions got different over time. And then when you sat on a bike, one felt higher than the other. And just for me, for example, like if I go too high on a bar, I can't corner well and I can't put enough pressure on the front end to get bite. So I need to have a lower bend bar to get front end bite, but yet when I stand up, it's too low. So you got to find that happy medium where, hey, I can corner well, it keeps my posture, my elbows up, and then when I stand up, it's not so low. So the trend nowadays, if you go around the Supercross pits, is they get the height from the bar mount and they run a lower height bar. And then some guys, depending on height and how tall they are, is how much sweep they run. Most of the guys don't like a lot of sweep. They like more of a straighter, flatter bar. But then if you go too flat, too straight, then it's difficult to corner and put your wrist in an awkward position when you turn. So I guess it just depends on what you feel like. And for me, nowadays, I have a measurement that I kind of like, and I try to stick with that, and that works pretty much on 90% of all the OEM bikes out there.
Yeah, we had to hang up with Chase, but Paul, what about you for?
To me, I start with just sitting on the motorcycle and seeing where naturally my hands go. I like then looking at a picture of myself riding with that same handlebar and see how I look on the bike. If I'm too stretched out or too narrow, that helps you a lot with width. And like Kris said, you stand up, you sit down. But now, we make it a lot easier nowadays in 2024 where you can take a baseline handlebar. Say you buy a KX 450F, right? And it comes with an 839 Renthal. You can now put that handlebar bend into our tool on our website, and it'll draw the handlebar for you. And now you can go ride your bike, see what you feel like. Man, I feel like I'm too high here when I'm sitting, the bar feels too high. So now you can go into there and you could pick a handlebar that's just a bit lower and compare it to the bar that's on your bike. So it's never been easier to find the right bend. I can tell you one thing: going into a store and picking up a handlebar and doing this on the showroom floor ain't it.
You can't look at
you can't do that. So and Kris was speaking to width earlier. You don't want to be too wide. You don't want to be too narrow because you won't have any leverage, and you'll get head shake everywhere. So handlebars are always going to be personal preference, always, in my opinion. But
for myself, sorry.
But there's just a range that you have to stick within, and then from there you find
for myself,
what's best
I've run every handlebar ever right in the center of the bar mounts. Crossbar or zero, you know what I mean? Just center of bar mounts. I don't know, just something I've always done my whole life. Just
we
start
there.
Yeah,
there's so that I go back to working with Renthal, obviously, and somewhere around 94ish, we had a project that we were doing. We were trying to get more stroke coming through the forks. So we were playing with diameters, playing with stroke, fork lengths. We were playing with a lot of different things, and so reached out to Renthal and said, hey, we really want to evaluate just this component, and I need to get like 6 handlebars made based off of stroke, where we were at, so his hands and the guy's hands never moved. Everything underneath of them would change. So physically, when they're sitting on the bike, nothing changed, but everything changed, and it gave us an opportunity to truly evaluate what the parts were doing as opposed to having to adapt to a different riding position.
New position.
And we ended up coming out with a bunch of bar bends that I think some of them are still in the marketplace. And it was kind of cool. I remember one time they used to do the ads on the back of the magazines of the championships and the different bar bends. And we're like, okay, yep, those all came from that day.
It
was kind of cool. But we had a partner that could make a product to do exactly that.
Right.
And to now that's totally developed into the whole chart and system and how everything works. It's an amazing tool, their online tool, the fitment tool.
And that's honestly why we get so many competitors copying our bar bends. And I know this is a question Kris has, is how do we develop bar bends? And it comes from stories like this, working with factory teams for over 30 years, and whatever it takes to meet their needs. sometimes ends up in becoming a new bend that we create for the consumer.
Yeah. All right, 702-586-PULP. We got a few people on hold. We'll get back to you after commercial break. But Jeremy McGrath still coming up, and also, too, an interview with Rees Williams and Paul Taylor from Renthal. Rees has been there for over 20 years in a pretty higher position, and then Paul's an engineer for
yeah,
Renthal
Rees
as well.
is our general manager, and Paul's our director of engineering.
Yeah, so you and I got on the line, talked to them earlier about some of the lock-on product and some of the other product history as well. But for now, before we go to commercial break, let's take a look. Renthal has launched the lock-on grip. That's why Paul's here, and we're giving some away. We got a video, the launch videos on our screen here now, and let's watch that.
The wait is finally over. Introducing Renthal Motocross Lock-On Grips, the latest evolution in our championship-winning grip technology. Years of meticulous development have led to a product that's not just another lock-on grip. It's the most versatile and innovative solution on the market. Designed to fit any aftermarket handlebar without modification, while retaining full clamping force, a feature only Renthal can claim. At Renthal, we don't rush. We refine. Every product is crafted to meet the demands of grassroots riders and top-level champions alike. Our lock-on system is the ultimate blend of durability, performance, and ease of use. Available in our most popular compounds, soft, medium, aramid, and ultra tacky, and grip patterns like full diamond, half waffle, and tapered. With our unique twin split collar design, installation is quick and seamless. Unlike competitor grips, Renthal lock-ons do not require modification to an aftermarket handlebar. Our simple cam alignment ensures precise fit and professional-grade alignment every time, while the industry-standard octagonal throttle cams provide smooth, reliable action. Each grip set includes multiple cams to fit a wide range of 2- and 4-stroke motorcycles. Built tough, our Tough End Tech end caps, borrowed from our Comfort Grip range, minimize damage during crashes, ensuring you finish your ride without failure. The Renthal Motocross Lock-On Grips, engineered for champions, built for everyone. Experience the difference today.
There we go. Available now. It's pretty cool. So we're going to go to commercial break here.
For everyone. Experience the difference today.
And then you can still experience the difference again. Again, earlier today, Rees Williams and Paul Taylor from Renthal jumped on a call with us to talk about some of the history behind Renthal, some of the innovations, some of the product as well. So we're going to listen to that interview, we're going to commercial break, and then we'll be back. Jeremy McGrath will come on. We got the X-Brand goggle tear-offs. I got my Race Tech rant. Got motorsport tweets as well. We got a contest, a grip contest coming up. Hope you gentlemen are ready for that. Lots more coming on. And Kris, you and Paul are leaving tomorrow morning.
We're leaving.
Going to UK. So we're going to talk a little bit about that as well.
Yep.
Madaglia's got some questions that he needs answered.
Some good text messages between him and I.
Yeah. Tits, how's that tomahawk, by the way?
Oh, I can barely wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Chris, all right.
or
we have our own steaks.
Yeah.
I almost ordered a tomahawk, but I was kind of guilted into not spending that much money on it.
Let's just try not to be you all the time.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, go to listen to this listen to this interview that we did. A couple of really interesting guys over there talking about the history of Renthal, and we'll be right back after this interview and the commercial break. Thanks for watching and listening. Be back after this. Okay, next up here on the PulpMX show, we're really pleased and proud to bring a couple of guys over on the line from the UK that directly work at Renthal and are part of all of these innovations that we've been talking about tonight on the show, including the brand new lock-on grip. Rees Williams and Paul Taylor. What's up, guys? How are you?
Good evening. How you doing?
Good evening.
Thanks for joining us. This is awesome. Really, really stoked to see you. And, of course, we've been talking about Keefer's visit as well. Rees, I've met you a bunch of times. Are you ready for Keefer and his endless bar questions?
Yes. If there's one thing we can answer, it's handlebar questions. So we're ready for him. Yeah, that's kind of our specialist subject over here, Steve.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good point. I hope to get some updates on Keefer's visit. But, hey, for now, obviously we're talking about the lock-on grip tonight and Renthal bring it in. But, Rees, this is a market that's been really growing over the years, and Renthal hasn't jumped into it, and Paul's talked a little bit about it, but give us the whys and hows and everything else now from Renthal's point of view for the new lock-on.
Well, I guess we could see advantages for the lock-on grip, but we could equally see a lot of advantages that remained with the glue-on style grip. It has the most amount of soft material in it, so it's the best performing from a comfort point of view and a rider tactile point of view. It's also kind of a still cost-effective way of gripping the handlebar, and also it is truly universal. So there were a lot of things we were reluctant to let go. So we monitored the situation for quite some time to see if the market would really go for it. Clearly, customers do love the lock-on grip. It brings a real added benefit of ease of use. But then when we got into actually testing them for ourselves, we found a few challenges with actually fitting some of the grips on the market and then have them actually sort of lock in place. So we took our time with it to check the market was there, and also then when we did launch something, to try and have something that actually worked as well as we wanted it to. So yeah, it took us a while, but hopefully the product we're bringing to market really answers those questions.
Yeah, it should be exciting for people who are fans of Renthal, who, you guys are such an iconic company, been around for so long, that, I guess another thing to think about too is like what Paul was saying. You guys aren't going to launch something unless you do it right, unless you do all the research and all the homework. It's almost like measure twice, cut once, Rees.
Yeah, we're not known for being the fastest to market, but we generally like pride ourselves in when we do launch something that it works well, and exactly that that philosophy there. And it was the same with this project. We identified things we wanted to improve, and we had to come up with some unique design methods to kind of solve those for ourselves. And unfortunately, that takes a bit of time, and we're willing to take that time. But we have had complaints from customers. We see it in our social media about when can I get this style I love in lock-on, etc. So we've been seeing that. We've been we wish we could have come out sooner, but we wanted to have the part that worked well.
Yeah,
and we just had to take the time. That was simple as that, really. So
yeah, no, absolutely. And Paul, how long have you been at Renthal for?
I've been at Renthal for about 12 years now. I started off as a R&D engineer, and then worked in production engineering for a little while, and then moved into my role as the engineering director.
Nice. And Rees, how about you? How long have you been at Renthal for?
Oh, about 20 years now.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
Whole working career, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, and we're working on a podcast with Henry, Paul, right? We're working on him. It's
and what I think is really cool is you just heard how long Rees has been there, how long Paul Taylor's been there. Yeah. I think when Kris comes over and we show him the factory and he starts to meet some of the people that we have working there, he's going to see that kind of through the entire company. Like, we have so many people that have been there forever, and we have families working in there, right? We have like a mother and a daughter whose husband and fiance, I think, are in the back in the factory, right? So it's a really, really good place to work, and people stay there for a long time. And yeah, it goes to show how Renthal is as a company. You can look at it and see in our employees how everyone stays there for so long and enjoys working at Renthal.
Now we
hand out a lot of 20-year and 30-year service awards in our staff presentations, which we're proud to do. So yeah, it's great to do that.
No, that's awesome, and it's such a great, like I said, iconic company. Like, in my talk about Renthal, and they've been on the shows for a number of years, like, Factory Honda went to Renthal in 1986, and they've just never, ever had another handlebar. Kawasaki went in the early 90s, and they've never, ever had another handlebar. Rees, for you, 20-plus years, like, to have brands like KTM and Honda and Kawasaki racing at the highest levels, I mean, you guys have 18 million championships. It's got to feel pretty good that these teams, like, I'm sure Honda doesn't even shop. You know what I mean? Honda doesn't take bids for handlebar company for the racing because they want the best, right? And it's got to make you guys feel pretty good over there.
Yeah, we're very proud about it. We pride ourselves in the racing and working with these teams, and for a lot of us, we're fans of the sport too. I've grown up riding motorcycles, and to be working with the guys at Factory Honda and that is just it's great, isn't it? It's what you've always dreamed of doing. So yeah, we're very proud to work with the teams, and we also take a very long-term attitude as a business. We rarely do anything that's going to give us a short-term gain of 1 or 2 years. It doesn't really sort of enter our minds, really. We think of the long term, and once you start with a team like Factory Honda or Factory Kawasaki, why would you want to stop it, really? So you just do everything you can to continue on working with them. Yeah, and hopefully that works out from their side too.
How many times, Rees, do you and Paul get into like virtual Zoom call arguments or anything else over race teams and riders and everything? I mean, is there a lot of like push and pull between you guys? Because obviously, Paul, you're the U.S. contact.
Yeah.
You have long history in the handlebar market. Rees is, a higher up at Renthal. So how much do you guys battle over that?
I don't know. Maybe Rees can answer that. I think I communicate well with Rees, but I very much try to embody what Renthal is and what Rees is speaking to, and as far as being a long-term partner. I think we give the best service in our segment for the type of brand, who we are, to race teams. I don't think any other brand can compete with the service that we give to race teams and the priority that we put on racing for them, right? So we are obviously a company that we need to sell handlebars, we need to make money, but we will do whatever it takes to make our riders and our race teams happy so they can get the result that they're looking for, because we want that same result too.
So Rees, how much is it push and pull with Perebijnos here?
I don't think there is much push and pull about it. I think we always, we're always on the same page and wanting to work with the teams. I think it's more debates within it, the smaller bits, how much product are we going to budget to give away this year and that kind of thing. It's the smaller details on the bigger picture of, working with these teams that you list. There's never really much debate, really. We've always tried to do it, but everyone's budget's got a limit to it. So there's certain teams that we don't work with, and there's a limit to everything. But for the most part, we're on. The whole company's on the same page around the sponsorship we do.
Because Triumph came in and they went to you guys and dealt with you guys, and then Ducati's coming in. I'm sure there's going to be a phone call, or if the deal's not even done already, and there's things like budgets and. Yeah. That's a real thing. Like, hey, we can't keep helping everybody, right? We got Beta coming on board, So I always wonder if what the arguments are like in the back room for sponsoring teams.
I mean, we absolutely wish we could sponsor everybody, but as Rees mentioned, there is budgets, and budgets are a reflection of sales, and so really we try to partner with the teams that we think are going to be here long term, that are always going to be championship contenders, that are good partners to us on the OE side as well. Just long-term deals, really, because I think if you jump around from team to team, you really don't get the value out of your investment.
Paul, question for you. Now, obviously in the oversized handlebar market, you have the Renthal Twin Wall that came out like, I don't know, 99?
98, 99 maybe?
98, 99. The Twin Wall.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and that was a massive step forward. When that thing debuted with McGrath, it was like just mind-blowing. And then the Fat Bar, of course, the bar with no crossbar. And then you have the Fat Bar 36 as well that came out a couple of years ago. From an engineering point of view, Paul, can you talk about the differences a little bit between those three and what sort of what you're looking for if you're a rider, what you're going to get out of those three different types of oversized bar?
So with the twin wall, that's supposed to be our sort of ultimate strong and stiff handlebar, but there is an additional weight to that product. And then if you're interested in sort of the overall lightweight handlebar with the strength, you would choose the 28.5mm fat bar. And then the idea with the Fat Bar 36 was to have the same the same stiffness and strength as the current Fat Bar, but be a lot lighter. So that's sort of for the lightweight racer person.
And the Fat Bar 36, I guess, and anybody can take this. We haven't seen it adapted by the teams probably as much as you guys would like. Is that coming down the road a little more? Like, what's the process? And again, there's so much success with Fat Bar or twin wall bars by these teams. I think there's some hesitancy to even change and try anything, right? Because why change something that works perfect? But do we think the Fat Bar 36 is working on some more teams?
Well, the direction for the Fat Bar 36 was delivered came a lot from the race teams because they're constantly pushing us for weight reduction. So that was the concept of the bar, and I think it will find its way onto more teams. It's been a huge challenging project for us to manufacture that bar and get it out, and also we're in constant development for it. So I think we've been learning a lot with working with teams in the background. And I think you will see the result of that in some product improvements down the line, and also increased team usage, because it's really designed as a race bar to be used at the highest level. And I think that's where we'll eventually see it. It was really our next step forward. You talk about the twin wall coming on and replacing the 7/8 bar. really our next replacement for those bars, which are now the 28.6 millimeter becoming more the standard diameter.
Mm-hmm.
So this is really our future and the next level for a racing and premium handlebar, really.
I can't wait to find out Keefer's experience, because Keefer and Paul go back and forth on crossbar or no crossbar. But Paul, when it comes to racers and teams, like I think, like you look at Mitch Payton's squad, I think we're seeing more riders switch over to a fat bar, no crossbar, right? And I often just wonder, like, so for myself, just overweight vet B rider, Paul, I feel like with no crossbar, the fat bar is more comfortable. It's not as stiff. I don't feel it in my arms. I don't get arm pump. I don't feel it in the hands. And so I feel like, just from a total like point of view of on my seat, no science involved. I'll throw this to Paul at Renthal. Do you think, Paul, as an engineer guy, do you understand the switch to the fat bars, or is this just these riders, that's the trend, and these riders are following a trend?
No, if you look at the stiffness data, the 28.6 fat bar isn't as stiff as the twin wall, so it will definitely feel more flex as you're riding with that bar. And
then Paul Perebijnos, from your feedback from talking to riders and teams, and this is just a layman question, like, isn't that just always going to be a better thing? Like, where would more flex be bad for a racer?
I mean, I think it depends what kind of racing and riding you're doing. Some riders do not like any flex in their bar. Jeffrey Hurlings is the perfect example.
Okay.
A guy that grew up in the sand, that doesn't have a lot of feedback through the hands because of what he grew up riding, the surface he grew up riding,
okay,
right? So
yep.
I think Jeffrey has just become accustomed to the precise feeling of twin wall.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, Jeffrey crashed a lot. He doesn't so much anymore. But as Paul alluded to earlier, if you hit the ground a lot, or you just want to get the most of your money, the twin wall is the best bang for your buck, because that bar is the strongest handlebar on the planet. So really it just depends on personal preference. Yeah, I would say a lot of the trend is going towards fat bar, but that could have to do with chassis and all kinds of things, right? And the surface that we're all riding on. Just the different comments that we get on fat bar versus twin wall, and even versus fat bar 36 from the different riders. It all varies based on the discipline and the surface they're riding on. So Supercross comments are different than the comments we get from MXGP guys in Lommel.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking about the other 95% of racers in the world, like me.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to feel it in my hands, right?
Well, yeah, and I agree with you, but there's also that same large percent of riders, I think, that for some reason, looking down at that thicker, square fat bar pad on a fat bar without a crossbar is foreign to them. I know I'm that type of person. Maybe it's my age group, but I grew up staring at a crossbar. Mitch Payton, he says the same thing. Motocross bikes have crossbars. So a handlebar is such a personal preference item. Yes, there's plenty of science behind it, but everyone rides and interprets their surface and their motorcycle differently, and I think that's why we have so many options.
Yeah. Rees, for you, Henry Rosenthal and Andrew Renshaw started at 1969 Renthal way back in the day. Andrew has since passed on. Henry is still there working away at Renthal. Rees, again, I don't know if you know this for sure, but like, how did Honda, so Renthal was on David Thorpe's bike for a while, UK rider, UK brand, all of that. How did the bars get on like Ricky Johnson and David Bailey's bike? How did Henry figure that one out and get that working?
I think it was actually originally from team managers moving from the GP team back to the US within Honda, and people trying the bar that they were using over in the GPs, or that relationship of what are they doing over there? Can we try it over here? And that's how it originally started.
Okay.
So that first request came in, I think, it was from Rick Johnson. It wasn't the entire team at the time, I don't believe. It wasn't on an one-rider basis, which is Ricky Johnson wanted to test it and try it, and liked it. And then gradually from there, the whole team have used it, and it's carried on that way ever since. But it was really, I think, just Ricky seeing what was going on in the GPs.
And then, do you know the history on? And this is one of my reasons that I point to Renthal being such an iconic company, is when I was a kid, they came out with grips. No one had made gray grips. Like, that was just dumb. Who makes gray grips?
Right, they were red, they were blue.
Yeah. So Renthal, probably Henry and Andrew wanting to stand out, decide to make their grips gray. And then nothing says iconic company like other brands coming out with grips and making them gray, based on the success of Renthal. Do you ever get the story, Rees or Paul, on why the gray grips and how that worked?
Yeah, I mean, one, Renthal isn't afraid of being different. If you go back to the start of the company, we were founded by having aluminium handlebars in a world where everyone wants steel. I mean, it's hard for us to imagine these days, but that's right, where the world was at the time. And so at the time, everyone wanted colored grips, red, blue, etc. But Henry found there was like a performance difference. His father was an actually industrial chemist and was really into the compounds of the material. And he felt that like the more color you added would actually impact the feel of the grip. So they really wanted the grip to be like a clear color to begin with. But back in the day when they looked at that, they thought it looked a bit like, Henry says it looks like urine, but it looks like pee or whatever you want to call it. The color wasn't attractive. So they then looked at what was the least amount of color you could add to it and still get the performance. And that's where they got to with gray. So the shades of gray are higher performing than the color. That's the history to it. And then, of course, it fitted in with Renthal. They weren't afraid of having something different to the market. And while everyone was worried about colors, we had grip the technology, and it was all about the how the grip felt rather than how it looked on the bike.
Oh, see, yeah, I just assumed it was like, let's stand out and make them gray, but no, they're tackier. They work better.
Yeah. And I think Paul Taylor can answer this, or correct me if I'm wrong, but I think grip material starts out clear or white even, and you have to add chips to it to make it a color, which obviously affects the composition of the material. Or I'll let you answer, Paul.
Yes, you add master batch to them. The only one we don't add anything at all is our aramid grip. That's the natural colour of the aramid. But the other ones, as Rees was saying, the more the colour that you add, the more it will influence the feel of the grip.
So what's the most popular grip? What do everybody like? I mean, to me, I was a pro mechanic for a while, and then I'm around the pro pits. It just seems soft, half.
I would say, Geo 86 soft half waffle is incredibly popular in the pro paddock, but I think as a company, sales-wise, our aramid grips are up there. And I know Rees has a story behind these, because if you look at them, they do look like urine.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Rees can elaborate on some of the pushback that the market got and our distributors got when Renthal came out with our aramid grip.
Yeah, for sure. When we first showed them to our customers, our distributors worldwide, they were not impressed with the color we'd come out with. They thought they looked dreadful. But from our point of view, we thought, well, we've got something in this grip that's an aramid that increases the durability of the grip. But if we can't see that, how do you explain to people it's got this aramid in? So we were very keen to leave the original color of it. So if you actually look at it closely, you can see the little flecks, which is actually the aramid material. And our philosophy was just to go with the technical advantage of it. And by the time, at the time it was Ryan Villapoto using the grips, we thought, well, by the time he's winning with them, then that'll make it fashionable. And that we always just believe in go with the technical benefit, and then there's the marketing team's job and our brand to try and make them attractive, and that's what we've always done. So sometimes to better success than others, but mainly we just fall back on the technical argument of the product.
Yeah, so we don't need to give RV any more confidence. He already has plenty of that.
Yeah.
But he played a very large role in the success of our aramid grip because the guy just kept winning every weekend.
Yeah.
Like this was when he was young on a 250F. That's right when this grip came out.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Was there a product, one of you from England can answer, that Andrew and Henry, like, obviously you came up with the bar, right? It's the aluminum bar, like you said, unbelievable back in the day. Like, people couldn't figure it out. But was there a product, and maybe it was a twin wall, I'm thinking, that really shot this company's sales and sort of worldwide impact up a lot? Was it the twin wall, or was it something before then, or?
Well, if you really went in the history, I suppose Henry would say it was probably having a handlebar in the motocross market, because they started in trials, which was a pretty motorcycle trials, which although more popular in the UK, is still pretty niche. So the first one would be a motocross handlebar. And then, I think the most, probably the most unique product we had then was the twin wall, which really stood us apart and really became, still today one of our most popular products in the aftermarket. We sell a load of those still, so that really really did a good job for us.
Also, too, I was a mechanic back then, and when you guys came out with the shiny crossbar pad, and at first it was only available to factory riders. So I was a greasy privateer mechanic. We had the cloth bar pads, which you guys brought them back, by the way. Good job on that. Funny how everything like old becomes new again, right? But I remember going up to Jeremy Albrecht and being like, because I was working for a Kawasaki rider. I'm like, J-Bone, what do I got? I need a shiny bar pad. Like, what do I got to do? You got takeoffs? He's like, nope. Can't give these out. Like we're strict instructions, factory bikes only. And I'm like, Jabo, come on. And I got one, like backdoor after hounding him for weeks. And I felt so cool.
Made your guy go around the track faster.
Look at me. I'm national number 89, and I got a shiny bar pad.
Yep.
We're not making mains, but I got a shiny bar pad.
Right, but I look sick when I drive through the pits to tech.
Right. So it just goes to show you, like, Rees, just things like that, that even back then it was like, what the fuck is that? A shiny crossbar pad?
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen that most recently, I guess, with Purple product. That's been the latest must-have thing. But it's amazing how the fashions also come around. As you say, Purple came back, and now cloth bar pads have been the thing. When everyone wanted, PVC ones back in the day.
And now we're doing the same thing with our clean grips, right? So our grip covers for the last decade, we've been making custom shiny materialed grip covers for our factory race teams. And then I think it was last month, we finally released those to the public. So now the public can buy that same factory grip cover that you see on Jet's bike or a Pro Circuit Kawasaki or a KTM. You can buy that too and have that same exact. All the colors are available now. It's not just the cloth corporate colored grip cover that now that we offer.
Yeah, it's funny because when Purple came out back in the day, I was like, whatever, I think I wrote Hondas. I'm like, I'm not putting a purple bar and then I've never had a contest be more popular, Rees, than the purple bar contest from 2 years ago when you guys put them out a limited edition. It was unbelievable, the entries and the DMs I was getting for purple bars. It's just nuts.
I mean, we launched those as a limited edition, and we've basically been bullied into now doing a sort of annual runs on them because they, just to try and meet the demand that people who are adamant they have to have purple. So, I guess we're all about it. The 90s influences are back, and if people want purple, we'll give them purple.
It's just funny like that. Another thing too, Paul Taylor. Renthal came out with, and I don't know who figured this out or who designed it or who first did it, but like the grooves on the rear sprocket, like the self-cleaning grooves, like that had never come out. No one did that. Talk about that a little bit, Paul. I know it was before your time, but that's sort of something else that people have tried to copy over the years.
Yes, that was before my time. I imagine Andrew will have done that. But it's a groove that we put into the base of the tooth so it doesn't increase the wear of the sprocket, because that's not where the chain applies the load. And then if you're on a particularly muddy track, any mud between the chain and the sprocket will be evacuated out of the grooves to keep your chain clean, stop the chain leaving the sprocket when you're riding along, reduce the chance of your chain derailing.
Yeah, just things like that. When it dropped, when that first came out, you're like, holy shit, good idea.
And again, it's just another example to the people inside that building and our attention to detail and the desire to make the best product possible. So, Rees spoke about it earlier. We've never been the quickest to market, but I've been a fan of Renthal, and I rode for Renthal when I was a kid. But you just know when you put a Renthal product on your bike that you can trust it, which is nice when you're riding motorcycles and going really fast and jumping jumps.
Paul, I don't know if this applies to you or not in your engineering background, but is there a race team or a rider? And maybe Perebijnos can answer this, or Rees, anybody, but is there a race team or a rider that's the most demanding on product and bars? And can we do this, or what about this, or, this or that? Is there?
I'll let those guys talk, or you guys go.
Probably best with individual ones.
I don't know who it is at the moment. We've certainly had very particular guys over the years, and it might be very specific requirements on the shape of a bar that's a millimeter different or 1 degrees different. Fortunately, we're set up to deal with that. So the beauty of having our own manufacturing facility here. We can tweak those sorts of things for the riders, and we can make them and satisfy them. I think that's part of the reason why we've been with some of these teams so long, is when the rider's there in the workshop giving like a load of grief to have a certain type of bar, we can take that problem away for the race team and supply them something that solves it. That's been one of our advantages over the years. But all sorts of different things over the years that we've done. From playing around with cross braces to special shapes. In fact, we get a lot of our range of bars. People look at the shapes of them, and it doesn't really make the most sense. I mean, if you started designing a range of handlebar shapes from scratch, you wouldn't come up with the list that we have. But that's because it all comes from race teams and riders. So our bars are basically what the have requested from us over the years, and if we think it's will be popular enough with the customer base, we put it to market. We also have a load on here in the record books of bars we've made for riders that have never made it to market. A such and such a bar with a slightly different to the other. We make that and we do them. Not all of them we release to market, but that explains a little bit why our handlebar range, is a bit chaotic in places with some of the geometry.
Yeah, it's got to be like a lot of think about like you said, Jeffrey Hurling's like he's huge. Eli Tomac, right? These guys, you're working with these guys that are pushing handlebars beyond what they're really designed for, right? And then you got to make them strong enough. So yeah.
Luckily for us, strength really hasn't ever been an issue. That's somewhere where we lead as far as competitor brands go, but. I loved what Rees spoke about, because that was something I learned, fairly recently too, that, we're not just creating a handlebar to fill a void in the market. We're only creating handlebars based on rider feedback, but we've been working with these teams for so long that we have such a big vocabulary, for lack of a better word, of what riders wanted and need. And that's how you've seen trends change over time, right? When McGrath wanted that 999 twin wall, he wanted a handlebar that allowed him to get over the front of the bike more to push through jumps, to position himself better in whoops. He was really ahead of the curve, and he started a trend in handlebars of lower and flatter bars.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. Rees, how obviously I'm a huge mountain bike guy. Ride e-bikes a lot. Renthal Mountain Bike line, you guys introduced some flat pedals a little while ago, and of course you have different size handlebars for that market, the two sizes that are popular. Carbon and aluminum, different stems as well, sprockets even. How's the mountain bike world coming for Renthal?
Oh, it's going really well. There was such a big crossover with the mountain bike and motocross market. It was a bit of a no-brainer for us to get into that space. The market right now for bicycle is tough. It's seen a bigger downturn after COVID than the motorcycle market did. But we're really still pushing hard on that and developing new product, and we have a whole load of new product coming through the pipeline. The latest of which you said there is the flat pedal, which came out this year, which is a great new product for us. But yeah, we're working towards having a full line in the bicycle market and keeping it, expanding that. It's funny, we go to we have the same philosophy. We want to work with the top downhill racers in that market, and we find a lot of them really are just big supercross and motocross fans. So we've had most success by just talking motor with those guys. They really the motocross and supercross riders as their idols, really. So yeah, it's been really interesting to see the crossover there and get involved.
Yeah, and as usual, the stuff's really good. I go back and forth between a carbon and aluminum bar. I got a carbon on one bike, I got an aluminum bar on the other bike, and you can tell a difference for sure, especially with the rocks and everything I ride out here.
Yeah.
So 7/8 bar too. Like how's the old 7/8 bar coming along? Like what? Like still all right? Still holding in there?
We still sell them. We still sell plenty of those each year. Don't ask me quite where they're going, but equally you see the popularity of vintage and Evo, racing. Those bikes, a lot of them are using 7/8s, and a lot of the mini bikes are still on 7/8. So we still have a high demand for 7/8 bars each year. So yeah, it's the oldest product in our lineup, but it's still going strong.
Yeah, really, right? You think about it. The vintage stuff I build some project bikes, and yeah, I go on these forums and these websites, and people are just clamoring for vintage stuff. So it seems bigger than it maybe was, say, 10 years ago. You know.
Yeah.
CR500s and these iconic bikes.
Yeah, rebuilds for a while, like bike builds. That's been a trend. Yeah, over the last 5 years or so, a lot of people. I guess it started mostly with COVID. I shouldn't say it started, but it boomed during COVID.
Yeah, yeah. When I go to that, I've been to that Doc Walb's thing 2 years in a row now. It's unbelievable, the bikes there. You know, and 98% of them have Renthal on them. So it's a nice foothold to have on that one. Was there any hesitancy, Rees? When the Fat Bar came out, obviously we know Pro Taper, 9091, Pro Taper comes out working with Easton, and they come out with a handlebar with no crossbar. And, factory Yamaha uses it, Kawasaki's using it for a little bit. And it does work. It's nice. You got to buy some mounts and all of that kind of stuff. But then, that's sort of Pro Taper's end of the block, right, for a long time. That's what they were known for. When a company like Renthal, who, is known for all of their innovations, was there hesitancy on like, hey, we want to lead, we don't want to follow, but the market is what the market's doing, and people seem to like this style, and you guys came up with the Fat Bar and developed the Fat Bar. Do you remember at all in the history of talking to Henry, or even maybe when you were there? I don't know when the Fat Bar came out. I forget, but was there hesitancies there in developing that?
I think there was probably a little bit of hesitancy in terms of you're monitoring what other people are doing.
Right.
I think they which is I think is only human, but we kind of approached it I think with like a two-prong attack in that. Well, we'll look at this braceless bar, which we call the Fat Bar, and we'll try and make the best version of that we can and understand what's out there. There were actually. There are other bars and other patterns out there, along the same lines before that, actually. So we also took inspiration from those as part of it, but at the same time developed the Twin Wall, which was another take on that inch and an eighth and oversized market. So we were able to come with both of those to the market and offer really basically give the rider the choice. What Renthal bar do you want, or not? What brand you want? So that was our goal there, to try and have a handlebar for everyone, and really just try and tackle all sides of it. Really, just sort of understand what every rider wanted, tackle the crossbar market, and also tackle the braceless market.
Yeah, and I guess when you look at it too, like what Paul Taylor was saying earlier, like each one offers a different flex characteristic, and let's keep it in the Renthal family and offer what do you want? Do you want super stiff? Do you want flex? You want the lightweight of the Fat Bar 36. So there's all of that going on. Circling back around to the lock-on grip that was introduced today from the folks at Renthal. Paul Taylor, what's the coolest feature of the lock-on grip that something that you're super stoked on?
I think it's the fact it just works on every handlebar. So first started developing this, we found even though the whole idea of it is it's much easier to use than the push-on grip, we still find you have to sand the knurl down on the handlebar, which isn't quick and easy the first time that you do it. And then on top of that, we found some of the grips, when you clamp them up on the bar past the knurl, they were twisting on the bar and that we did. So the best part of this grip, I would say, is the fact it's got a split collar. So the grip's got a slight split in the end of it, so it'll deform over a knurl and then still have a really secure clamp on the other side of it. And it'll also work equally as well on a bar which doesn't have a knurl on it.
Okay, yeah. No, Paul was talking a little bit about that. Yeah, it's a cool feature that you guys, again, you weren't bringing a lock-on grip out until it worked with every bar, right?
Yeah. We obviously tried to improve what the idea that already existed in the market and that's why our claim is we have the most versatile lock-on grip available.
Paul Taylor, question for you also too. Going back to the mountain bike stuff, what are the differences between a carbon and aluminum mountain bike bar?
A lot of it comes into the feel, and it's completely rider preference. There is some people will tell us that a carbon bar feels stiff. Some people will tell us that an aluminium bar is stiff. And my gut feel is something to do with the damping characteristics from one bar to another.
Interesting, yeah.
In a lab test, if you measure the stiffness, depending whether it's a Fat Bar Light or depending how long it is when you cut it and ride it, they are quite similar.
Yeah, I feel like out here, Rocky, hard pack, I feel like the carbon moves more than the aluminum one. I get more feel through the hands with the aluminum bar. But they're both oversized, if that makes a difference or not. But yeah, I don't know. That's just for me. So who knows? All right, gentlemen. Well, listen, I really appreciate the time tonight on the show. I know it's late there. Congratulations on this success of this lock-on. I'm sure that's coming from you guys. It's a real big deal. I know, Paul, it's something you've been looking forward to for a while, so I'm glad it's finally out. And and you guys are awesome. And then, again, with cornering the market, Renthal's awesome. Thank you for being affiliated with our show. It's great to have an iconic brand like Renthal on. Let's get Henry on that podcast. Let's push that through Rees if we can.
Need Rees to get cornering.
We'll work on him. We'll keep working on him.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. What a company, what a story. Paul Taylor, Rees Williams from Renthal. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for
Thank you very much.
Cheers, boys.
See ya.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye now.
25 years ago, greatness was born. 25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount. Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024 and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross. Driving professional level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since 1983. Proudly partnering with the finest OEMs including Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram, we bring you the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and, best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of DIY customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com. Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by FCPRacing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McGrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Town Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo, I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2024
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 50 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage in 1973, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhaust 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF. Over 50 years of American-made power.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works.
Hey.
Too much bench racing.
All right.
So, we're back. Good thing my producer over there in the corner is supposed to tell me these things.
Yeah, sorry.
Yep.
He's too overwhelmed
He's
by
got his
tomahawk.
toothpicks getting tomahawk out of his.
Yeah. Thanks to Renthal for that delicious dinner we had.
That was good.
Yeah.
The bar has been raised.
No. Sir,
Oh,
that was a
no. Bar's raised for sure.
That's a one-time
For
only
sure.
thing. But I hope one-time only is not the use that you use the code Ethica, or the PulpMX 20 code at Ethica.com. Use the code, get some hoodies, underwear, sweats, undershirts. I wore, so Pookie and I went out on like a nice
date?
Yeah, date, I guess you'd say.
She still likes you that much?
Yeah. So I put my Lulu shirt on with a collar.
Lululemon?
Yeah.
Wow, that's like a $65 shirt.
I don't see you wearing that.
Dude, I look good in it.
Okay.
Anyways, I needed an undershirt. You got to have an undershirt.
You do?
Yeah. Well, my wife tells me I do.
Undershirt.
So I grabbed an Ethica one. So good.
Oh,
so
nice.
soft.
Soft.
So
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
So PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Ethica. Use the code and save across the board on everything that they got over there. Thank you to those guys for all that they do. Pulp 20 code to save at Maxima and ProFilter. Love the guys at Maxima and ProFilter. We're going to use some Maxima contact cleaner here in a little bit for this contest, and ProFilter as well. Get your pre-oiled, ready-to-use air and oil filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between. I want to give a shout-out on the show tonight because a guy that used to work at Maxima, good friend of mine, not a great friend of mine, but Scott Burnworth passed away. Yeah. And he used to work at Maxima. That's when I first met him. He was an old factory rider for Yamaha and Suzuki back in the day. And Burnworth is he's a great guy to bench race with. And I was just talking to him about the Sphere maybe like a month and a half ago because it changed his life as well. And he passed away, Burner did, and condolences to family and friends of Scott Burnworth. I didn't know him that well, but hell of a guy. And Keefer, did you know him at all? Or?
Met him a couple times. Really nice guy.
Yeah, and he used to work at Maxima, so that made me think about it. So, R.I.P. to Burner. Great whole shot, dude. Guy could start.
Yeah, he could ride a bike.
He could
ride a dirt. Yeah.
I made a comment. Him or Michael Byrne come to my mind, as two of the fastest riders to never win a race. 125 Supercross or any, never won a pro race. Burnworth won motos.
Never an overall. Yeah.
Never an overall. And Michael Byrne and Scott Burnworth, two guys that come to my mind that are like, they never won. And God, they got on the podium a lot. And we're good, you know? Yeah. So, so Scott Burnworth, RIP to Scott Burnworth. All right. Rees Williams, Paul Taylor, great guys. Funny to have them on. Lots of information there. So that's awesome to have those guys on.
Kris will get to meet them
so
a day or two.
That's what I want to talk about right now next. We're going to have some Supercross 2025 stuff coming up here. We got a phone call for Skip on the line as well. But, so this is kind of neat. I'm a little jealous.
I think you should be because I think it's going to be cool.
I just don't want to get on a fucking airplane, but I almost would.
Yeah.
I don't want to get an airplane either, but but for this, I'm like,
this has been something. I've known you two guys have talked about this for a couple of years, doing this.
Yeah.
And so, Kris, you're heading over to Renthal, Paul, and you're basically going to get the tour, the explanations. You're going to get your questions answered.
Yeah, from the guys.
Yeah.
So get to go see how the factory is ran, how a bar is born, from the start process to the packaging, everything, and then I get to ask all of the burning questions that I have been wanting to know for some time. Me and Paul go back and forth on a few things, and it's going to be nice to get sat down with the guys behind the handlebars themselves and the grips and the sprockets, and just going to pick their brain. And
we're going to do something on Racer X, right, for this?
Yeah. So we're going to have a filmer there. Then we're going to send that footage to Simon, and we're going to have it up on Racer X Films. So it's going to be awesome.
And big deal. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. The effort that the factory has put in already has impressed me a lot. We really are taking this visit very serious. We want to answer all Kris's questions. We want to, put our best foot forward and kind of show him how we do things and how the one true handlebar manufacturer in the industry works, and hopefully put some science behind some of the feelings that he has.
Yes, the fake science, of course, that we were going around with for a while, right?
Yeah.
Also, I wish he's pretty small. Is there any way you can get T-Dags into the carry-on?
I don't think they can handle two of us.
Right.
I feel like that would be a lot for them.
So I put him on a group text. I said, hey, Tyler, Kris is going to Renthal.
Oh, did he get jealous?
Oh, yeah. So he's got some questions.
Okay.
All right. First of all, he said, well, I only need a carry-on. He was assuming he could go. But he said they need Kevlar and Ultra Tacky in grips in single compound options.
Okay.
That's Tyler, one of his requests.
So he wants a smaller OD grip in an Ultra Tacky or an Aramid compound. Okay, go ahead.
He said, why is there such a big jump in sweep options, 41 millimeter to 49, then 51, 52, 54, 56?
Okay.
So when do they remove the ridiculous bar bends?
They're talking about the old ones, probably.
Well, that's dictated by sales.
Okay. And then Tyler says, when do they, Renthal, want to know the next best bend?
I would love to know what it is now.
He's got one.
Oh, we already got it. Between him and I, we're pretty close on what we like.
He's got a fifth question. Are the stamped markings in the identical spot on every bar?
Yeah, that's a batch number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. That goes back to my days on that one. How I lined the grips up based off of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the alignment grid?
Yeah, the
No,
alignment.
no, the stamping on the ends.
Oh,
on
you
the
would,
numbers.
You would put your grip to there.
Well, that was my focus. That was the point.
Oh,
And
okay.
I knew where that was.
That's
That's
cool.
to make sure that they said that's
cool.
always in the same
That's good to
location.
know.
Oh, another question from Dags. What did Gary do with our order? Gary from UK for the vet race.
Gary?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, Gary put in an order for some Renthal products for Galdi, Noof, and I.
Okay.
We never really saw it, so we don't know whatever happened.
I mean, he bought it, so.
And then Tyler says, does the 604 fat bar have the most flex because of the rise?
So we've talked about this. About
If
how
it is
the bend
if it is a higher bend, it will have more
The
flex
most
than a
flex,
bend
right,
with less.
right.
With
Think about a fulcrum, right?
The straighter the
Yeah,
bar, the
right,
less
right.
flex it'll have.
So anyway, so this is going to be great. You're going to have some bangers and mash.
Banger beans and mash.
Yep, and then you're going to tour Renthal, and you're going to be a little bit of a dirty jobs type
I
of guy,
kind of
right?
wanted to do something. I was telling
Paul,
Paul
you're going to let him do stuff? Like
We have a few stations in the process that we're going to let Kris press some buttons or maybe bend some bars or
Let's keep tabs on those batch numbers.
Yeah, we will. I don't want to let too much of it out of the bag because I want Kris to be excited because, like I said, we put a lot of effort. I've been in 6 different meetings just specifically about you over the last couple months.
Yeah.
We painted the entire factory. We did all our stock take earlier this year so we could be ready and all hands on deck when you're there because this is our last week of the year. So there's obviously a ton of things to get done the last week of the year, right?
Yeah,
You're
'cause
closing
everyone's closed,
financially stuff and budgeting for next year. So
Not for him though.
So yeah, we have Kris there the last 2 days of our year, and I think everyone's for the most part really excited.
And I have an idea of what's happening, and I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag either. But it's cool. It's cool.
You have an idea of what's happening? What?
With you.
We went to lunch today.
Yeah.
And I gave him some info.
So this should be good. It's been interesting. Stay tuned to Racer X and Keefer Social and and everything else. So you're gonna get some
Renthal social media
Renthal
too.
Social,
We'll be maybe even going live during parts
Oh,
of it.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So tune in.
The shoes. Don't worry about the shoe part. You'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Shoes.
Yeah.
You got to put on a closed-toed shoe to walk in the factory.
Oh, really? Have you been there?
No.
Oh.
I was just.
I thought you knew something that we didn't.
I was just going to mess with you for a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Skip Norfolk, Kris Keefer, Paul Perebijnos here. Renthal lock-on grips available now in 9 different styles and colors and all of that.
When did the Ultra Tacky?
I don't know. I don't
thought
know when
this
I don't
because
know
I
when it came
remember
out.
you telling me, "Hey, this isn't available, so you can't get it."
What do you mean?
I thought this kind of material wasn't available. The Ultra Tacky. I did not know that was out.
Yeah, it's been available for a while.
All right. Well.
Yeah, like I mentioned, it's pretty popular. Joe uses it, Hymus uses it, Jet Lawrence uses it. Tickle's a big Ultra Tacky fan.
But no white.
I don't know what you're talking about, white.
Okay. I don't know if they had a white version or something.
Jeremy McGrath coming up here on the show shortly. We do have a Tyler on one for Skip. Tyler, what's up, man? What's your question for the great Skip Norfolk?
I just really wanted to know the best Broome Tioga party story because I was there late 90s, early 2000s, kind of just party central for the National.
Was Broome like the Redbud back in the day or something?
That place was kind of in the middle of nowhere. So if you were going to go somewhere, you had to go somewhere.
No, I'm talking about at the facility itself because I remember the bonfires. I remember just chaos.
So most of my
Unadilla, but on steroids.
Yeah, but so we never really spent time camping out there. You know, you would see what was left over after the fact.
In the mornings, yeah.
But I remember racing there for like regionals and stuff like that, and you had a good time there. But no, I don't have any. Yeah. I don't have any on track stuff because we never really stayed there. The on track stuff that would be Unadilla and Mount Morris were the 2 places that
Mount Morris,
High Point,
yeah,
it was nuts.
Yeah, I can't. I don't have a Broome Tioga story.
Yeah, we went to Unadilla a lot after Broome Tioga lost or didn't do the National anymore. But yeah, Broome was the fun one because it was just always we would park up on top of the hill and just the parties would just never stop.
Yeah, but you got to think about it. You got to think about it, man. We're working, like we're mechanics working. We can't go and, Paul or myself or like any Skip. Like we got to work, man.
Because we had to back in those days.
90s.
Yeah, but you don't want to. Dude, you ever worked on a bike in 100-degree heat, hungover? Like it ain't good.
No, we also. I mean, we weren't part. We had to leave. We had to leave to go to tech or to do all those things because it wasn't like it is now, where you park the trail and you're there for the weekend.
Yeah, you were leaving the track
so
and coming back.
We were
at 5
leaving.
in the morning.
And we had to drive. I don't know, 14 or 15 miles to get to where the hotels were at.
And then remember, we used to get up at 4 in the morning, drive to the track, go back asleep to park.
Because you had to find your spot again.
Yeah. So.
That was crazy.
Oh, definitely go to Broome. It was more than 14 miles. It took once you got off the main highway, it was another 45 minutes. I remember that.
Yeah. I think
thanks, Tyler. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. By the way, we're giving away some Renthal lock-on grips tonight. We've given away a bunch already. I don't want to just do it for the live callers. Contest at PulpMXshow.com.
Yeah, and we got purple handlebars to give away.
And we got purple bars to give away as well.
We have some twin walls
here.
We
do. And we're going to give some in the reoccurring shows after the new year. We're going to do that again. So we got some purple twin walls to give away, 999 and 998, I think.
Yep.
And then we have some lock-on grips to give away. Contest at PulpMXshow.com. Just send us an email. We'll pick some random people. Maybe email 165 contest at PulpMXshow.com.
And last bit on the contest thing, stay tuned to Renthal and your Instagram, Steve. We have something super cool that I think people will be interested in giving away. So we have, obviously this year, the team for Motocross of Nations in the beginning was going to be a full Renthal team. It was going to be Chase Sexton, Chance Hymas, and who am I missing? Aaron Plessinger.
Yep.
They all happen to use the same bar bend, so we did some special bars for them this year, but we didn't get to run them because injuries and things changed. So we have some leftover Team USA half red, half blue bars with custom Team USA bar pads that we can give away.
Yeah.
Chase Sexton and Chance Hymas, they never got to be on Team USA, but you can have a little piece of history.
Yeah, that's a great thing to wear to win, especially because it's so rare, right? So
God, I wouldn't even put that on my bike. I'd just keep it.
That's more of a mantelpiece.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So stay tuned to Renthal Social to learn how to win that. And the 7 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at LuxonMX.com. All orders $100 or more ship free within the continental U.S. Pulp 2024 is a code to save with Luxon. They make the best parts you can buy. They use advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest. Lighter and stronger with optimized stiffness to improve your riding comfort and handling. Freddie Noren, Phil Nicolay, Club MX guys. Many people use the Luxon clamps. LuxonMX.com. Use code PULP2024 to save, bringing you the 7 o'clock hour. All right, before we get to McGrath here, come on the show. Let's do the X-Brand goggle tear-off. Shall we do that? Let's do it. X-Brand goggle
tear-offs. Say tomahawk. Maybe it'll... Tomahawk.
Tomahawk.
Beetlejuice.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Good guy. He's sleepy. He's got the...
I'm on the phone.
The X-Brand tear-off segment.
You can't really give him shit.
Rapid-fire Q&A.
Why?
He just fixed your bicycle.
That's part of the deal.
Give him shit, though.
Yeah, he's got a free bicycle from me.
That reaction time was horrible, Tits.
Yeah, and part of the deal is the bike work.
Wait, did you say I get a free bike from you?
You've got one.
That's mine?
Not the MX.
Ah.
The Taser Expert, though.
Right, okay.
Thank you. All right, and then he's got another loaner over there, too.
All right.
Yeah, so here we go. All right, these questions submitted by a Corey Moser. You guys? No? 30 seconds on the clock. X-Brand goggles, the choice of champions everywhere. The Lucid goggle, check it out if you want. New styles, new colors have been released. Great looking goggle, works great. And use the code PulpShow24 to save at X-Brand goggle, eksbrand.com. Lots of really cool colors those guys got going on this year. Goggle of choice for myself. If you wear the X-Brand, you will go 6 motos between 12th and 19th at the World Vets. Exactly what I got using X-Brand goggles.
Factory rad goggles.
Yeah, there we go. All right, here we go. 30 seconds on the clock. Away we go.
Boom. All right, first question for Steve. As a former factory mechanic, which of your riders was the most particular about their handlebar position, and who cared the least?
Oh, yeah, Nick Way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Nick Way. He came into a Supercross practice one time. Said, give me the 10. And he takes his bars, takes the crossbar off. You know, keep in mind he already set his bars that morning.
Crossbar
right?
off?
No, crossbar pad off.
Is this like in the middle of practice?
Yeah. We're in the middle of practice. We're in the mechanics area.
Yeah.
He loosens them all. He hits them with his palms up. He hits them with his palms down and tightens them up. And I go, hey, man, if your arms are pumped and you just want to chill, you can do that too. Like, you don't got to be like my bar, you know, like, you can just tell me. It's fine. Because he knocked them up and knocked them back and then, like, tightened them up. So, Nick Way, by far. That's what you were guessing?
Oh, yeah. We absolutely knew.
It's 2 clicks, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, for Paul, worst experience or story you have about losing a master link?
Never lost one that I can think of.
Great
Where
question,
does he get that?
Ask Steve that question.
There's so many master links that I don't have a master link.
Oh, it's just a joke.
Oh.
Did you guys have pressed on chains back then or no?
Yamaha, we did. They made us press it on because Brock Glover broke a master link at Binghamton in like '84. Cost him the moto win or the overall, and so Yamaha said, "That's it. You have to."
It's always an incident.
Press,
yeah.
press your chains together. But then J-Bone, when JGR took the Yamaha contract, Yamaha said, "You cannot use master links. You have to press your links on." And J-Bone tells me the story that he was like, "That's dumb." And then J-Bone took the chains with a press link on and a master link to some machine at JGR to stretch them and test them, and the master link was stronger than the press together link.
I'll be down.
And then J-Bone showed Yamaha the data and said, "We will not be putting our master links pressing on. We will be using the clip."
Huh.
So, yeah.
You were always clip, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was always clip at PC until Marty had that issue and lost the title. And ever since then, now they rivet link.
They rivet link?
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's always a story behind, at least at Pro Circuit,
Yeah.
there's a story behind every part on that bike.
Yeah, now according to
I remember
J-Bone,
when they first put on a disc cover because Rattray had a incident at a Supercross. Somebody landed on his bike and broke the disc off. Couldn't finish the race.
Yeah.
So I'm sure, Skip, you're the same way.
Yeah,
there's always a reason for everything.
A failure fixes something, right?
Typically, you learn from your failures, right?
You should.
You should, exactly.
Alrighty, for Keefer, worst handlebar bend or worst rider cockpit you've ever ridden?
That's a good question. Worst bend.
I'll give you time to think. Brooks told me the worst setup bike he ever rode was Bradshaw's, like 92.
Wasn't it
he
Button?
said it
Didn't
was
Button have the...
Yeah, well, Button was still like tall, but
Yeah.
Bradshaw was a normal size and still ran like ape hangers, and ran everything
he
straight
he
across.
had a tall bar.
Yeah.
Shea
Really
Bentley.
flat.
Yeah.
Shea Bentley. When he was on the Takate.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was
a shoulder issue thing, he said.
That was the weirdest thing I've
I
ever
know,
seen.
I
The
know.
bars were so far forward and the levers were
Yeah.
like up like this.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Okay, back to Keefer.
I'm going to it's just going to be funny. So the guy's super particular about his bar setup and his levers. But for a guy that was so good and so technically sound on the bike when you watched him ride, his bars were super far forward and the bends were really high, and that was JB. JB's bars are high. They're forward.
998.
High. As far as worst bend, now that you go back and I look at some of the CR high bends that we were just talking about, they're just atrocious because they're so high, and they got a lot of sweep. So I'm just like, it's not a great bar bend. But JB's cockpit was awkward.
All right, for Skip, what did the odd gearing MC ran in Supercross on his Honda help him with?
It was all on decel and transition and chain torque and eliminating. For acceleration, you could eliminate squat by running the large countershaft, and we did some things with engine positions, but it was all about chain torque and the effect that the chain torque has on the motorcycle from a start all the way to full wheel into the fender.
All right.
Alrighty, for Steve, which Renthal ad has been the most memorable to you?
I've always liked the one. I told Paul about this, and you guys brought it back.
The number plates.
The number plates.
Yeah.
The fact that it used to go like 1, 2, 3, 4. All the different numbers with the bar bend, and it was little tiny squares around McGrath late '90s era.
Yeah.
And then you guys brought it back.
We brought it back last couple of years, and we'll continue to do it. It's like I automatically now tell my photo guy at Anaheim 1, get me a front-on shot of every Renthal rider so we can build that ad. Because, it is cool. It's when the first new numbers come out, right?
Yep.
And it really shows the breadth of the guys that we support. We can fill up an ad, which is cool.
My rider, Kelly Smith, made it one year, like 41. I was like, oh, yeah, sweet. Like, there's my bike.
Yeah.
There was a shot Cudby took of the Catapult tractor marks on the Catapult all the way up at one time. And
that was cool.
That was pretty sweet.
I just think it's cool when you get to learn about what the bar band of choice is for the rider. Like when you have the number plate, what they use, you're like, it's cool to know what they're running.
Yeah, they used to put the grip spec in there, the bar spec, right?
I love that.
Yeah.
We have a little thing on our website. You can go look at every athlete spec from this year. We try to keep it pretty.
Yeah,
updated.
we did that from my website. We put all the guys Renthal riders up there.
It's a great tool.
Yeah.
All right.
Alrighty, for Paul, do any riders have a custom bend that's not available to the public, and why isn't there rider marketed bends anymore? A Lawrence bend, and so on.
No, right now nobody is on anything custom as far as a custom bend goes. And the reason we don't do rider names and so much anymore is just because the times have changed and every rider is protecting their name and likeness, and they didn't in the past. So that's kind of the reason why we don't have names. And part of, I guess, my direction is I'm slowly trying to transition Renthal away from names because they go out of date, right? Like, you know.
Yeah, at one point, Pro Taper was putting Henry, Reed.
Yeah, it just dates the product. So I want to try to go to a full numbering system, which is we're kind of there. It's just the same way like BMW and Mercedes do their cars. But still to this day, some people shop based on name. Yeah. So it's hard to just completely go away with it.
Like I thought that was the coolest thing. If you had your name on a bar, you're like, oh my God, dude. Yeah.
Now it's like, oh, you want my name on your bar? I want percentage.
Yeah.
I've said this before, but Timmy used a Henry band Pro Taper, and then they put Reed's name on it after he started doing well, and we didn't like Reed back then, so we'd scratch it out on the bar and just leave Henry there.
And what's crazy is Henry Reed band's tall.
Is
it's
it?
A tall band.
Yeah, that is.
What it was.
Alrighty, for Keefer, going up a tooth on the rear sprocket is one of the first adjustments people make on a new bike. So why doesn't it come this way from the factory?
Yeah, so during OEM testing, we have several different sprockets we try, and we're trying to please a wide range of riders. So sometimes when you go a tooth up, it helps in one area and then hurts the performance of the engine in another area. So you gotta kind of find a happy medium, and a lot of times when guys are going up a tooth, they're looking for more low end, more throttle response and things like that. It just shortens up the mid-range, and maybe you have to shift more. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right way, but it's just the right way for that guy.
I mean, how much of it is MXA?
You know what? I would love to bash MXA right now if I could, but I'm not, because I feel like...
No, I'm not saying to bash them, but if you just think of what MXA put one tooth up on every test bike for so long, and I'm not saying they liked it. Like, whoever was riding it liked it.
Yeah.
But that became an on vogue thing to
and
do.
we still joke about that when we talk about, hey, do the Jody, and that's the one tooth, right? Like, but to their defense, sometimes these bikes have not enough low end, and they want more of that. And some of the vet guys that test for MXA, they need more of that, right?
I think it's more like, I just think it's more like you're not a good enough rider. So the one tooth kind of helps you.
Kind of helps you recover a little bit.
I Jodied my bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I Jodied some stuff on mine too.
Right. Yeah.
Alrighty, for Skip. If you could not run Renthal bars and sprockets, what brand are you going with?
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Okay, goddamn.
I don't. Why do I have to do that?
Yeah, you can. You can say whatever you want.
No, I mean I don't know. Pro Taper or probably Pro Taper.
All right, for Steve, can you think of a Renthal product that was a miss?
Yeah, and we got them. We tried them. Fucking horrible.
Telelevers?
Yeah, the Intelever thing. It was a quick adjust. Do
you know Mitch called me about that lever not even 2 months ago, asking to want to try it again?
Really?
Yeah, and Phil called me maybe, 8 months ago now, and was like, hey, do you have any more of those? I used them at JGR on my Yamaha, and now I'm back, or maybe it was like when he was going to club or something after his Husky days or something.
Yeah.
I had them turn the factory upside down in England looking for extra levers for Phil for his Yamaha.
Nowhere?
No, they're gone.
That thing was over-engineered. It was bulky.
It had
a
cable inside of it, and the cable would sever sometimes. Yeah, it wasn't.
But really, that's about the only product I can think of that
I remember being a dirt rider, and we got some in, and we tested them, and it was like the lever shape was kind of bulky, like you're saying.
Yeah.
Phil liked it.
You just don't see Renthal miss, and that was one where you're like, ooh. Like right away, I remember we were like, oh no, it's heavy, big, bulky, doesn't work. Yeah.
All right, for Paul, you've worked with the competition, so what separates Pro Taper from a Renthal bar?
Well, for one, every other handlebar besides a Renthal is made pretty much in one of two factories in Asia, and they just put a different brand name on it. So that's something I learned when I was at Pro Taper, and honestly, that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited to bring you to Renthal, is because we can take you inside the factory and show you, and it's impressive. I can't take you to the factory in Asia where all those handlebars are at, and you won't be impressed. You can't go to those. For instance, you can't make a marketing video of a 17-year-old kid running a 3-ton press and sandals, because that's the situation in Taiwan, and it's different. So that's the biggest difference, is that Renthal is a true manufacturer, and pretty much every other brand that we compete with is being made by somebody else.
Alrighty, for Keefer, name another brand besides Renthal that is also unanimous with quality and style in moto.
What is this guy doing right now?
I don't know, man.
It's your guy.
It's not. I don't even know him.
This is Corey Mosier.
I mean,
PulpMX.
Yeah, I'll be straight up. Like Pro Taper, they make good stuff as well, and I ran them for a long time, and me and Paul's have conversations about it, and those are the only 2 bars that I have ran in I don't know how many years.
I think he was not saying another bar company. He said any other company in the industry.
Synonymous with premium and, what'd you say, quality?
Quality.
Just so like another brand. Fox, I would say.
And style. I think about bars.
I would say Fox.
I would say Maxima.
Yeah.
Maxima.
Good one.
I mean, great company, racing company, oils work, you know. Yeah. Anything they put out is solid.
Yep. Dunlop.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dunlop.
Cool. Last question for Skip. Which Renthal grips did MC have the most success with? Color, firmness, waffle type?
It was the soft. Depending on depending on a few things, it would either be a full and then would shave it, or it'd be the standard half waffle, depending on. We had some times where we were working on just getting his hands in the right position and feeling the right grip, and remember he fell one time and hurt his elbow and wrist, so he was favoring the one making it a little bit bigger so he didn't have to hold on so much. But but it was always soft. Usually half waffle soft was 95% of the time.
I got a question for you, kind of off that same thing. Have you seen what's on Forkner's Triumph? Does he still have something odd over there? Because at PC he had a fully custom thing that they were doing for his hand.
Not yet. No, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
So.
I was just wondering.
All right, X-Brand goggles. Choice of champs ever. Thanks to Moser for that. It's fantastic. Really, really great. Frank's got a Renthal grip question. What's up, Frank?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I have a question for Paul. I run the Honda Works grips on my motorcycle. What grip, Renthal grip, is that?
Did it come with your like factory edition 450?
Well, I don't have I have a Beta, but I run the Honda grips. I ordered them from Honda.
Are they? What color are they?
Yeah.
They're they off like a
urine
light gray.
Oh, light gray. Honda grips. I don't.
It comes in the factory works edition like 2 years ago.
Yeah, that would be an Aramid grip. Yeah, that would be like our. Well, we used to call it Kevlar. Now we call it Aramid.
Yeah, well, I just run them that way. That I can buy them individually. If you fall left, you can buy the left grip by itself or the right grip by itself. So.
Oh, like from a Honda dealer.
Yeah, they got to be expensive that way. Like really expensive though. Like single grip is more expensive than a pair.
No.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Thanks, Frank. Frank seems.
I just got a text from Aiden. Yes, Forkner still does run the weird grip thing.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
So I didn't see it when I was there, so maybe this was later.
I think what they do is they put a sleeve over the handlebar to upsize the handlebar, and then they put the grip over it.
They stretch it over top?
Yeah, I believe so, because he wants something a little bit bigger by the flange, but not big on the outside.
Yeah.
Because
bulky
of
and small.
Yes,
Oh.
because
Like a
of an
Bulbasaur.
injury.
Oh,
yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe I have it flip-flopped and
He
it's
says
bigger
the
on the
ends
outside.
of the grip are fat.
There we go.
Oh,
It's at the end, and
Yeah.
then the flange is normal. That's right.
And they got to stretch the crap out of that thing to get it on, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Let's get to our next guest here on the show. This gentleman needs no introduction, using Renthal products for pretty much all of his championships. And we're happy to have him on the bench race tonight about the upcoming Supercross season and more. And let's welcome the king, Jeremy McGrath. What's up, MC? How are you, man?
I'm good. What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're good, man. Skip's here. A guy named Skip. You familiar with him?
Yeah. I heard of him.
Yeah.
He's pretty decent.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Right, absolutely.
Hey, so welcome to the show. Thank you for the time tonight. Really appreciate it. So you just got your knee done a couple years ago. Now you got a hip replacement?
Yeah, exactly. I was laughing the other day because I'm like, when you get certain ages, well, when you're younger, you're like, okay, you get a new dirt bike, you get a new BMX bike, you get a new pair of bars, you get anything. Now you get knees, hips, shoulders.
Yeah.
It's just like, old guy. It's old guy Christmas stuff. I actually had a hip problem for. Well, you guys remember I dislocated my hip.
That's what I was going to ask you. Is this related to that?
Yeah. When I was on the orange bike, for that little bit there.
Oh, so this is related to that, like from years later. Yeah.
Skip, you were there. Yeah.
You were there when it happened.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was probably one of the biggest, because he got hurt.
Yeah.
And we knew he was hurt, and he just got married. And my biggest thing was, do I call mom? Do I call the wife? Who's the first phone call I make, right? Yeah. So I was stressing over that, but we got through that one.
Yeah.
That was
a strange. I mean, that was like 1 in a million that even happened. You know what I mean? That was just awkward.
Was
crazy.
That Bercy?
No, I was practicing.
No.
Yeah.
That's a test track.
Test track.
Was that one of the worst ones you felt as far as injuries?
Most of my injuries that I had really were pretty, like, as far as feeling goes, they were pretty minor. The one that hurt me the most was the one from Millville when I wrapped my ankle around the foot peg back in the day.
Yeah.
That one was the one that was probably the most sore. But when I dislocated my hip, it sucked, but as soon as I got it back in, it was pretty good. And then, I broke the year that I broke my wrist at Supercross when I was kind of dazed and confused there, and Larry Ward kind of ran into me, knocked me back down. That one, I landed right on the engine, kind of on the, like, cased it, and so it just shocked my wrist. So that one didn't really hurt either. So I guess I can call myself pretty lucky on that. But anyways, dislocating your hip was not a good feeling for sure.
Kehoe and Gothic both had their hips done too, and I remember Kehoe telling me, man, I was in so much pain. It irritated me so much to walk around the Nationals, and when he was Team Honda guy, and then he's like, it's awesome, it's amazing. I feel like a new man. Kehoe was stoked on his new hip, so whenever he got it done.
Yeah, it's funny. I text back and forth with Eric still to this day.
Yeah.
And before I had this surgery, I was kind of hitting him up like, hey, what should I be expecting and all this stuff. And I mean, my knee surgery was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And I think I told you guys this before. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, it's not going to be a problem. I'm pretty tough. I beat the shit out of myself over all these years. I think I got a pretty high pain tolerance. I should be pretty good. But the knee one, man, that one hurt. That one hurt a lot. I mean, it put me down. I felt like a darted animal at that time. It was crazy. But in this case with the hip, I was up and going right away. I'm like day 28 about right now. Mm-hmm. I did it November 18th, and so and we had to shoot some stuff for Science and Supercross at Kawasaki the other day, and I was actually out at the track riding my dirt bike just a little bit. So anyway, I'm feeling pretty decent. Yeah, it's not bad.
Boy, talking about your KTM days, just certain memories of my mechanicking career stand out, and I can remember at Arnhem, which was round 2 of that World Supercross, of you on the KTM.
Yeah.
You must have crashed into one practice. I swear to God, 3 or 4 more times in one practice. And it was all ruddy and soft dirt. And we were on the radio, all of us at Yamaha. I was working for Red Dog then. We were like, Jeremy just crashed again. MC crashed again. And so I remember Jimmy Perry or somebody was like, he's crashed more in this practice than he did the last 10 years. Like it was... Yeah. We were all like, oh, man, this is not good. I mean, they were just tip overs and stuff. It wasn't like you were cartwheeling, but you know what I mean? Like, I remember standing in the mechanics area having this conversation with the rest of my Team Yamaha guys about how many times you've crashed, So, yeah.
Well, it's kind of funny that you say that because I remember that practice clearly. First of all, it was really cold, right?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Super cold.
We couldn't get the bike jetted. The thing ran like shit. It was like, if we got it lean enough, it was like zinging out super hard. So, I mean, I was scared to death out there. And then you mix that with like a crazy soft track with a lot of ruts with no linkage on it. I was like, I should have just packed my gear back away and I should have just left. I was like, I had no business being out there on that track.
Yeah. We were like, we were just like, holy, like this is the king and this is not good, But anyways, welcome to the show. And Paul, Renthal sent Jeremy a little trophy a little while ago.
Yeah, Jeremy, I didn't get a chance to talk to you afterwards, but I know you typically deal with my colleague Dave Kaiser. He was in my position before I
Kaiser's
got here.
old school.
Kaiser's old school, yeah. But we wanted to do something to honor you and all your success, and all that success was on Renthal for the most part. So we made him a for the listeners, we made him a custom hand-engraved handlebar that's inside of a plexiglass case, and it says the King of Supercross on it. It's a custom bar pad. It's just something to sit on his mantle that hopefully reminds him of his kind of some success.
Yes, I mean, I have so many great memories of Renthal. Obviously, I've been around for a lot of firsts, right, of the company, and such a cool company, so much success. I remember when we first started getting the soft grips too. I was just like, "Oh, this is the best!" Because especially when you're riding the motocross series, you're like, "Holy smokes, man! Your hands get hammered."
Yeah.
So, it's I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I guess it kind of goes back to the days of when I first started racing, and we were kids, like me, Ryan Hughes, Phil Lawrence, like. The Albrechts, like a lot of us in the up in Ritchie Cannon, Beaumont, and Menifee here, we just loved Bradshaw, you know what I mean? And we would use like, what were they called back then? Like Phil Lawrence had them, like Yamaha guys used them. I think Illumilites or something.
Oh yeah, Illumilites, right? Yeah.
Anyway, I think it was pretty funny, and we all would use the Bradshaw thing because we wanted to get our elbows way up in the air. so funny, and then years go by. I'm starting to ride better, and I get and then finally on Team Honda, and we get Renthal bars. Then to finally get a Renthal McGrath bend was pretty cool. I know Skip and I had done a lot of testing with those things, like, okay, we need them straighter, we need the ends tipped up more, we need them this, that, and all. And it was just, you guys, Renthal always delivered, and we just had such a great relationship. So, it's been fun over the years, and what an amazingly successful brand. So it's good to be part of it,
Yeah, it's pretty cool, Renthal, to do that for sure. And then Bradshaw, speaking of that, so this is, I'm guessing this is the late 80s, and then so 7 years later, you're telling him, "Go on, why don't you go retire again, old man?" You're yelling at him on a starting line.
Yeah, I know, the infamous.
Yeah.
When Bradshaw came up and talked to me.
Yeah.
And I've told you this, like, even me yelling at him, I was just like, I can't believe I'm yelling at Bradshaw right now. You know what I mean?
Right. Because he's like the baddest dude ever. Yeah.
He's like the baddest dude ever, yeah. Oh. And it's just funny when I see that, because they still run that they still run that in the clips, like, him yelling at me, and so it's just funny that memory kind of lives on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Jeremy McGrath here on the PulpMX show. So you're getting healed up, you're getting all fixed up. So when can you start riding again? Like, what's the prognosis on when you can, fool around in the hills or go, go?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm a few weeks out, but I think it's probably 6 weeks.
Okay.
Is what the doctor said. Six weeks would be probably sufficient. I've been doing this my own sort of PT. You don't really, like with a knee or with some other injuries, you don't really have like a therapist come by, or you don't go get, like, once there's mechanical parts in there, it's pretty much fixed, right?
Yeah.
So you just gotta let the incision part heal, and some of the muscles that were affected when the new parts went in heal up, and should be good to go. So I've been riding my bicycle a little bit, and that feels pretty good.
Speaking of Renthal, by the way, too, I forgot, I was going to mention this. I did a podcast with Dave Damron maybe like 2 months ago, the owner of Chaparral. And when Jeremy left Suzuki to go to Yamaha, Keith McCarty's like, "You got to use Pro Taper. That's our bend. That's our team bend." And Damron was like, "Nope, Jeremy wants Renthal." And they're like, "Sorry, Keith and Damron, kind of two stubborn guys." And so Damron tells a story on the podcast. You'll have to go and listen to it. But Damron calls Renthal. Obviously, he's got massive buying power, right?
Yeah.
Damron goes around Keith, because Keith said they don't make an oversized bar or something, or they're not as good. Mm-hmm. So Damron calls up Renthal direct and says, "Listen, we want to use your bar. This is what Keith says, about the bar and everything else." And Renthal's like, "Yeah, we'll make that. You know what I mean? No problem." And then Dave's like, "Okay, I'll buy a bunch." So they're like, "Okay, well, then we'll make it."
Yeah.
And then Damron's like, "We got Renthal, and it's just as good as Pro Taper." And Keith lost it, Damron said. And Damron was like, "Too bad. It's my bike. I got Jeremy McGrath. We're running Renthal." It was a great story. It was a great story.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah. Damron was just like, "Nope."
Sounds similar to Ken Roxon today.
Yeah.
Just demands Renthal.
Right, when Roxon went to Pipes, right?
Yeah.
They were using another brand, and he was like, "Nope."
Yep.
Right. So I think that says a lot for the brand. But go listen to that podcast for Dave Damon, people who are listening.
I think that's such a great story. I've never heard that, obviously. And there's so many behind the scenes stories with Dave and whatever happened with Yamaha. Larry kind of shielded me from any of that stuff. But thank goodness we were winning a lot, because otherwise, I might have been right in the middle of all these stories and had to jump up on some people's asses on some of that stuff, because Keith was one of those ones that I think, as friendly as I am with Keith, I just, for whatever reason, feel like in the very beginning he did not want to see me succeed. He thought it was just kind of a wacky deal, and we were over there at Chaparral, and we were just kind of the misfits. But when we were just kind of cleaning up, I don't think there was, obviously there's nothing he can say. Winning fixes everything, right?
Yeah.
So,
yes, it does.
And I think Keith, he was very surprised by that. And of course, there's a badge of honor that goes with the factory team, right, and not the supported team. So anyway, it was always, you guys know, I always like to buck the system a little bit and do things differently, and I'm just glad it worked out, because then that gave Dave all the power he needed to be telling him we could run Renthal.
Yeah, it sounded like Dave said he put up the salary, the money for the salary at Chaparral. It was not Yamaha paid. He said, basically Dave thought that Yamaha, McCarty was like, look, he's a party guy. His days of winning are over. Blah, blah. He's not going to win again. And, that's great. You want to help him. We'll give you a bike. But we don't really believe in McGrath getting back to the top, And, the rest is history. So
that's all that needed to be said.
Yeah.
Look what happened.
No, exactly. Also, to the twin wall bar, when that thing came out, I was working for, when did that came? 98? Was that 98?
Yeah, 98, 99.
Yeah, I was working.
That's the bar I had on my bike when I broke my wrist.
Yeah. I was working.
I mean, the clamps broke. It wasn't the bar.
Yeah, right.
The clamps on the bike broke. But
the bar was so good it broke the clamps. Yeah. I remember as a privateer mechanic sneaking over there to look at it. Like, what is this? Like, you know what I mean? Like, because we didn't have those. We had janky 971 bars. And they're
not janky.
No, they're not.
Okay.
Sorry. And I remember
they just bend when you fall over.
Yeah, I remember going over to the to the factory bits and being like, "Fuck, it's a bar within a bar." Oh my god.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun. Hey, Jeremy. So obviously you're tight with the Kawasaki guys, and big news with Jorge Prado. We're going to talk about him a little bit here in a bit with Perebijnos, Skip, and Keefer. But man, when you talk about Jorge Prado, he's such a great outdoor rider, and we know he's going to be there outdoors. I got guys that know things that are telling me, like, don't be surprised to see this guy in the top 5. And then I got other guys, and I think I'm in this camp, Jeremy, where I'm like, look, man, Alberton, Tortelli, outside of Kenny Roxon, there's not a lot of GP guys that have come here and really been successful indoors. And that's where I'm at. Like 5 to 10, that's great. That's respectable. And then outdoors, go kick ass, Jorge. Where do you sit, Jeremy? And maybe you've seen him ride more than we have or anything else. What do you think about Prado?
Well, no, I have to say that I have not been to the track yet. I have not seen him ride Supercross. And I have a lot of friends that are like, "Oh man, Prado's going to be the man," blah blah blah. And look, you're right. He's an amazing rider, but I really just don't know too much about him. Like I'm kind of with you, Steve. It's like Supercross is hard. You can sit here and say, and even if you could do lap times close to the other guys, it's still a different animal, So I wouldn't expect, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Like, right? Didn't he come over a few years ago and he won a heat race? Right?
Last year,
he won a heat race at Anaheim.
In the mud in San Francisco, he won a heat race. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't really know how you can get all the hype off of one heat race, really. But, anyways, I think he's a good pick.
Yeah.
Great rider, and one thing he does have is he gets good starts.
Yes.
So
that's huge.
That is huge. I mean, he's going to be able to run up front with these guys, and he's a proven winner. We know that. So I think Kawasaki did a good job on getting him on the team. But I think you're right. It's going to take a little bit more time than right away, maybe a top 5 guy. If he came out and got 5th at the first weekend, I would consider that a win.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, although the starts are big, and, you can figure it out once you get the start. Jeremy, you know that a little bit yourself, right? Starts were so big. Yeah. This doesn't apply to you so much, but it does something. We did our Supercross videos for Racer X, and us experts, quote-unquote, I put that in quotations. I was talking about Jason Anderson. He's in his contract year, And it doesn't apply to you, Jer, because it didn't really matter if it was contract year or not for you. You just kept winning. But, like, I do think there's something to riders trying harder, quote unquote, and maybe just a little extra effort in a contract year. And Anderson's in that spot. Do you agree?
Well, I think there's no doubt that they probably feel like they want to try harder. But, you know, we've all seen that backfire before, right? I mean, when you try harder, you like maybe put a lot more pressure on yourself. Maybe it's to the point where you go like, oh man, I mean, maybe you don't exactly know why things happen the way they do. But to be honest, I think that, you know, I feel like Jason's going to have a good year. I think last year he probably underperformed even for his own standards, I think. If he can get a little bit more consistent, I think, you know, he's got a teammate now that probably, wants to beat him for sure. So that helps too. A lot of the races last year, he was out there by himself, right? He's the lone team member. And sometimes that's kind of hard because you're like, you know, it's a lot of pressure too. I think he needs another guy out there to probably just take some of the pressure off, get some more attention, right? And he likes to fly under the radar. But I feel like he's kind of due for a good year. He's ready. You know, I don't necessarily know if that matters contract year or not. But I mean, I think you do probably put a little extra effort in. But you know, the stars kind of got to line up. You know, he's one of those guys that if things go right, it can go really right. But if not, it kind of compiles. You know, one of the people
I've talked to say that because Kawasaki's so invested in Prado, it's a 3-year deal, I believe, and they want, before they talk contract with Jason, they want to see how he is with Jorge day in and day out at the races and everything, and see if that matches. That's really important, I guess, right? Jason's a cool guy. I don't think there'll be a problem, but they're like want to see how they gel, those two, because you know, even today's day and age, like if you're a team, you don't necessarily hang out like it used to be.
No.
You test on different days. You see each other at the autograph signings. You know, it's not like a bro down session between teammates. So they do want to see.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this: if I'm Jason Anderson, or if I'm Jorge Prado, I would want to hang out with Jason Anderson.
Right.
I'd want to ride with him. I'd want to do all the same things with him. Not separate yourself from that. I mean, Prado needs to basically catch up. You know, 5-6 years of Supercross experience in one off season, really getting ready for his first year in Supercross. So, you know, if I'm him, I'd want to be around as many guys as possible. So, you know, it's hard to say what Cowley's thinking. I don't really know on the inside track on that, but it's going to be, you know, Prado seems pretty cool. Jason's really cool. They'll probably get on great.
Off topic from racing. So going back to handlebars, McGrath Bend 999 twin wall. Okay. I know you said you and Skip had some time back in the day creating a bend, what you like. How did you get that bend? Because in the world of bar bends, yours is very low, and a lot of smaller riders go to a 999, or even some of the new guys now, they go up on the height, the bar mount height, and they use that low bend bar. So how did you create that bar?
Well, I think that you nailed it right there. Like, I think Yamaha, and this is probably why those clamps broke, right? I think Yamaha used pretty high bar mounts. Of course, the Honda, do we have the 999 back on the Honda, correct?
Yeah, right when we were doing all the front end chassis testing with strokes and forks and all that stuff is when all those bar bends came around. 94-ish, 95-ish, off season going into 95.
Yeah. Well, you got to take it way back. Like, so when Skip and I we joined Honda factory team. You know, we had, so it was Stanton, myself, and Lamson came along after he got off the 125. He was riding 250, but you know, Stanton and I kind of had we had a lot different setup than he did. He was using bigger clamps, not bigger maybe diameter. Or maybe it was bigger diameter, bigger fork lugs on the bottom. A lot of his stuff was a lot stiffer than ours. And he just didn't really want any flex at all, or whatever the combination was. It just, he liked this. So for him, it was like the bigger, stronger, the better. For us, I feel like we used somewhere, you know, in the middle, different clamps, little more flex, like smaller lug in the bottom of the forks, which give it a little more flex. So I feel like we were trying to get a bar that would probably match up with our setup in the day. I don't know what Ben Jeff used, Stanton, when I first got there, but I think our I don't know, Skip, what would you say? Why would we? I mean, I never really ran a high bar, so it was always pretty medium to low.
Was his bar the same throughout the whole years? Did he ever change?
No, it depended on the settings and the parts, right? So his hands never really changed, but if we had the fork that had to be raised up in the clamps a little bit, and that's where that lower bar came from, is we had to bring up about 4 or 5 millimeters on the clamp. But we needed to get his hands back down to where they were.
Okay.
And we ran into some limitations on a tooling standpoint because transitioning from the first bend to the second bend, we were limited on that distance and how much bend they could get and still maintain the strength of the bar. And then because there were so many controls and stuff, and Jeremy was, you only had so much room to put everything on the handlebar.
Right.
But we had, we probably had 9 or 10 different bends that we were playing around with. And then once we figured out clamp, span, how wide the forks are from the center, the axle dimension, once all that was figured out, then we were really able to hone in on getting that feel and that he would always, that flex you would have right at the base of that jump. And he had that spring effect coming off of it was something that was critical for Jeremy, and that's what we kind of designed it around.
Jeremy, over the years, you're mostly a crossbar rider, and we had Mitch on earlier, and he was talking about how he just prefers crossbars because that's what dirt bikes are. They have crossbars, and they look better, right? So did you ever go to a crossbarless bar and prefer that over the crossbar?
No. You know what? I always had a crossbar. Really, the single bar, twin wall and stuff came out later, but it had a crossbar. When the twin wall first came out, it was a very, very big difference between the 7/8 style bar versus the twin wall. There were times when we raced the bike with the cut crossbar underneath the bar pad. So to give it a little bit more flex, because in the beginning it was like, Renthal was like, all right, let's push this twin wall setup. And so, but overall, I think if you guys remember in the mid-'90s with the CR250, the way the bike sat, the bars were already pretty high, right? So if you had a high bar right there, your hands would be extra high. Mm-hmm. And then as the years went on, from the mid-'90s to even the '98 Yamaha, the bikes sort of they started to get a lot more flat. So the bar dimensions that, like Skip said, that we used to ride was just really based on what we were doing with the forks and what clamp we had on there, and then what bar mounts. So that was we did a lot of learning then, and I think back then, even with like Honda Factory and then my early days at Yamaha in '98 and stuff, there was just so many parts to test and so much sort of freedom to do whatever you want. You could get a little too tricky and out-create yourself, really, and just give yourself a bunch of problems. But we seemed to manage pretty good. We honed it in pretty good.
Speaking of that, I heard a story, Skip, from Jeremy through another person that Houston '93, you had the wrong bar mounts on? Is this a true story, Jeremy?
Houston 90, yeah, that would make sense, because we had an issue where we could the same bar you could move some. We had a couple options.
Yeah, offsets.
Totally, got them. Yeah, get them wrong.
You got them wrong.
Got them wrong.
Okay, just making a note of that, Skip. Just make a note of that. Jeremy, can you vouch for this?
They still won the title that year, Steve.
Yeah. I vouched for it, but it didn't happen again. So that's good.
No, and I always would.
And we won the next week. So.
Yeah. I always pride myself is when because you see the guys, they hand them the rider hops on, you hand them the 8mm or 10mm T-hound, and just loved it when you just get it right back, or that was the goal, right?
Yeah.
If the rider's got to adjust the shit, then you're not doing your job.
That's what I was going to ask you. Was he picky about where you put the bars, or
no? It wasn't. I wouldn't use the word picky. It was, this is our spec. Make sure it's that spec every time it goes on the track. It's that simple. It's not being picky.
Yeah, you just knew what he wanted.
Yeah, that's what the spec is. Yeah. Make it that way.
Moto XXX years when Larry Ward was on the team, we used tag bars without a crossbar. And Larry, real kind of finicky, let's say Larry was. So he told his mechanic, who was kind of green, younger guy, don't you ever fucking take these bars out of these bar mounts, like all year long. So the mechanic would have to take them off from the bottom.
Yep.
You know, and these bars were gray to start the year, and they were so shot-peened from rocks and everything. and I'm like, Doug, are you going to change those? Nope. Larry said nope. And I'm just like, they probably were like spaghetti noodles.
The whole time.
One set of bars the whole year.
Wow.
Larry, I don't think he ever changed them, and the mechanic could not touch them. So he had to take them off from the bottom every time, and I was just like, come on, Larry. Fucking change your bars, man.
Didn't Larry also
so funny.
fly to races with stock Suzuki forks or some shit?
No, but he didn't fly to the races, but he demanded for a while. Leroy was working for him.
That's right.
And he said the factory stuff's no good, and Leroy had to get a brand new set of production RM 250 forks.
Every week.
Yeah. Spring, oil, stock
new.
valving. Brand new. Put them on the bike. It's just like,
And he wouldn't let him put just replicate the setting.
No.
He had to just get a new set.
No, had to be brand new production forks, Leroy said, every single week for a long time.
Those tolerances had to be 0.
Like, dude, come on, Larry.
Big Bird.
Jeez.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
There's a lot of those stories for sure out there of riders. Jeremy, not one of those guys, though, for sure.
No, not at all.
Hey, Jeremy, what's one thing that you like looking forward? And Skip and I were talking before we came back on. Like, it does feel 2025 Supercross like last year. Can Jet adapt to the 450s? How good is Hunter going to be? What's Chase like on the new KTM? How's Eli from the Achilles?
Cooper Webb
coming to the Yamaha, and we all got our answers. And now it feels like we're all settled a little bit. Do you agree with that? Like we kind of know.
I feel like I feel like we kind of know. We kind of know the pecking order. Now the question is like, who's done the work? Like how much improvement has Eli gotten back from? You know, I feel like last year he wasn't. It's obvious he wasn't where he needed to be. But I guess the good part for these guys is they know where the bar's been set, right? So they know where they need to be.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's going to be fun to watch, but I think. Sort of at least we sort of know it might be feeling a little bit like my 94 season. They kind of know what to expect, so we'll see.
Yeah, a little bit, right? We kind of know the king is with all due respect, the king of Supercross right now is Jet Lawrence, and I think people are like when I talked to Coop for interviews or Eli was talking at the media availabilities, everyone is just like, it goes through Jet. It goes through Jet.
Him.
I mean,
yeah.
they're being realistic, right?
Yeah.
But everyone's like,
sure.
I want to run with Jet. Can I get closer to Jet? Like Coop was like, I was closer in Paris to Jet, et cetera, et cetera. So it does feel a little bit low key, like, hey, everyone's kind of got their job in front of them, a little bit.
The problem I've seen is Jet's so young, and these guys are all like they're all older now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm having flashbacks of when Carmichael came along, and I was older at that point, right? And he was young. They just have some extra energy to spare. You know what I mean? And when you're older, you just don't.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as you think you do, and even if you're like good at lap 10, or the 10-minute mark or whatever, it's that young 20, 21-year-old youth, energy and fitness is just hard to compete with. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I think these guys are going to have to rough him up a little bit to get him off his game. The one that we think, the one that I think probably has enough fitness and everything to do it would be Chase.
Mm-hmm.
But how much better is he this year on his bike than he was last year and all that stuff. So again, I think there could be a scenario where Hunter's the one chasing Jet. You know what I mean? That could be a scenario. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It's going to be exciting to watch.
Well, they all need to work on their starts because they've got to work on their starts to only have a chance because Jet's been very consistent. And, we're speaking to a guy who absolutely knows how to take advantage of a whole shot.
Yeah, I was watching an old race on YouTube the other day, and I think it was Bailey, and he was just like, some of these guys feel like they can get in with Jeremy and they can rough him up a little bit and get in his head a little bit. Problem is, they don't ever see him. He's gone. One of the analysts, I'm sure he was talking to someone in the pits, and we're like, "Whoa, we just got to get." It was early in Jeremy's career. We just got to get. And
you got to rough him up. You got.
And this analyst,
never see him.
this analyst was like, "Problem is, you don't see him."
Yeah.
So.
No, I mean it's It's super simple. It'll be one of their hardest things to do to try to execute that.
Yep. I mean, Chase has to be better out of the gate consistently to run with him. But if you start behind him every main event, you're not going to beat him. He's too good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could be wrong in this,
so
and
true.
you guys know more about the history of the sport than me. But like, Jeremy, did you ever have a rider come to you and say, "Hey, will you work with me?" I mean, you see a lot of the past champions work with current riders or just previous generation riders. Did you ever have anybody come to you and say, "Hey, I need your help. Will you work with me for a year?"
You mean like in the last, since I've been retired?
Yes,
right?
correct. Yes.
Yeah. No, I have actually. Yeah, I'm not going to name names, but a lot of them, a lot of the top ones have.
I'll be down. Okay.
And when I was riding for Honda at the time, I was out there with Eli. I was with Andrew Short. I was with, Trey Kennard. I was at the Honda track. We were doing stuff there, and I was putting in some of that stuff because I was there doing it anyways. I know it's kind of popular to have like a past champion sort of in your corner and as your riding coach and all that stuff, but I just don't really know. I've never really been interested in that personally.
Yeah.
So I've turned it. So the answer is yes, but I've turned it all down.
Just do you think you feel like it's more babysitting than what you want to do?
Yeah, I just don't know if it fits. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Who's to say? Some guys might need babysitting, some don't. But I'm not about to set myself up for failure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I'm gonna, you can only teach someone so many things, and I'm not sure that if they can't do it, look. I mean, we know that everyone has a brain, and if you don't believe it or something, whatever, there could be one milli confidence of that's not where it's not going to work, right? So I don't know. I'm just not going to set myself up for that. It doesn't fit me and my personality, I don't think, to be at the test track doing that stuff. I enjoy it as a fan, and I enjoy all these guys as my friends and as company and being around the track and all that stuff. But it just doesn't fit me to be. I don't look at myself like that, I don't look at myself like a coach, really.
Right.
I have a kid that's going through amateurs right now, and I talked to him about mental toughness, and we hear a lot about it talking on the broadcast and thing, but if you could put like a percentage pie together, and you have the best bike, you're in the most shape, how much of it is mental versus everything else?
Oh man, I think it's 50% at least.
Yeah.
I mean, I think like if you feel like you're in the best shape you've ever been in, with especially in the amateur, right? So when you're winning, when you start to win, all those amateur wins, all those local race wins, all that stuff is building that confidence. And I think, I wasn't totally sure even until I got, for whatever reason, when I got to Supercross, it just clicked, right? I mean, that was like where I knew I wanted to be. And once I got to that stadium floor is when I really just kicked it in gear, and that's when I believed, okay, this is my race and my time to shine, and I need to do this right now. So I guess maybe just because I felt like I was, and I knew I was good at it, right? So then you have all the confidence. And in order for me to be able to do that, I just needed to believe it, right? So I think the mental side of things is just huge, it's just huge. When you get that confidence combined with that fitness, combined with that good bike, I mean, it's kind of an unbeatable package. We really haven't seen, I mean, Eli's probably, Cooper Webb's pretty tough mentally, I feel like, too, but you haven't really seen the mental dominance in a while, but now you're seeing it with Jet, right? I mean, he's got these guys kind of beat mentally.
Mm-hmm.
Hayden Deegan's
That's
another
what I
one.
was going to say.
Watch what he does on track. I mean, watch what he says, watch what he does. I mean, he's not short on belief in what he's doing out there, and he knows he's the strongest guy, and all those things. It makes it real easy to work hard when you're just putting all that stuff, to the podium, and winning races and just winning them in dominant fashion. But for a while in Supercross, at least in the 450 class, you really hadn't seen anyone that was mentally dominant over the other guy, except for, Tomac was for a while. But, since probably Carmichael, really, and I'd say.
Yeah. I got a question for you, Jeremy. You did a re-raceables with us, Minneapolis 97, a little while ago. Thank you for that. It was great stuff. And I'm getting ready for the next one, doing it with a French rider who was Supercross champion back in the day. But I was watching some of the old races, and you're on Mitch's team riding 250 Supercross in 92. Rough Daytona, but then 8th, 6th, 5th. You're a 125 rider just moonlighting. What do you remember about that? Do you remember being like, holy shit, like it's Krudowski and Stanton, like, look at this? Like, do you remember being like, this pace is fine, I can do this? Do you remember thinking, oh my God, it's JMB and I'm passing him or hanging with him?
Yeah, I do remember that. In fact, after we did the pod together on that, I went back and watched some old races, and I was looking for that 92 season because you're right. I mean, it's pretty funny, and we've talked about that. Even Skip and I used to laugh about this. You know, when it was muddy, and my first 250 East Coast race was 92 Daytona, and it rained like crazy. Like, I think I crashed and I just pulled off. I was like, it's muddy out here. I'm done with this. And so yeah, and then sort of it continually got better and better. And then what was the one? Was it Charlotte or one of them where I got up in front? I was leading for a while.
Tampa.
Yeah, Tampa. And yeah, I think at that point, you know, I didn't have anything really special on my bike. It was just a normal. It was pretty much a stock bike. Maybe had a pipe. It had Mitch did a little work on the cylinder, but it was nowhere near a factory bike. I didn't get like a bike like Stanton or Bale had to ride in the East Coast. It was just a normal CR250, I think. And then to be running up front like that was like, oh man, you give me that factory bike, it's over. I'm gonna smoke these guys.
Yeah.
And so, especially when I was able to lead laps, and then I think maybe did I win a heat race there or get a second in a heat race or something like, yeah. So yeah, I remember, you know, it didn't take long. It was obviously a sharp learning curve, steep learning curve, but you know, I was a good starter too. So I got the confidence of starting up front with those guys, which I would consider my heroes back in the day. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah. You get a couple good races like that, and that your brain starts to believe it, and you're like, you just want to keep showing off, and that's kind of worked out. You know?
I remember when Chad raced 250s. He was riding the East Coast, right, for Yamaha Troy, and he jumped in the West Coast on the 250s, and dude, you were like, shit, this dude's for real. And I got to think, if I was in the media in 1992 and McGrath goes, he goes 20th at Daytona, but he goes 10, 6, 5, the next three in the premier class, I'm thinking as a media guy, like, oh shit, this guy's for real, you know?
I think Jeremy will, I don't know that he'll ever say this or toot his own horn, but you know, there's a lot of traits if you go back and look at the best ever.
Yeah.
Right? There's a lot of traits that they share in why they were the best. And the thing that I noticed that stuck out early on with Jeremy, and I saw this off the track, learning how to wakeboard for the first time, playing golf for the first time. He would sit and watch, and just sit and watch and sit and watch. And I remember being on the boat, sit and watch, and he'd just go, everybody's going, you ready to get on? Nope, not yet. And they go, okay, you ready to get on? Gets in the water, hops up, and does it first time. So he had the ability to see something, learn, process and lock it down, and knew where it was. He never lost it. And that was something that his learning curve was, you know, extreme. And I think that's, you know, we talked about the learning curve or what Prada may be, but, you know, Jeremy's learning curve was he learned really quickly, and he kept it. And that's, I mean, he made those big jumps on a consistent basis.
Jeremy, growing up, I'm, what am I, 40 now? So, like, you were my idol growing up, right? Like, I had to have the same Fox gear, I had the same helmet, but the same haircut even, like when you had the surfer cut and everything. But one of the coolest things I remember watching was, I was a Florida guy and I went to Daytona, and I just remember the factory practice coming out and all the bitchin' sounding bikes and everything, but watching Jeremy pick the track apart and just learn the track so goddamn fast. And that was Daytona. There wasn't a ton of obstacles, but he'd figure the track out faster than anybody. And it was just, always just impressive, everything he did, right? Like
I think that right there alone was one of my, you know, one of the traits that I had maybe sort of over some of my other guys, at least the guys that were my age that I was racing against, right? And then I considered the older guys in the 250 class at that time, to me, they were my heroes, but they were also like, a lot of them just rode kind of like old school style, you know, like for what I was doing, like in middle of the week and riding at my own track and doing all these things that I used to basically be applying all the BMX stuff that I had learned over the years. I was always like, man, these guys are jumping way too high. There's like all these things that you know, when I finally got there, it sort of, my style made them look like sort of out of date, you know, a lot of them. And it was sort of a refined like BMX sort of style. I guess I've always kind of said that, you know, get back to the ground, make as much speed as possible, go through the lips, go as fast as you can through the lips, which creates, you know, low flight, all these things that you know, maybe some of these guys just, you know, they didn't really have that background, right? So it took a lot of them a few years to even catch up to sort of where I was going with that. But, yeah, I don't know, man. It's just, I think with BMX, right, you know, everything was always such a sprint. It's just a one lap. You had one lap to do it, one lap to figure it out. I mean, if you guys remember in my career, if I ever got like bad starts, I'd make like 10 passes in one lap because I was always like, I got to get to the front. I was always panicked. I got to get to the front as fast as possible.
Always a sense of urgency.
Yeah, always. And I think that was just kind of naturally bred in me from just my little kid background, you know, of racing BMX.
Yeah, there's a great YouTube video of the '93 season, you guys, when you got on the scene and you're winning. Once you start winning in Anaheim, you won the next 4 or whatever, 5, and then they're talking to Stanton and Kudrowski, and they're like, he's getting the starts. You know, once we get he's getting the starts, it's fine. But once that's why he's winning. Once he doesn't get the start, he's not going to win. And then the next race, you got 4th in Atlanta. You didn't get the start, and you got 4th. And one of the guys, Kudrowski or LaRocca, were like, see, like, he didn't get the starts and, you know, whatever. But the next race after that, you started like 7th and ripped through the pack and won. And then I was sitting there, like, rubbing my hands together, waiting for these post-race interviews. Like, what do you got now, guys? And it was just Art Ekman saying, well, it looks like the kid figured it out or something. Like it was funny to hear the guys like Stanton and Cooper and Kudrowski talk about, man, it's just the starts. That's why he's beating us.
No, but there was things that, you know, nobody really understood, is that on those races where he had to pass guys, you know, he'd come back in and we'd talk, and he goes, we're going, man, the inside of the track's open up. He goes, well, let's figure out how I can be inside the inside line and figure out those things. But he spent a tremendous amount of time, and it wasn't something we were putting on this magical part that was going to do something. He worked on his ability to be able to get inside of everybody and still accelerate and do those things. And nobody put in that much effort to figure it out. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, right around the track.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's funny that comes up with me is, you know, when you say Atlanta and I finished 4th, and Skip knows this. You know, how many times did we go to Atlanta, Skip, and we're like, you know what? Let's get, you know, top 5. Let's get 3rd. Let's get 4th. That track was so rutted and so soft. And I've said this a million times in interviews that, like, it took me 5-6 years to learn how to ride a track like that. Well into my 250 career before I was learning about a track like that. I mean, being from California, we don't ride tracks like that. And if the track ever got like that, we'd be like, yeah, we're done for the day. We're not doing that. And so Skip and I, you know, I think we just had a really good strategic plan, because it was like, all right, look, if you don't get the start, then don't really worry about it. Just ride, don't crash, try to get to the end. And, you know, it's one of those kind of things. And we dealt with that same thing at Pontiac. Remember how soft Pontiac was? The night that I lost the race to Emig, and, you know, after 13 wins at St. Louis, that track was crazy soft and crazy rutted. You know, those kind of tracks, you know, it was everyone was sitting there looking at me like, oh, you know, you should be winning. You know, you won last week. You should win tonight or whatever. But, you know, we had a plan when it came. We had a contingency plan when it came to the tracks that weren't my best ability, you know, tracks. And, yeah, it's shitty as it was to not win again and win every week or whatever. But still, we had a good plan. It was like, hey, don't F yourself by going out there and throwing it away and being stupid on a track that was this difficult. And let someone else take the chances, right? I mean, I was totally happy getting thirds because I was winning races. So, those kind of things just sometimes it looks like doesn't pop into the current group of riders' minds. And we just kind of always had a good plan for, there's certain nights we were just points racing,
Yeah.
Jeremy, I, as a fan growing up and watching you, it always seemed like Supercross came easy to you, and the narrative around you, at least how I remember it back then, was outdoors was tougher, right? Like you never got the same results outdoor. But then you, I don't know what you did. You applied yourself something, but when you won the 96 title, I think 96 outdoor title, right? Yeah. I just wanted to know 95 outdoor. So I wanted to know, what you prioritized, what you focused on to turn yourself into an outdoor champion too.
Well, like some of the stuff Skip just said, where I was, if you go back and watch my career, you'll even in Supercross, when there was starting to get a big rut, and it was starting to get bumps and stuff, you would see me in a different line. I would change my riding. I was always looking for the smooth line. And a little bit like what Dale used to do, but I probably took it to the extreme, And I think that you're right, Supercross did come a lot easier for me. And I think what really happened is I got tired of everyone saying that I really wouldn't be considered one of the greatest riders because I just really couldn't win outdoors and all that stuff. And, had I not applied myself, that probably would have been the case. But I just sort of got tired of that. And I was like, you know what, it's time to get after it here. And as you guys know, in motocross, the fastest line is the shortest line. And usually the shortest line is the one with the biggest holes. So I got myself, I got Gary Simics that year, that next couple of years as like sort of a coach, but someone really just around to kick me in the ass to get me out the door to get training. And then we just really, really worked on the bike. I mean, Honda committed themselves. We had an extra bike that was exactly like my race bike. We had an extra mechanic at home that would take us to the track. So me and Lamson would show up at the track 2 days a week with our bikes prepped and ready. We didn't have to do the work. We just had to be there, put in the work on the track. And once we did that, the fitness level came around way better. My level of commitment to riding, I actually learned so much. I was already, 2-time Supercross champ, but I was still learning how to ride a motocross track. It was not easy. And I just, Supercross was easy. And I was like, always kind of like, and this is the nature of probably having too much like sort of natural talent in the very beginning, because it did come too easy and I didn't work at it enough. And so it took me, until I was 22, 23 years old to really become sort of an adult where I can apply myself and make a difference. And that's where you come in. That's where I came in earlier with the confidence, with the bike, and with the level of fitness. I mean, there was no one working harder than we were, and it was showing at the races, especially in the motocross series. I mean, when I was at battling with someone at like 20, 25-minute mark, I was like, all right, I'm ready to go. Kick it in gear. Let's go. Let's pull away from these guys. And we ended up winning a lot of races that year. And, I honestly, I have to say that, there is no, at least at that time, there was no better feeling than winning a motocross race. Like going 1-1 at a motocross national was incredible. I mean, Supercross was one thing, and you get all the lights and the glory and all that stuff. But when you win 1-1 in the motocross race, your body, you feel like you earned that shit.
Yeah.
Your body has worked. Even on having a bike like I had, at the end of those days, I mean, people don't realize you go home in the back seat of the rent-a-car, just like,
cramping
like
up,
all bundled up. Your stomach's worked. You're just done. You can't do anything. And, those are the days that you just sort of earned your money, and there was really no better feeling. It was cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that catapulted me into my Motocross of Nations win in 96, right? So I would say my finest years racing were probably, 1995, 1996.
Yeah.
And there's without a doubt. I mean, I won the majority of the nationals. I won the majority of the Supercrosses in 2 years. What was 96? I won like 20. I won 25 races out of 29 or something.
Yeah,
like
it was.
That.
And just even going back, but just starting that 1 year, there was 19 races in the first 20 weeks of the year.
Jesus.
And he every time he was on the track, whether it was a heat race or a moto, he won everything.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I remember those years vividly, watching it on TV, and I remember all the Fox gear. I remember all the butt patches. I remember the Friday the 13th butt patch. I mean, I had to have all that gear and all that stuff because, and it's crazy, like, over the years, sometimes you get bored with the same guy winning. It wasn't the same when it was Jeremy winning, when it was Ricky winning, for instance. Like, it was just different.
Jeremy, my view looking at it from where my seat and all of this was, Jeremy was extremely confident in what he could and couldn't do on a motorcycle, and he knew what he couldn't do as defined as what he could do, which allowed him to, show up every weekend, and just the ability to just go out and execute what he was doing. And for me, that was the most stressful time for me because I don't want to be the weak link in all of this,
right?
So that was super stressful on my end. But at the same time, you're having so much fun. And back then, the bottom line is he had 19 of the 20 guys beat when he got on the plane on Thursday.
Yeah,
that was the goal. And
from January 13th in '96 until Millville in August, you were never off the podium. You won every race, but you got a third at High Point, a second at Red Bud, and a second at Unadilla. And a second at St. Louis, of course. But that was your record. So it took you trying that stupid jump at Millville for you to actually get off the podium. Yeah.
Confidence was brimming.
That tells you right there what all that confidence did for me. It ruined me.
Yeah, if you don't try that ridiculous jump, you win Millville, you win Washougal.
Win the title.
Yeah, you just probably get your worst finish all year in '96 if you don't try that jump in practice is a third at High Point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I still leave Honda at the end of the year.
yeah, really, right? Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, good times, man. We kept you long enough, Jeremy, the king of Supercross. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it. And Renthal, of course, is a big sponsor tonight with their lock-on grip launch, and they thank you as well. You won all your races, but I think, would you win on Suzuki? 3 races? 4? 4 races on Suzuki? Two.
Minneapolis.
So all of your wins except for 2.
Yeah, Minneapolis and I don't even know the other one, to be honest.
We just covered, yep, all your wins but 2 with Renthal products. So.
I like it.
I know. Well, I appreciate you guys. It's always fun to be on. Cheers to Renthal. What an amazing company, and appreciate all the support over the years, and proud that we did that together. Excited for the new project here with the grip. So excited.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, MC.
Thank you,
Jeremy. See ya.
All right, guys. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you. That's Jeremy McGrath, everybody, the king of Supercross. What a guy.
There's no cooler person on the planet than that guy, in my opinion.
Telling you,
he's just.
We've never had a champion like him.
No.
I'm telling you, I was around in his heyday. Like, I was there. Yeah.
Ricky, we knew. Obviously, no one knew how good friends Ricky and Jeremy were, but you got to see Ricky early on, and then when he was as dominant as he had to be, he had to turn off so much of what to allow him to do what he did, and you have to respect that. But as a fan, you're going, what the hell, And the minute he knew he was on the backside, his personality came back out at the races.
Yep.
Jeremy was just super. He could manage that so well that you didn't hate the guy. You wanted to be there if he got beat, but you were rooting for him the whole time.
Yeah. No, I've said this story before. I was a greaseball mechanic, privateer mechanic. He would be cool to me. He'd ask me how I'm doing. He'd give me a head nod in the tunnel. He didn't have to do that. I was just fucking, But he was always like, "How you doing, man? You good? All right." And then he would keep walking, and I was just like, "Holy fuck."
But I mean, he worked on that.
He's
though.
a nice guy.
That was part of was part of who he was, and why make an enemy off the track when you're going to lap him and you want him to move over for you?
Yeah, no, great to have Jeremy on the phone, and good stories from the king. Absolutely. PulpMX 24 to code to save with Renegade. They deliver it right to your door. RenegadeRacefuel.com. Select the products you want. Enter the PulpMX promo code, PulpMX24. Get the cleanest, coolest, and most consistent race fuel on the market. Keefer, you've used Renegade before. You're a fan.
SX4.
All right, let's talk some Supercross 2025.
Hold on, one question before we go.
Yeah.
How was Jack? Like, you look at father and son.
Oh, that's a great question.
Awesome.
So was Jack similar to Jeremy? Is Jeremy like Jack?
Because
I feel like
the answer is yes and no.
Okay.
The answer is yes and no. But
the reason why I asked this, Skip, is because I teach my kids certain things, like values, like we were talking about.
Absolutely.
It's like, and then you look at Jeremy now. I'm like, maybe a lot of it's parents, right?
It's huge, and you're not going to find two better, ever. And the having Jack as a, and it's this simple. He's getting a bit of an attitude. We need to bring him back. And Jack would just take his chain and jerk him back down to reality, and let's go again. And it was and it was very rare when that ever had to happen. But having that's how it was. It was no, you're going to do things right.
He kept his ego in check a little bit.
Or
not even ego.
Not even ego. It was just no. We're going to be nice. You're going to do things, and Jack would if it got a little bit high, Jack would just bring him right back down to ground.
It's funny. I was doing a research for an old story, and I was looking through Cycle News, and I was looking through old Cycle News results from GFI races and Transcal races, Paris, Glen Helen, all this stuff. Jeremy was like just a top 5 intermediate guy. Phil Lawrence was winning a lot.
Yeah.
Rhino was winning a lot. Jeremy's name would pop up every now and then, but he wasn't some like dominant dude around back then. Like I would bet Phil Lawrence, if you asked him, Phil Lawrence was the fastest guy, at least in Southern California.
Absolutely.
Like Phil was
the man.
If you look at the results in that intermediate class, and it's Rhino, there's Phil,
Clowers.
there's Jeremy. Clowers a little bit after that.
You had Stevenson a little bit. You had Budman a little bit.
Yeah.
That was part of, in my opinion, the reason why he was so successful is because he got good so late in his career that I've heard Jeremy speak about it plenty of times that he thinks there's a window, right? You have this window, and it looked like for the most part he got his window all as a professional.
Yeah. No, you're right.
And I mean, this guy, he went to Loretta Lynn's in the C class.
Right.
He had Showtime in the back of his pants in the C class.
It's insane, how someone can be so supremely confident in themselves and raise their level when the moment is the biggest.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Supercross 2025. I do want to talk a little bit about that. We got the contest coming up, the grip contest coming up as well shortly. Motorsport.com. Tweet it. Tits. I got a Race Tech rant.
Do you?
Okay.
No, cut it out.
Odd.
I got to run the show. We got to get this thing over with. We're all running late, so I'm not going to get into it too much. But Race Tech rant. Love the guys at Race Tech. Gold Valves, of course, been around since the 80s. Get your suspension service, get your motor work done. My Race Tech rant is Will Hahn, because Will's all into this health shit, right? And
health shit.
Yeah, he's getting up at 4 a.m. He's telling us.
Yeah.
He's got a sauna. He's got an ice machine. He's got these creams. He's just super healthy. He was here last week. He was co-hosting the show with Kellen, right? And so he's like, "Hey, man, you got to try the cold plunge. Like it works. It's awesome." And I have read a lot about it. It does seem to be more of a trend. Keefer, do you do any of that? Have you done
I've tried it. Yeah.
Okay.
You could be doing it in your pool.
That's my rant.
Why?
I did it.
Okay. Did you do it with any consistency, or did you do it once?
Once.
Well, then it doesn't make.
It was 41 degrees.
That's plenty.
That's cold.
I was in there. He said 5 minutes.
That's tough.
I did 3.
That's impressive.
And it sucked, and it was horrible, and I never want to do it again, and I wish I hadn't done it, and I don't know.
Did you feel anything afterwards?
No, I just felt fucking cold,
But
Kris.
did you do it like after exercise and then
No, first thing in the morning.
Before the
did it
next
first thing
day
in the
when you're
morning.
going to exercise again? Like,
No.
Did you mix it into it's
No.
Because cold plunging is for people that consistently work out.
Well, I went on a bicycle ride later.
Okay,
that
that's
day.
good, I guess.
Yeah.
Felt nothing?
No. So it's just
one time's not going to do you. You can't make.
Well,
an
I mean,
evaluation
Will
off one
did say
time.
that. He's like, you got to do it all the time. But, dude, you go cold plunge then.
I don't have to ride a dirt bike tomorrow. No, but science is teaching us some things, and especially if you look at what's going on from the athlete side of things, you have to consider all of that. And is that going to be something that's good for you? Basketball players probably were the ones that really started it, because those guys they're doing it. They're doing so much joint movement and muscle movement on a over consistent basis that those cold plunges and the way
it sucked.
But how it affects your body and it accelerates your body into recovering, it's huge. It
It's
can
for
be
inflammation.
A huge for a lot
it
of
does
guys.
help inflammation. Like
I have my friend on the side. That's what I was thinking about doing it. My little hematoma friend.
Yeah.
So I was like, I wonder if this will help.
For sure, that would help. It helps healing. It's proven to help healing.
Wow.
You got to do it more than once, and it sucks. But
it sucks.
But anything that comes good in your life, there's suck before it.
100%. Nothing is.
I
easy.
need to be. I need someone to come to the house at gunpoint and order me in that pool.
Well, we got that. We can take care of that.
But hey, but check this out.
It's so, dude. When you get in there and like you take a step.
Yeah, but don't you look at it as like, my mind is controlling my body, and
well, I did it.
Like to me, like it's a mental challenge. Like, you're not going to die.
No.
You won't.
No.
Yeah,
So
why not
it's
do it?
literally your brain telling you that it's too cold to bear. So just power,
I did.
tell
I
yourself
powered
that
through it.
Good job.
But one time. So, but what I'm saying is, like, let's flash way back. I don't want to ride, Kris. I'm not working out. Fuck that. You can go back and listen to shows that me and you've had about riding.
I didn't say I'm not working out.
No, yes, you have.
I didn't say that.
You're like,
I
no,
always
don't-
liked bicycling. I enjoyed bicycling.
Now, look at you ride dirt bikes. You bicycle a shit ton. You've lost a shit ton of weight.
Mhm.
And how much suck has happened, and now look where you're
Yeah,
at.
a lot.
Okay. That's
So,
it.
race tech rant, Will Hahn.
But
Go
don't
fuck
you
yourself,
feel?
Will.
But don't you feel proud of yourself that you?
For the cold plunge? No.
No,
Oh.
for losing your
Yeah,
weight,
yeah,
for losing,
sure,
for
yeah,
doing all, like,
right, no.
and that took
But
consistency. It wasn't
yeah,
one
no, it
one
was,
bike
it
ride.
was stack on stack on stack
Exactly.
of bike rides. Absolutely, but
That's all it is,
dude.
And that's life in general.
Okay, well, you start cold plunging then.
I have.
You said you.
So I've done it consistent enough where I felt better when I get up in the morning and go. I test a lot and
Yeah,
ride a
yeah.
lot. Inflammation.
Why'd you give it up?
The same thing that everyone else does. I stopped one day, and then that led to 2 days, led to 3 days, and then I got lazy.
You got a pool. You get in.
I do.
Oh.
I do it consistently, all the time. I go in
Cold
my
plunge.
cold pool at night, and I turn on my hot tub, and I jump back
That's
and
what
forth
I was doing,
all the
going
time.
back and forth.
All the time,
Yeah.
because my pool,
At night before
especially
bed, or
every night, pretty
Oh.
much. Every night I get in the pool, and my
Same
wife
thing.
gets
You know
in
how
the
our
hot tub,
jacuzzis
and-
with the pool?
Yeah.
Just go from pool to jacuzzi.
Yeah, and it's like, honestly, I wake up better, I sleep better. I think it.
well, I'll get my
definitely does
wife
make a
in the hot
difference.
tub, and then maybe that'll give me incentive to.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
But it sucked.
How was shrinkage?
Oh, dude, it was gone. It was inside. it wasn't even there anymore.
Yeah,
It
it
was-
disappeared.
Yeah. So my race tech rant is Will's cold plunge. I'll try it again, but
More than once.
yes.
Give yourself a week. Try it. Say, I want to do 1 week.
You just
That's
need
what I've
goals.
learned.
You need goals, Steve.
Yeah, I got bicycle goals.
Okay, well
Yeah.
then
Then add it to
you
the
can
program.
achieve those goals if you cold plunge.
You know
on
what I've learned?
consistency.
Like
Mm.
in my head, maybe this will help for you. Like when you have like a big number, it's too big. I'm like, fuck that.
Yeah.
But if I do it in a bigger chunk, but do it 1 week. You're like, oh, it's one. I'm
Yeah.
like, that ain't nothing.
Yeah.
I don't look at 7 days. I look at 1 week. That helps me mentally.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Well, race tech rant. Will Hahn. Racetech.com. Tell me, listen to Pulp, get a deal. Okay, so Supercross 2025. This is the same stuff I've been asking questions. The co-hosts that have been coming in. Skip, I should have prepped you. I did not. So we'll start. We'll go last with you.
Okay.
2 things. Hottest take that you have. Doesn't need to. Mine was Sexton's going to sign with Cowie. I'm not saying that's happening. I don't know anything. That's looking at the math, and that's the hottest take I have.
Mm-hmm.
Give me yours, Paul.
Well, it's a hot take, so I could very well be wrong.
No, that's the idea. Don't be worried
but
about that.
I think, and I got some news in the last couple of weeks that even makes this a hotter take, but
Okay.
I think Prado will be better than most people think. And my reasoning for that is...
What does that mean, though?
Meaning, I think we all expect him to be a top 10 guy. I think he could be a top 5 guy more often
With
than not.
podiums.
Yeah.
Or-
I think
okay,
he'll
yeah.
get a podium this
Okay.
year. I do. And I lean on his great starts as what accelerates his learning curve. Like, I understand 450 Supercross is a whole nother beast, and it's going to take him some time
it's
to learn.
week in and week
I could
out,
be
yeah,
very,
yeah,
very
yeah,
wrong.
yeah.
But I just
No.
think that guy's inherent ability to get good starts is going to accelerate his learning curve. And the other part of that is you told us to what is your biggest question of 2025.
No, we're not getting to that yet.
Well, I have to get to it because it connects with my hot take.
All right.
My biggest question 2025 is we finished the season with 8 open domes.
Mhm.
And we saw Prado win a heat race in the mud. I don't know if rain's going to come into this part of this thing, but I think that
God,
could
you gotta think it will be,
that
yeah.
could play a factor in helping Jorge even more so achieve like that one-off podium or that top 5 is we could have mud races to finish the year.
Okay. Kris, hottest take.
I broke it down in 2 for 250 and 450.
Okay.
Hottest take for 250, Triumph gets their first win next year. Between all the guys they have, I've been there watching.
That's not even a hot take, but okay.
I feel like it is.
I mean, they got Jordan Smith. They got.
When's the last time Jordan won?
He won this year, didn't he?
No.
He didn't win this year?
No.
Last year? He won last year.
He was leading points, but I don't
He
think
didn't win
won a
one
race.
Supercross last year.
I think
he did.
I don't think he did.
Are you kidding me?
I could be wrong, but
think it was-
you guys are better than me.
Faulkner won a Supercross last year.
Yes, Jordan won the second round in San Francisco.
Yeah, yeah. And
Mud
Faulkner
race.
won a race, right?
And Faulkner won
Okay,
a
then I'll
race.
break it down even further. I'll say Jalik wins a race.
Okay, that's a hot take.
So
that's
I'll say
a Supercross.
Yes.
A Supercross.
Yes.
Okay.
Just for me being at the yes.
Paul said it twice. So
I know. Yeah.
Just double checking. Yeah. Okay, that's a hot take.
Just watching him ride.
Uh-huh.
I've seen him ride the past, I don't know, year and a half or so, and then whatever he has been doing lately, it seems to have been a lot different than what I've seen in the past. So,
okay.
I think Jalik wins a 250 race. 450, I will say Jet wins the first 10 races.
That's also a hot take.
I almost went the same way with my hot take. To be honest with you, I was going to say something crazy like I think Jet runs the table.
Wow.
Jet wins first 10 rounds.
All right.
Yeah.
And I could see, just so we had Jeremy on, I could see him doing a Jeremy-esque, what is it, 16 rounds?
Yeah.
15 out of 16. 16 out of 17.
I didn't want to say it to Jeremy on the phone, but I know that Jet took heat for the 72 comment last year, and I was one of the guys saying, give him heat, calm down.
Yeah.
And I know Jeremy said some things publicly like, hey, he's got to win one,
Right.
How many does he got?
10? No. 9?
I don't know.
Yeah. But it's not crazy.
So I'm just going to say right now he wins the first 10.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Skip, your hottest take.
I mean, I think both of you guys have something interesting, but I think Prada's a top 5 guy.
Okay.
I think Prada's a top 5 guy.
Let's be wrong together, maybe, Skip, or maybe we'll be right and look really smart together.
Yeah, guys, you guys can celebrate at the Huddle Brewery.
And I think that's for me the limiting factor there is he did crash, he did go down, where is he? Because if he enters where he was 3 weeks ago, those interviews he did and if he's physically able to start at the first race like that, he's a top 5 guy.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I've gotten some recent news that maybe it's not going as great as it can be right now, but so like in the same vein, as a fan, I wanted to see him just make 17 races so we can have him healthy for Paula.
Yeah.
I think that would be incredible. But yeah, I do think that his great starts are going to put him at the front more than people give him credit for.
Okay, give me your question, your biggest question for 2025. Mine was, it's just, I believe if Sexton can get comfortable on the bike and he goes Honda speed, he can challenge Jet way more often, fast qualifiers, heat race wins, and I'm not saying beat Jet, but he'll be real closer and we'll have a hell of a race. So my biggest question is, can Chase get comfortable on that KTM like a Honda? That's my biggest question mark. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but that's my biggest thing that I want to see. Because if he can, he's giving Jet a run. So what's yours?
So you want to see like more raw speed?
Yeah, just if I wanted to get better on the KTM, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of alluded to mine earlier.
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry, you're right. Yeah, your question would be open stadiums, right. And what are we going to see with those?
Yeah.
All right, Keefer?
Mine's Tomac.
Okay.
Where's Tomac going to be at? We saw some of the off-season races. It looks like he's more of his beast mode type self. End of the SMX, we saw some flashes of that. He's saying that he's better off now than he was last year. So for me, my question is, can he return and beat Jet?
In my opinion, that's Tomac's key to being in this title fight, is he needs to have the best January of his career, in my opinion. Historically, he hasn't been great in January. He kind of gets through the season, lets it go east, and really kind of turns it up. But I think to beat Jet and to attack Jet, he needs to be getting 20 to 22 points every single one of these first 5 rounds.
He needs to be podium all month.
Yes.
Okay, Skip.
When Hunter shows up at the first round, we all know what he can do, but that first round last year put him in such a hole.
And the year before that,
so
that's when he was on 250.
What guy shows up for round 1? I mean, if it's a guy that finished out the season, that could be an interesting play for him.
I liked what you said earlier about maybe Hunter is the Jet Lawrence antagonist, and I can see that happening too. I could see it being a Lawrence show.
I think with those two, I think the biggest issue is going to be is how does the family dynamic come into play? There's only so many times when little brother says oops or sorry, didn't mean to. I mean, how long does that still work? And they're such a tight. Everything you hear, they're such a very tight, very getting along. I mean, those guys are tight, but at some point, You know, is Jet going to be okay if Hunter beats him for a couple rounds?
Yeah, Jet seems like he doesn't want Hunter to ever beat him.
If I was Jet, I would anybody.
Based on SMX, based off Denver, based on a few things.
Meanwhile, we have number 2 going. Thank you.
Yeah.
We like it.
Just lurking in the background.
We like it
right?
when you don't talk about it.
Yeah, you didn't mention me once. That's
exactly.
awesome. Yeah, good point.
We mentioned this last week on our show. Cardo Systems is now available to purchase with a Pulp code, PulpMX to save at Cardo Systems. Have you ever used any of this stuff? It's Cardo stuff?
So we used it at the Triumph intro.
Oh, yeah.
You got to talk to RC while you're riding.
How good is that?
Oh, wow.
It's fun, yeah.
I had RV and Weimer in my ear. I'd rather have RC, but it's incredible, the sound it is and how clear it is and everything else. It's really, really cool.
And doesn't it pair with your group? So if your group peels off this way and one group peels off, it's pairs.
Yeah, you can pair it all together.
Cool.
You can have the headphones with the mechanic or the dad can talk to the son.
I'm so against that.
Okay, well, you can do that as well. Rider to rider or rider to coach. Pack Talk Edge and Edge phones are waterproof, dirt proof, allowing you to communicate with a range up to a mile away. JBL sound system in there. These things are really, really cool. Pair your Cardo system to the latest action camera models, and go to cardosystems.com. Code PulpMX to save. Thank you to Cardo for coming on board, and also thank you to the folks at MTX Braking. Paul, you've used MTX braking pads in your bikes over the years, and I want to thank the folks at MTX Braking. PulpMX code to save, available in over 800 power sports dealers out there. Make your mountain bikes better, more power, better modulation. Available in 2 compounds, one for e-bikes, another for trail riders and racers. Inspired by motocross and power sports. MTXbraking.com. Use the code to save. Thank you to MTX. Still talking 2025 Supercross, and then we'll do this grip contest thing. 250 riders.
So
without it, I asked you guys to rank your 250 riders in order, say top 5 or whatever.
Explain the whole thing, though.
Just, motocross and supercross.
Right.
They're riding 2 coasts, obviously, like always. And I'm looking at the point standings from last year from both coasts. Not so much outdoors, but both coasts. And I'm thinking about who's racing and who's not, who's going to step up, who's not. Because not really anybody left, right? They're all kind of in there this year. Obviously, Deegs is number 1. So I want to power rank the 250 class. Deegs is number 1, right? All of us?
I got Deegs on first, yeah.
So I split my little rankings up into overall for the year and then Supercross only. But Deegan's number 1 on both.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's confusing because he said put these 250 guys in order. Well, some guys are awesome at Supercross and not so good at motocross. Some guys race Supercross only and not motocross.
That's where you rank them. So
just saying, RJ Hampshire's not going to be in my top 10 overall because he's only going to race at 250 half the year.
Well, how good would he be if he raced 250 all year?
Exactly.
In Supercross, I have him 6th.
6th? Defending champ, RJ Hampshire.
Injury stuff. Stuff.
All right.
I think he's
what's
lost.
Your list? What's your list?
My Supercross list is Deegan, Kitchen, Vial. I think that's undisputable. I think they're the 3 best. McAdoo is my 4 in Supercross. I have Pierce Brown as 5. I think he takes a jump on a star bike. RJ is 6. I only have him there because of the injury, kind of lost in momentum. 7 and 8 is Hymas and Shimoda. Anstey is 9, and I have Jordan Smith 10. I have him going backwards a little bit, changing teams.
Okay, no Faulkner?
No Faulkner in Supercross just because I need him to finish the series.
No Jalik?
I have Swole 12th, and I have Shock 11th. Cody Shock got 3rd in points last year, Kris. Go look at the results.
He really did.
I love me Cody. I love some Cody, but come on.
Go look at the points, Kris.
He races better than 18 of the guys that are on the track.
And he finishes the series
he's not going to light the fire on qualifying, but he's going to get good starts, and you're going to get all of him every lap.
I put him 11th because I think it's worth honorable mention. He was pretty damn good in Supercross.
No, I'm not saying he's not. Just
What do you got?
Go.
I only did 5. That's overachieving over there. So
yeah, that's what he does.
Deegs.
Sorry.
I got Deegs, RJ, Kitch, Joe, Vial.
RJ ahead of Kitchen and Vial. Yeah. I would put RJ ahead of Vial, even with injuries. Just
okay.
Yeah. Just because the injuries aren't going to bother RJ. He's a zombie.
I just think Vial gets a little bit better this year.
Yeah, you think? Yeah, I was going to say because Vial's motocross season was a little underwhelming.
It was,
and the Supercross he kind of got some fortunate with McAdoo, with Deegs, with
the sport is trending towards his strengths. 9 whoops, no dragon backs, great starts, meaning GRATE, great starts, obviously. But it's his bag.
I would say Joe does better because it's a contract year.
Yeah, but he's got a new bike now. So I I don't know.
We have a question for Schmoder Realist coming up.
Boy.
I do think this bike, though, from what I know about the bike and the guys I talked to, the bike is in a better spot.
I don't disagree with that at all, but I'm just saying there's a new bike.
Will Hymas be 100% come East Coast?
It's going to be around the cusp.
Isn't East Coast like 4th, 5th round this year? Isn't Tampa like round 5?
Yeah, it's early.
Something like that. Yeah.
It's going to be on the cusp.
Yeah. Okay.
He's not going to be like lighting fires.
If you had told me he didn't have an ACL injury, I'd put Hymas way high.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he can take a jump this year too.
Do we think Deegs rides west?
I've heard both, man. I don't know. Why wouldn't he ride west to me? If he's ready to go and everything else, why wouldn't he? West is more publicity, bigger stage, quote unquote.
The industry's there, everything.
Yeah.
So
for
me, I have a question that is where's Pierce at, and I haven't heard anything.
Mm-hmm.
Is he healthy?
From what I know, yeah.
I would, the only outside of what you guys had, he's my top third. He's number 3 for me.
I didn't mention him in Supercross, but some of the kind of test track chatter I hear is that Juju has really taken a step.
I've heard the same. Yeah.
And I know that that's the typical thing we always talk about in the off season. Who's ripping at the test track, right? It was Malcolm last year, and maybe
it's J-Mart for a few years. J-Mart.
Yeah. But I've heard from more than a few people that Juju has taken a step. I've heard good things about Swole. Same thing as Kris said, and you mentioned it earlier with Mitch. I've heard good things about Drew Adams too, especially in the whoops for a rookie.
Yeah.
I just think we're talking about who's going to get second.
I agree.
On whatever coast Deegs is on, yeah.
What about Kitch? You don't think Kitchen can beat Deegan?
Not on a consistent basis. I don't think so.
I think he can.
Listen, JT and Weege pushed back on me on Race Reacts preview shows, but Deegs makes a lot of mistakes in Supercross. He had the bad starting spot in Birmingham because of a crash. He crashed in Foxborough Heat twice. We thought Daytona crash out of nowhere that could have really been seriously hurt. I'm probably missing 3 others where he makes, like, maybe he's a bit more aggressive, a bit more of a throttle jockey, and he makes mistakes in Supercross. He's got to calm that down. I think he will, but he makes mistakes.
But you have to consider this. Okay, let's talk about those 2 guys. They both start in 10th. Who gets on the podium?
Deegan.
Okay,
Levi does not come through the pack.
In my mind, there's your answer.
Yeah.
That's your answer right there. It's that simple.
Levi is amazing from the front, but he has shown us that sometimes he doesn't come through the pack as quick, and Deegan can shred through the pack.
Yeah. Yep. No, it'd be great. Should be interesting to see what we have. There's your power rankings for 250 class from the in-studio co-host. Factory chassis parts, PulpMX chassis to save.
I have Swole in the top 10 in my overall rankings.
Okay,
Kris,
right,
I know you took offense to the Supercross thing, so this is combined both coasts.
I'm glad Swole's above.
Yep. Are you going back to Triumph at all?
What do you mean I'm going back?
Anytime soon?
Yeah.
When?
Next month.
Do you know Faulkner at all?
I mean, I don't know him, but I've seen him. Yeah.
Well, now that Coker's there, maybe do you know Coker?
Yeah.
Faulkner keeps saying in interviews, I've heard it 3 times.
Okay.
That they took his brain out and put it on the table.
Okay.
He said that because he had an aneurysm going on and everything else. And I understand he's been through some trauma.
Yeah.
And he had that. And I wish him the best, and I hope he can get back to his level. Can you just tell someone to tell him they did not take his brain out of his? They don't put on the table.
Did you listen? Where did you hear this?
Darkside's pod. Darkside clipped it for me.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Did he clip the whole thing like you could hear the context?
No, there was no context
right,
at all.
Exactly.
No.
I mean, dude, the guy.
Listen, I'm just no.
Like, I'm sometimes when you talk, you say shit.
Yeah.
You think you know what you're saying, and it just comes
like
out.
I caught a 3-pound bass, but I told everyone it was 5.
But listen, and nothing against Faulkner. Just they didn't take his brain out. They just moved it, and when
have you measured your penis before?
No.
Yes, you have. Where'd you measure it?
I never measured it.
From the way back, or did you measure it?
Dude, I think when he's telling people that his brain was on the table, I think people need to realize, like, hey man, it just wasn't on the table. Like,
it sounds like we need to hear the context before and after.
I'm trying to find it right now. Dark sent me the audio file, and I don't.
But yeah, if I see him, I'll ask him. I'll talk about his brain.
Yeah, just like I wish.
Let us know how it goes.
I wish him the best, and I hope he comes back. Like I said, and I hope for Triumph that works out.
I do too, because I've said this. I don't know if I said this on record, but I said, watch. There's going to come a time where Cowie doesn't renew him, and he just needs a change, and he's going to go and win and win a title.
Okay.
You think he wins?
Okay.
I think he wins a race, absolutely. But god dang it, it's just been so many damn years of injury. I've been a Faulkner fan since the beginning.
They ended up pulling my brain out of my head and all this. Like it was wild.
So
hold on, one more time, please.
Okay.
My actual brain surgery itself was crazy. They ended up pulling my brain out of my head and all this.
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
They didn't pull his brain out of his head. Like, again, just, it's cool, gnarly. I wish you the best. He said it numerous times that they pulled the brain out of his head. They did not. And just to be sure, I texted a doctor friend of mine.
They don't do that ever.
You were on the text message.
I was on the text message with you.
And he confirmed they would move it, like they would just move it to get down in there.
Well, maybe that's what he's speaking to.
No, it said.
Yeah, literally, yes, I know. But
If Steve ever starts a group message with the person's name first and nothing after that, you know some shit's about to pop off on the text message thread.
What do you mean?
Like, or he'll just say, Kris, nothing else.
Oh, yeah.
And either he'll wait for you to say, hey, hi.
Yeah,
or,
yeah.
Because you know some shit's about to come.
Yep.
So that's what I saw.
He wants your attention.
Hey, Doc. I was like, oh, I just put, oh, boy. That's all I put.
Listen, again, let's just keep it, to the facts.
Don't take it so literal. Maybe it was a little.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
How many times have you said some shit?
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude.
That's true.
My brain out.
How many shows have you done now?
608. This is
all right.
608.
Let's call it 597 times.
Yeah,
Something like that, probably.
Yeah, fair.
Just worry about your bar mount. FCP, factory chassis parts, PulpMX chassis, the code to say. They got race cups as well. Kris has been using those, as long with the motor mounts, of course. What do you think of Coker to Triumph? What do you think of that move?
I think it's going to be good for Triumph. I know Coker did a lot at Star.
Yep.
Things that I didn't even know about until recently, and I think he is going to be good to help organize the whole team. I think it's just going to put the trajectory in a better position.
So I did a Renthal reaction with him, and I didn't realize it, but yeah, he's the general manager of all racing.
Yes.
So like GNCC, amateur stuff, and then the
Does
SMX
he report
stuff.
to Ian?
I would think so. Yeah. So this is a big promotion for Coker from where he was. He was just the team manager, and yeah, I think that it's awesome. I think it's going to be a good thing for that program.
I think it's good for Scuba as well.
Yeah, Scuba stays, right? Same
but I just think it takes some pressure off him. He can focus on what he needs to do over there. And I think.
I think it's an impressive move for Triumph too.
Yeah,
I think so.
I said this in the podcast with Coker. Like, look, with Bobby being there and then gone before the end of the year of their first year of racing, Savacci just leaves before the SMX races. Like, even though he could have won a bunch of money, Evan Ferry stuff. It's just, they seem a bit dysfunctional.
Well,
from the outside looking in.
A lot of these people hitting me up a lot, and I see the comments. Oh, you guys got rid of Savacci and you have a 450. That's not how it works.
No. I'm not saying that. No.
But I just want to put it out there, like, hey, the 450 came late. The race team doesn't have access to that bike to develop it enough to keep a Savacci, right? Like, that comes in later. You're not going to go racing in 25 with a bike you've had 2.5 months.
It didn't look good. And again, you're totally right, Kris. But from the average fan, just Instagram fan.
Yeah.
Joey comes out and says, they didn't have a 450 for me to race.
Right.
And so I have to leave. And that makes sense. And then literally a week later, here's our 450.
Right.
Again, no development, but if you're just a casual fan, you're like,
what happened?
You're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
So
it could be a personality thing too.
Well, no, I think Joey wasn't happy there. He wasn't happy.
Maybe they weren't happy with him there either.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I've heard plenty of things that he's not the most positive person.
Yeah. Right. No.
I don't know about that. Like, I think
they kicked him out at the Lawrences because he was too fucking negative.
Really?
Yeah. They said, go to the other garage. All you do is bitch every time you come off the track.
But he needed to stick out for 3 more races to win a bunch of money, and he was like, I'm out of here. And they're like, fine. Just the Evan Ferry, the Bobby Hewitt stuff, they have some dysfunction. And Coker, hopefully, if Ian lets him, Coker can be, this is what we're doing. We're moving forward. And they got a good team. Like,
honestly, I think Scuba could do all that as well. I don't think he's not incapable of doing it. I think Scuba's fine.
No, I don't think you can manage a supercross, motocross race team and then work out amateur racing, work on GNCC, and do all that.
Well, what I'm saying is the dysfunction that you're talking about.
Okay, right.
Scuba's good. Like, he could rein it all in.
Got it.
Right?
Okay,
but there was other things I'm sure that was going on.
Right. So this is a good move.
I like it strategically too. Like, granted, it happens plenty in racing, but when you strengthen your team and also weaken one of your competitors at the same time, like, that's a great fucking move. Like I wish they would do that more. And this goes back to a personal story, but like that was one of the biggest things I disliked when I worked at Pro Taper in Tucker Rocky. They would never poach from their biggest customer or promote from within. They would hire some retard with a fancy resume instead of weakening your opponent and strengthening yourself at the same time by poaching somebody. It's not illegal.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's smart.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see what happens. And then Rich Simmons looks like he's going to step in and be the 450 manager at Star.
Which
Take
I think
Coker's
that's
spot.
good too.
Yeah, that'll be a good spot for him too. Rich is a good guy. He's been around the block for a while. So that's a couple of silly season moves in our sport. So stay tuned for that. Again, use the codes on PulpMXShow.com to save, whether it's a WUSA, whether it's Ethica, whether it's Cardo Systems, all of it. Please go to the PulpMXShow.com website. Look under codes and save and everything else, and we really, really appreciate it. All right, so Renthal lock-on grip. That's why we're all here. We're celebrating this launch from the folks at Renthal. And, Paul, we're going to have a little contest here tonight. So there's 2 factory mechanics in here and then a guy that worked for a satellite team. That's Paul. And then Skip and I were factory. So we all had the skills to take our riders to wins.
Win.
Multiple?
Hey,
Summer cross?
Win.
Same rider, multiple wins?
No. Right.
Are you going to bolt the handlebars up properly?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'll give Steve an advantage if he doesn't have to do that.
So what we're going to do is, Keefer, you're going to work the time. We are going to have a little contest here. Paul, you have taken some fat bars.
Yep.
You have wired a grip on the end.
Glued and wired.
A grip on the end. And
there's no grease on these bolts. That's why they're streaking, by the way. I just didn't have any grease.
Oh, well, what do you know? I usually put assembly lube on there, but that's okay.
I went in your garage and looked for things, and to be honest with you, I struggled to find things. I found a garden hose in the same drawer with the open wrenches. I found, there's a nice I honestly almost thought about stealing it because my nozzle broke on my garden hose like last week, and I was look at this brand fucking nozzle in here. Brand new nozzle.
Okay, anyways.
Yeah.
So we're going to see who does this the quickest. Yep. Cut the wire, cut the grip, install the Renthal lock-on grip.
Yeah,
the quickest.
The rules are remove this grip, install a lock-on grip as fast as you can. You get 3 tools.
Yeah, you get 3 tools.
What tools are we working with here?
These are my 3.
He's got his own tools, but I got this for the Renthal grip, these to cut the wire, some safety, and then a razor blade for the grip. What would you like? Do you think you can do it with these 3?
I'm going to need all 3 of those at least.
No, we use all 3.
Okay. But those are the 3 tools we need?
Yeah.
I got a ratcheting one if you're interested.
The tools need to be laid out on the bench, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can use the ratchet or you can use the little Allen key, whatever you want, your choice. And then
here's our grips.
And so we got that, and then basically we're.
Are they headsetted while they're doing it, or off headset?
Off headset, I guess.
Yeah,
we'll keep your headset on to sort of give us the play-by-play, and then start the time, Kris. When.
Let me see your razor blade.
As soon as we say go, right?
What order would you like us to go in, Kris?
You know what? This is a good question. I feel like someone needs to set the bar.
Okay.
And I don't think he should start because I feel like he would be the best mechanic in this group, right?
I'd agree.
So let's start.
He might be out of practice.
Let's start.
But I think we're all out of practice.
With you, since you have your way.
Okay.
And then we'll go you, Steve.
Okay.
The OG best mechanic right here.
Yeah, and then so maybe lay out the tools and the Renthal lock-on grip. Everybody lays it out a certain way. And then we can get going on this.
How much room do you need? Do you want me to tell out of the way?
I don't know yet.
All right.
And don't block the camera.
Yeah, and don't block the camera. Okay, so you're going to loosen that. You're going to loosen the back those off, right, on the lock-on, just to make it easy? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. But I just want to have that the same for everybody.
So let me know when you're ready. Am I on your way? Okay.
Let us know. Yep. Put everything the way you want it.
All right.
And then so stop the time when, he tightens the grip and puts the tool down on the table.
Tools down on the table.
You have to check and make sure the grip doesn't twist.
Okay.
If you don't install it right,
right.
Right.
Okay.
And so we're going to do this. Paul, myself, Skip Norfolk, $50 gift card.
You got butterflies?
Yeah.
You're right.
It's like a gate drop. It's like a gate drop. Oh my gosh.
I'd fly the girls in from LA, boy.
So wait, hold on. Put the tool on the table. I think you got to grab each tool. Yep. And then we start. So if we're ready,
when I say on 3, 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. So it's 3, then go. 1, 2, 3, go.
All right, here we go. Paul Perebijnos, Dean Wilson's mechanic at Pro Circuit, won a national championship back in the day, and with Monster Energy Pro Circuit, and a good mechanic. As good as me, no chance, but a good mechanic, and a guy that's had a lot of success in the industry, and he's gonna rip my table off, and now he's installing the new Renthal lock-on grip. By the way, available at dealers now.
Nice move.
Available at dealers now at Renthal lock-on grip, and he's installing it right now.
The wrench and the grip at the same time, so you didn't have to put it in. It was already pre-installed.
Yep, and there we go.
35.92.
All right. So
These wet hands, I think, ruined it for me.
All right.
Oh, wow.
My grip dismount was...
Okay, all right.
Do the grip test.
Keefer, test that grip, please.
Grip test.
Make sure it's okay.
It is locked.
All right.
We are green.
All right, sounds good. So we'll write that down.
Okay. So we're going to do Mathis.
What kind of glue did you use to put those on?
Not the super glue.
Okay.
I did them this morning.
Okay.
Steve, are you nervous at all?
No.
You're confident, like Jeremy McGrath in the 90s?
Yeah, this is...
Okay. So right now we're going to change the bars out here. How you want yours laid out. Just like this. So you are going... Oh. He's got a little bit of a different way here. Okay. All right. We're going to swap out a bar because you bought three bars. Put that under here. Are they all the same bend?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure. And just get ready for those squeak. No grease.
No grease.
Sounds just like Mathis's motorcycle.
That says differently, sir. That says differently right there.
How much is that worth more than?
I did.
If you had to trade that in for, like, let's say, a Sphere concert with one of your favorite bands, would you trade that in? Never.
That is a once in a lifetime.
Okay.
Trophy.
All right. He would not trade it. So the Sphere is not that important to him. All right.
Here's your grip.
So we're setting it up.
Can you hand me that other grip?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please, sir. Thank you.
Oh, he's going to get a feel.
This is my grip here.
That's your grip.
Okay with that one? You might want to check the bolts. I don't want to say that I...
Yep, Checky's going to do some checking, so there's no rig of the game here. We were going to have Heather Keefer do the clockwork, but we felt like it was better if I did it. So.
Yeah, you like that?
And we have the host.
Can I press the drops?
They're right on the iPad.
Let me know when you're ready, sir. Are you almost ready? On 3, it's 1, 2, 3, then go.
Did he have the clippers in his hand, or did he?
No, picked them up.
He picked them up. He was.
No, hands on hips.
No.
Hands on hips.
Yeah, he picked them up. Yeah. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, go. All right. Oh.
Yeah.
Snipped.
Wet hands really hurt me.
Snip. Snip. Oh, slice. God, what if he
Let's
cut his
not
finger?
go to the fucking hospital, yeah.
Yeah, holy shit. Oh, he's hacking. He is hacking away.
He's got me.
That's one thing you did better. You had it already. All right, and double locked and down. 28.65. Let me check the grip. And grip is fine.
What grip is that? Is that a
28.65 for Mathis.
Good job, Steve.
Oh man, that is. If this was a supercross or motocross, that's a lot of time.
Is that a half waffle
Bigger
or
dikes
a?
are awesome. Yeah.
Is that a half waffle grip or a diamond?
That was a diamond.
Oh, so he didn't have to line it.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
good,
That's
yeah.
what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But the way you executed the knife scared the shit out of me.
It did.
That was a little scary.
It did.
A little bit.
A little
But
bit.
I am jealous of those big dikes, and I think my palms really ruined it for me.
I mean, who doesn't like big dikes?
Right.
I don't.
All right.
Skip.
Yeah, over under that you get this.
Oh, flip a guy doing I got no clue.
You're fucked.
All I do is fix things on the brew house
Skip,
right now.
Look at me. I need you to lock in because if this guy wins,
I know
we're never going to hear
the
it.
end.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
please
All right.
lock in and hammer this guy.
All right. Can I do a little prep work here first?
Yeah, we do it.
Flip the razor around? Yeah, I feel you. I know what you're doing.
I don't know if I got a tool to do that with.
Do you got a diamond, or what do you grab for?
Open it. See me open it with that.
Looks like Skip's got a half waffle. Airman half waffle. All right, we're squeaking away here.
Yeah, I should.
And this is so we're using 821 bends, which is fitting.
Very popular.
Yeah, it's
because
tight.
an 821 is a 999 in a twin wall.
Great point.
Yes.
Jeremy's bend. So Skip
Jeremy
should
bend.
feel pretty at home here.
Yeah,
with this
exactly.
bend.
So this is home field advantage for Skip. Let's really lock those in. Don't screw him over because he's going to yank on that thing. Let's make sure that.
Which dikes do you want? Which tools do you want?
All right.
Go the big ones.
I thought I was using this.
Oh, that's a ratchet style. You let me know when you're ready, Skip.
What do you want to use? Pull, please. What are we doing?
He's going to flip the razor blade around so it's fresh.
Okay. So here's what we're doing here. So he wants the sharp end back. After that hack job from Mathis,
Yeah, it's not
we want to
illegal.
make sure that razor blade is sharp.
That thing's got some time on it.
Well, you took the whole edge of it off when you were.
Yeah, I mean.
The edge of what?
The edge of the razor
The
blade.
bar was just made.
What
I mean,
should have done.
where's the anodize missing on that bar he
in
worked on?
retrospect, I meant to cut this, pull this up, this with the dikes.
Yeah.
Oh,
First
one shot.
One
Yeah,
shot.
one shot.
Then, and I didn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
smart.
All right.
But all right. So Skip, what are we using? Are we using a ratchet?
Yeah.
You use ratchet.
Yep.
And big dikes or little dikes?
How big?
Yeah, let's go the big ones.
Big.
All right.
Okay. All right.
You want to come here now, Steve?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
All right. There we go.
Oh.
Oh, what are we doing here? Oh.
Oh, I know what he's doing. He's limiting the rotations.
He
that
is.
screw
He
has.
is.
Oh, wow.
the old-
That's smart.
It's almost
That's
like,
not illegal.
Hold on. He may have just ruined himself.
and
he may have just ruined himself.
also, oh, sir, you have to put the, yep, there we go. Thank you.
Just all right, Skip. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, and then go. Are you ready?
We're ready.
All right. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, he's going from the small side in.
Clip
Just-
the flange.
Just
Okay.
right now, just picture this. Hey, Jeremy's on the line, dude.
Oh,
that
that
was fast.
that was
That was
clean.
fast.
That was clean. The knurling.
Yeah,
the
he's-
knurling.
he's got it.
He's got it. All right, you've got.
That's it. Winner.
That's it. Let me check.
Attaboy.
The time is 22.98. There it is. The OG takes it. The O.
You can.
Attaboy. That's why he has more titles than us.
You can take a man out of the mechanics area, but you can't take the mechanics area out of the man.
That's right.
And then,
What?
and
The clip and the slice and the
oh,
pull.
the slice and the pull.
That was it. That was seamless. That was seamless.
The old man taught us a few things.
And okay, so was the measurements on this side correct? Were you okay as you slid it in?
Yep.
Okay, well.
Maybe I have to turn more, but
So a little prep work saves some time, right? A little thought, little prep
Yeah,
work.
let's remember this, kids. You know.
It goes a long way.
use proper tools.
Okay,
Yep,
so
yep.
Make sure if you require something to be sharp, then make sure it's sharp.
okay, so you know which one Mathis is. Oh my God.
Where's Mathis's
Right
bar
here.
though too?
Holy shit!
It worked, sir.
We know what Paul's is. We know what Skip was, but holy shit! Let's keep that here for some memory. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that just sucks to have to look at when you're riding your
No,
bike.
absolutely.
Oh, so the sore loser over here is the.
Just pointing out that it was quick work, but look at his look at the spacing on his flange tightening too.
Well, good thing you don't look at mine because I know mine's off.
Yeah. Like, come on, here we listen.
But I never seen anybody pull a grip off like you did, though.
Well,
how do you do that?
typically it goes way faster, but my hands are so slippery. But if you spray contact cleaner on a grip, it just allows the grip to slip upon itself. So typically I could just grab the flange and it rips right off, and you can oftentimes recycle the grip that way.
Yeah, okay.
Like you can use the grip again.
Okay.
Huh. So contact clear over the top of it.
Over the top. And it's just like lube.
Yeah, so it slides.
So it
slides.
Yeah.
So it penetrates through the grip?
No.
No.
So it just has enough.
You're putting rubber to rubber.
Okay.
And all you're doing is
got it, and sliding over itself.
Sliding over itself.
Copy that. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Interesting.
Yeah.
I do it better. I do it better on my Instagram, Skip.
Skip, you have earned yourself a $50 gift card, courtesy of the folks at Renthal.
All right.
For a restaurant.
Well, appreciate the hell out of that.
Where would you like to go, Skip?
Oh,
Huddle Brewery?
Huddle Brewery.
$50 to Huddle Brewery. Congrats, Skip.
Oh, no, that was fun.
I'm really glad you won.
And don't forget, lock-on grip available now. Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't have heard the end of it, so it's very.
I mean, that's a big margin.
6 seconds, right?
Yeah.
6
seconds.
Well, let's do the math on that.
Okay, Mathis is 28.65.
What was I? 38.
35.
Oh, okay. Let's take a call about Twisted Development real quick. No, this is Brett. I don't want to talk to Brett right now. Let's go to Kalana. Kalana?
Yeah, it's Kalana.
Oh, what's up, man? How are you? What's your question?
Yeah, so a lot of talk with the Twisted Development throttle body in the beginning of the year.
Yeah, that's
Haven't
Keefer's
heard
development.
Any updates?
Oh.
Any updates on it? Have you tried it yet?
Update is when I first tried it, I tried it on like a Club MX engine, which was built. Right now, Jamie has my 25 YZ450. That's all stock. And for Christmas break, I'm going to ride it with a stock engine and the throttle body. So we're going to do something on that. Yes.
Awesome, sweet. That's all I wanted to know. Also, shout out ex-brand athlete Henry Miller, very underrated.
Yeah, I saw he crushed some arena crosses a little while ago. Henry did. So good job on that. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah, you did a test. It's on your website though.
Yeah,
on the club bike.
On the club bike with
right.
the throttle body,
Right.
and but we haven't tried the throttle body just with the stock engine.
Okay.
So we're going to work on that.
Do I need that?
We're going to find out.
I'm working on a clutch right now.
That's what you need first.
I need a
if
clutch.
you could get that lever pull.
I'm getting the pull. Yeah.
Because that's it's.
Yeah.
I'd start with learning how to install grips. That's what I would do. I'd figure
sir,
that part
I
out
was
first.
better than the national championship winning mechanic.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
He,
I don't think they
6
get
seconds.
a blowjob before the main event.
6 seconds.
Listen, again, you can take the man out of the mechanics area, but you can't take the mechanic out of the man.
That's right.
Skip Norfolk, everybody.
So basically, what we're saying is it wasn't just Jeremy.
No, it was all
It
him.
was not just Jeremy.
It wasn't
it
just
is.
it was absolutely all Jeremy.
Game recognizes game is what
Yep,
it is.
absolutely.
All right, everybody, let's do this. Motorsport.com tweet at Tits segment. Let's do it.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from Motorsport.com.
It's the Tweets at
What's up?
Tits Q&A
Can
segment
you,
where your twatted questions find
text me those
answers.
times?
Yep.
For social.
Tits.
Renthal lock-on grip challenge. And oh, by the way, we're giving away purple twin walls. We're giving away lock-on grips. Contest at PulpMXshow.com. We'll pull some random people out of there. And we got some Michelin Goldwing tires as well. Contest at PulpMXshow.com.
Hell yeah.
From our buddy Randy there. Again, I never knew anything about this knee surgery. Get well soon. I mean, whoever knew about it, the replacement knee? I didn't know that. So I hope Randy can get well from that. And all right, these questions are from submitted to at PulpMX Show on Twitter. Brought to you by Motorsport.com. They've got these lock-on grips in stock.
Yes,
I
sir.
bet
Yes,
at Motorsport.com.
Yep.
And also a lot of Renthal products, and also products from Works Connection. PulpMX 20 code to save from those guys. Atlas neck braces. OGO Power Sports. By the way, Pulp 15 is the code to save at OGOPowersports.com. Great company, great bags, and A-Ray's going to need one. When he rides a Stark in Reno, he's going to need an OGO to carry off.
Dude, that's not a good move, man.
It's A-Ray.
Dude, you're having a kid. Like, you don't need to do this. It's fine. Like, just
Maybe he'll go have fun and stay on two wheels.
Oh, boy.
So thanks to the folks at OGO, Pulp 15 is the code to save, and Motorsport.com. Go through the banner to help us out. Motorsport guys, they're pulling out their sponsorship of the Nationals. They put out a press release this week. They sponsorship for Whole Shot forever, and so hopefully they'll find something else to get on board. Those guys are top notch, first class. Motorsport.com, and great dedicated team of gearheads there to help you out. So all right, Tits, you pick some of the best ones, or
yeah, a few.
Okay, how's the Tomahawk doing?
Oh, it's still in my cooler.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
All right.
it's getting ready. From Jake, Kris, why is the latest model of Tech 10 so heavily modified by the pros compared to the previous model?
So pros boots are have a little bit less protection as far as they have more flex, so the riders want to feel the pegs more. They only have to go through 1 pair of boots per race. Us normal guys, we need more protection because we make more mistakes, and we keep boots longer, so they need to be a little bit different than the pros. So,
but what he's talking about modifying, so they're cutting those little 3 things out on the instep.
That's what I'm saying. So they want more flex and flexion,
ribs,
extension, and things like that. So it's not as safe, but they can feel their way around.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a new Tech 10 Enduro boot that I just tested that doesn't have the 3 bars, and it does have some added flex to it with a different sole, but still not quite like an athlete boot. But for me, if you want a little bit less of a stiff boot and a little bit less protection, that Tech 10 Enduro is actually pretty good for moto. That's what I've been running with.
All right.
From Penis Pump.
Okay.
Now that KTM is on the decline, would this be a good time for Yamaha to finally put an electric start on the YZ250X? And is this a possibility in the near future?
Keefer?
Ugh.
Oh.
Well, what's the first part of the question, though? I was typing something, sorry.
Now that KTM is on the decline.
Yes.
Oh.
I don't know if that's
will Yamaha put an electric start on the 250X?
I would say yes, they are. I don't know for sure, but I think they will have an electric start on the X. Don't quote me. No one's told me that, but I just think they will have it just because they want to measure up with KTM. KTM, on paper, sure, is on the decline, but I think people need to calm down about that a little bit. People are like, oh, they're not going to go racing or all this shit that they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
KTM's not going to go anywhere. They're going to pull back on things like bicycles. They're going to pull back on things like certain models. They might not make certain models.
The MotoGP thing to me is absurd.
Right. Well, that's a big dick measure flex, right?
I get it, but guess what? You don't have the money to dick measure flex anymore, and it's like $300 million or something.
Yeah, I think some of that comes from Red Bull.
Yeah,
but also we don't know what sales they've gathered because of that program in all their street models, right? All their street applications, like
sure, but how much?
Oh, I know it's a spend. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but I just think that person's question, the two aren't related, and maybe I'm wrong, Kris. But
no, I agree.
I don't think Yamaha putting an electric start on their bike has anything to do with KTM's condition.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah,
right.
Next question is from Kyle. It's for you, Paul. Can you break down what mountain bike training for most guys looks like? I guess for moto guys. He says, I know Eli stayed away from road biking due to the danger, but surely guys have gotten injured mountain biking as well.
Man, I
broke
guess
his collarbone.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on the athlete as far. What was his question? What mountain bike?
Just training. Like what do guys do on mountain bikes? Training.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think a mountain bike is better than a road bike in that it tests more of your, I guess, skills that you use on your motocross bike, right? Line choice and jumping over rocks and jumps and using your arms and wheeling things, and it's just closer to a motocross bike, but risk goes up. I think risk goes way down when you're on a road bike. So, and that's, I think, a big reason why most of those guys road bike is you're not going to get hurt on a road bike unless you get hit by a car, but you can get hurt on your mountain bike.
You can go right over backwards on a mountain bike and land on rocks.
Yeah,
and have a hemo. And not take cold plunges.
Thank you.
From T-Bolt USA for you, Skip. What was one all-time unforgettable race you did with Jeremy?
Jeez.
Probably the first Anaheim win. I don't think I've
ever asked you this. Did you realistically think he can win multiple races in '93?
No.
It was just like, hey, let's get our feet wet and
what a feeling.
But there was always that understanding and knowing that when he figured it out, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't think it was going to happen that early.
But in 93 at the test track, like, what were the lap times?
We didn't have that data that we relied on, because it was the one thing with Jeremy was he knew what he needed his bike to do. So he was never the fastest guy
at the test
qualifying
track.
Or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Never. But he raced better than anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And the first year we went to that we had practiced was at the USG MX the Nations, because they had all the we're running around in 17th place in qualifying. And I go, shit, I can't tell Jeremy that because that'll ruin his whole day. But then you start looking at the list, right? And you had 12 guys you never heard from.
So would Dave Arnold do the timing at a Supercross race?
No,
from the stands?
we did a lot on ourselves.
But you would time. What about Bradshaw or Stan?
Yeah, you would have people timing everybody else.
Yeah. Right.
And it was, nobody knew
exactly
what was going on.
Right.
So
I
you
love
could
that about
you could
that.
fudge a little
Honestly,
bit.
Sure, right?
I love that about the old racing is that you didn't have the dartfish, you didn't have all that timed. I hate timed qualifying.
Yeah.
Like I don't like what it does to the track. I love that. Yeah, like the old school way of getting into the main event or even getting in the day show. You had to race your way in. You didn't get there on one lap.
That's how I had to race.
Yeah, I just don't like that you get so many places now in the sport based on going one lap.
And very rarely do you see guys that, nowadays, if you don't unload good, you're behind all day long. The whole weekend you're behind.
Yeah.
And not a lot of those guys, what you see is what you get with damn near all of them. Obviously, Jet's changing that. Mm-hmm. But you look at those guys, third lap of practice, that's how fast they're going. And they, they'll find a little bit more, but so does everybody, right? I think those days are gone. I mean, you have to unload good because everybody knows what you're doing, and you can't hide it. We could fake it. Jeremy was by fast. I'm going, man, you're that far off. He could have been 2 seconds off of what the fast time was, but I could tell him that. There was nobody that could prove it anything wrong.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when I was working with Dean quite a bit, I would never tell Dean what place he was in during practice. I would simply put what his lap time is and what the best lap time was. Because in his head, if he's a 102 and the leader's a 101, that's 1 second.
Yeah,
but if I put on there your P10, which could very well be 1 second, that's a whole different way.
Different mental side of things.
A whole different thing. You're like,
Absolutely.
holy shit, I'm 10th. I should be. I'm supposed to win this class. And I think that's I think that's one of the important things that a mechanic can do for the rider is how they help the rider process the day.
There's a lot of guys that, Phil talked about it when he was here. I think that's one of the shining things that makes I really like what Cody does, Shock. Because, he doesn't let being 12th or 17th in qualifying matter because next thing you know, he's running around in third for the whole race.
That's right. You worked with him for a while. You were his team manager for a while.
He's a
forgot.
good kid.
He's a nice kid, right?
Good kid.
Yeah.
Awesome guy.
Yeah.
So, it depends on your guy or who you are. What can you handle? Can you handle being 17th and still go race?
Yeah, because
some guys can't.
Some guys can't.
No.
100%. Yeah,
they
and
can't.
My guy, I was always like, hey, you're within a couple seconds during practice, so you'll be fine. You'll get the start. You'll go the pace. But some guys, they get spun out if they're 2 seconds off,
and
it ruins their day.
Yeah, ruins it. Totally ruins it.
Yep.
From the lacrosse defense coach, with Phil taking media obligations way more seriously, will this be an impetus for 250 teams to actually announce their rider coasts ahead of time?
No.
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 All right. From Cadillac Moto, question for the mechanics in the room.
No, that's me.
What is the coolest piece of unobtainable tech or part you've seen both back in the carb days and now in the EFI era?
Shift drum. Pro Circuit's shift drum.
What is that?
It's the coolest fucking shift drum you'll ever see.
Like, why?
So light. Just the way it looks. Like, if you look at a stock shift drum and you look at this thing, it's like this thing is from Mars compared to, it was I thought one of the coolest parts in our bike. And it was expensive as hell.
I have a factory Yamaha one in the garage.
I saw it in a tool. I saw it in a drawer today.
With the hose?
Yeah.
I think it was a different hose. It might have been in the I don't know.
Yeah.
You should go through the drawers out there.
Well, there's a toolbox for my main tools that I'm working with, my project bike.
You had a junk drawer?
Yeah, I tried not to.
The other toolbox is rando shit that I know where is at.
I was going through the rando stuff.
Do you have a junk drawer at your house?
Yeah, everybody has.
Do you have a junk drawer?
Yeah.
Drawer.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody got a junk drawer. Coolest thing, Skip, what about you?
Go ahead.
I said this before on the show. I think we've got this question before. We never used it when I was at Yamaha, but they used it before I got there. A beryllium front brake caliper. So beryllium's a really rare metal and doesn't really lightweight, really strong, and with brakes getting as hot as it can, I guess it's pretty resistant to heat. I don't know. But super exotic, if you Google it, beryllium, and they were using them for a while, and it broke with Timmy in 01 or 02, so they took it off and they never went back to it. But really cool handmade Brembo beryllium brake caliper. So we were going to test it for Supermoto, and I was retrofitting it or something, and I couldn't get the hose on right with the whatever we were using. So I just got a little file, and I was filing the beryllium in my bay just to make it just on one of the edges of the
It's like
caliper.
chamfer in it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I was told, do not breathe that. Stop what you're doing. Don't breathe beryllium in. You'll die like
No
instantly.
shit.
And I'm like, no one told me. No, I didn't know any of this. But I could have died. Super rare metal. Google it. Beryllium.
Wow.
So it's kind of neat.
Yeah, I think for us it was the carburetor. For me, it was the carburetor because it was totally unseen. Nobody knew, and if you were to cut a carb in half, then your slow speed circuit was a maze.
Mm-hmm.
It was a maze, and all of ours were machined internally, and it was a straight shot. So we had so much more control over what we were doing.
So would you change it more often then, or would you use a weirdo size because of that?
No, but once we got it dialed in, the range for what it would work and what we could tune with the air screw was really wide, and it also was everything we were doing was all recovering fuel on a negative G scenario, right? Because you would have, you land, floats, go down, expense all the oil. That's when we started having all the little
tees and stuff.
The tees, so there's no airlock. You're never in a vacuum situation. But we learned a lot of things on the carburation side.
Yeah,
that was really cool.
I remember 4-stroke days. We were struggling with the 450 stuff with the slamming on the on-offs, and it would be the accelerator pump would come down and hit the diaphragm and squirt just a little bit of fuel in there, and then cough, and then Honda comes out with this fucking mag carb, a Keehan 4-stroke magnesium carburetor, and the fuel pump was. I was talking to Goose one time, and like just off the record, I'm like, dude, seriously. Are you guys fucking having any problems with this? Because our guys are dying. Like we're basically, we paid Heath Foss and Kelly Smith to be crash test dummies at our test tracks. Like, hey, go see if this works. Good luck. And Goose is like, honestly, no. These carburetors are amazing. They never have problems. This is something Keehan developed. And I was just like, fuck my life. Like this, whatever they're doing over there at Honda.
Back in the carburetors, was there one better than the other? Was Mikuni, Keehan, which one was the better one?
At Honda we only worked with Keehan, and then on the Yamaha it was Mikuni, and it was
the factory Yamaha ones were Mikuni.
Yeah. And we had way more fine-tune adjustments available because you could change the nozzle, you could change so many pieces on it that we ended up getting into a very narrow operation window, which was a challenge because, man, if you're in an outdoor supercross and all of a sudden it changes 25 degrees, your carburation was night and day different. But you end up figuring out what that is, and you start to build in your range to where you have some range based on what the weather conditions were going to do.
Yeah, my experience at Yamaha 2-strokes with those carburetors, your main pilot needle, sometimes you change your needle, but you would never change the clip position. So you would just go half a step on a needle, clip in the third, but you would change your nozzle. So where the needle comes down into, you couldn't change those on production, but factory ones you can.
You could, yeah.
So we would do nozzle changes all day long, and then maybe a half a needle. Clip never moved. Clip was in the third position, so it was real, like real.
Yeah, because we didn't. I mean, so many of these guys were all sensitive to throttle position. And the Mikuni really allowed you to never change that. You could dial things around and keep that sweet spot that, whatever that was for your rider. The Mikuni did allow you to do that, but man, you could tune yourself to a standstill with it too if you weren't smart enough about it.
No, I just had Bob, so.
Yeah.
Bob just told me.
Yeah. And Bob's book was big. He was brilliant.
The Keehan 4-stroke stuff. God, fuck, we had trouble.
I loved when I first went to Pro Circuit, that was when the bike was basically fine-tuned rocket ship. And I had never gotten so deep into a carburetor as I had to when I was at Pro Circuit. And that I remember when we transitioned away from the carburetor and we had to figure out fuel injection, our bike wasn't nearly as good. It didn't have nearly as good throttle response, but did
you do a lot of work with diaphragms and stuff like we did?
Diaphragm. We changed the diaphragm multiple times a day.
Yeah.
Just to keep it fresh.
Yeah. We were finally figured out that it took a lot of endos and a lot of cutting outs and a lot of cartwheels, and we finally figured out that on hard impacts, the rod would be coming down and hitting that diaphragm just a little bit, just on G outs, and it would spray fuel when the carburetor wasn't ready for it, and it would cut out and bog and.
On a production level, when I was helping Scheidler and those guys when the 250F first was coming out, we'd go to LACR a lot and ride. And we'd have the YZ125 and we have the 250F, and always getting the 250F and pop, 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 always having that problem, and then crashing, and then get it better, and get crashing, get it better.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, we paid Heath Foss and Kelly Smith to like run through like, hey guys, sign this here.
Yeah.
We hope you don't die. We're gonna try some shit.
Right.
Yeah. On Supercross.
Yikes.
Yeah. Because we were just our guys. Timmy went over the bars. Timmy Phoenix 02. He was in the hospital. He bruised lungs and broken rib because the bike just went. You know, big issue back then. We remember we had the tethers for a while.
Wasn't it Chad? Didn't Chad do it at St. Louis the day that he went to the hospital and came back and won the main event?
I think that's what he said it did. Yeah,
like
that was.
Or was that a neutral? Might have been.
That was L&M day, so I don't remember. I wasn't on Factory Yamaha, but I don't know exactly what happened. Speaking of Yamaha, by the way, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week, marketing events coordinator. Full-time job in Georgia. That's where Yamaha is based mostly these days. They're looking for a marketing events coordinator to join the motorsports team on site in Georgia.
Great place to live, Georgia.
Marietta. That's like a suburb of Atlanta. I've been there.
That's where I lived when I was in Atlanta.
Oh, was it?
Was
yeah.
Marietta.
Yeah. And it's you're going to help the growth the Blue Crew program. You're going to help brand awareness, community building, and engagement. All of this. Full-time job, marketing events coordinator. You probably get some travel with this at Blue Crew. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Upload your resume for free today. It's the first and only job board built specifically for the motorcycle industry. So check that out. Blue Crew job. All right, Tits.
From Tim Walker, Steve, we all know Kris is big on taking the shopping cart back to the stall. The question is, do you take the cart back to the stall?
Finish reading this guy's tweet, though.
For some reason, I feel you don't.
Yeah. What an asshole.
You're not that guy.
Dude.
You're a lot of things, but you're not that guy.
No, I put my cart back.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. Listen,
You'll put it in sideways, but it'll be back inside.
Bar mounts, Houston. The society is just completely gone down the toilet. We are just in a lawless society. Like the people with the FaceTime conversations on an airport or at a restaurant, or they're watching a loud ass video on their phone, and just like you just look around and you just be like, no, just doesn't matter what just no.
I had one.
It's unbelievable.
But the business owners let it take place.
Yeah.
Stop.
I had one the other day. We were bowling, and just a bunch of us were bowling, and there's like, there's always seats, and then the bowling alley, and then back here is just like a bar that goes across, and it's farther back, and so we're down below, like right here, and she's up here, and there's like 4 of us talking, and she's like, "Excuse me." I'm like, "Yeah." Can you move over? I'm watching my kids play bowling and bowl, and I'm like, "What?" The kids are like 2 lanes over, but she's just way over here by our lane. But we had to get out of her way because she's watching. Dude,
but why didn't she go behind where her kids are?
That's what I almost fucking lost. Heather had to pull me away because I was like,
"You can get fucked."
I was gonna go off, so I was like, "Okay."
And by the way, movie theater behavior completely fucked. Yeah. Completely fucked.
Yeah,
just talking, phones, just.
I can't tell you the last time I was watched in a movie theater.
Me either. I haven't been to a movie in a while.
I felt so bad.
It's horrific.
Not the last time we went. The time before that, person had Tourette's.
Oh yeah, you said this. Yeah, you told me about this.
And I felt so bad because he was trying to hide it and muffle it, and you could still hear it, right? And people were getting pissed, and I was like, "Fuck, dude, that poor guy sucks, man."
No, I put my cart back. Yes, absolutely.
Good.
I wheeled my
Good
cart
job.
back.
Good job. Way to go.
Yep.
From Dr. Papa to the factory mechanics in the
room. That's Skip and I. Yep.
Last week, Maximus spoke about his left-hand rear brake. Nobody mentioned anything about how that works with the clutch lever. Will you please elaborate?
It's just higher or lower than the clutch lever?
I got a photo in here somewhere.
So what?
Yeah, I've seen a photo.
People are asking me about this, and I didn't listen. So what's going on?
Well, can you listen to the show a little bit?
He's got a handbrake. Because his foot doesn't work good.
He's got some nerves issue with his foot, so he can't really feel the rear brake, so he's got it up on his handlebar.
So there's no pedal at all?
Well, I don't know. He might have a pedal but it doesn't work, or I don't know.
I think there's a pedal there, but he's using
He relies on the handbrake.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
His mechanic told me he really crushes the right-handers or something like that.
So we rode with the handbrake when we were on the Starks.
Yeah.
And I could see how it could be an advantage
Absolutely.
in some
I was saying
areas.
that last week, yeah.
And Maximus is... he has ridden an e-bike a lot when he was at KTM. He used to go play ride on the e-bike all the time, like once or twice a week. So I can see why he can adapt to it pretty good.
Does e-bike have a handbrake?
The KTM one does.
Oh, it doesn't have a pedal brake at all?
I think it's it's either both or just handbrake.
Yeah, the Stark, I was figuring it out by the end, riding the Stark, you know.
Stark don't have a foot brake?
You can get it either way.
Yeah.
The first time I went out, it had a foot brake, and then the second time the guy said, take this one out without a foot brake.
So does it feel like a mountain bike or
Yeah,
what?
and then my foot was just doing this a whole bunch of times for a few laps.
When I was at Alta too, we experimented with both.
Yeah.
Did you like it?
In some areas, yeah.
I had a guy tell me at the World Vets that like you'll never go back once you get used to it.
For off-road, I was like, dude, handbrake all day.
Really?
Yeah, it's so good. Because you can get back on the bike, get on the balls of your feet, put the weight on when you're going down hills. You didn't have to worry about trying to cover your
get back to the brake pedal with your foot. Yeah.
How fun was that, Starks?
It's fun.
It's good.
Yeah, it's fun.
They're good bikes.
Yeah.
Renthal. Stark team. Renthal. Just letting you know.
What about Ducati? Where are we at with Ducati?
They buy Renthal stuff.
They
have a high-paying sponsor that transferred over from their
I asked you about this
team. And they wanted the crossbar real estate. So if they want that, they have to buy.
That's right, because at Paris, Caroli's bike was there, and
you're like, what's Flexbox?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flexbox. I was like.
So it's a Renthal bar with a different pad?
But the pad isn't.
Renthal bars and grips, and it's a custom pad.
But it's an advertising.
It's an advertisement. Yeah, it's like it's signage.
It's like putting Subway there or Chipotle.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's a crossbar?
Mm-hmm.
No, they use a Renthal fat bar.
Got it. Okay.
Like whatever Sewer wants or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
From Blackwater Stout, this question is for the Shimoda Realist.
Oh boy.
There is zero hype on Joe coming into 2025. Will he do better, worse, or the same as last year? If the answer is the same or worse, will he keep his ride for 2026?
Well, I mean, it's a big year for him, and he's paid to win, in my opinion. I think we all have a general idea as to what he makes, and I think you should be winning if you're making that much. But my position hasn't changed.
Like 500 a year?
He's all in. He's over that.
He's over 500. Yeah, all in.
Yeah, he's making really, really good.
Has the team manager from Honda? Have you guys settled that?
No, he hasn't paid me yet.
He asked me about it in Paris, and I confirmed that it was 100 each series.
Maybe at Anaheim we walk over there and you we say, hey, pay the man.
Right.
What was the bet?
I bet him that Joe would not win a title last year.
And I'm just more worried about the button. The guy on the button, he needs to. Because they're using Get ignitions now, ECUs. Mm-hmm. So Toru.
I'm telling you one thing. I do not want to hear I'm working on my bike stuff all year. I don't want to hear that, but I have a feeling we'll hear it.
From the Lawrences or from Joe?
From Joe.
From Joe. Right.
What have you been doing all the off season?
That's where I'm at. That's where
Dude,
if you can only get it figured out by the last rounds 2 or 3, then it's the same situation you've been showing us your whole career.
I can't remember who it was, but last year, and I brought it up on the show, we were at like round 9, and they were like, still figuring things out with the bike. And I was like, hold on. You started in September. You're at round 9 of Supercross. Like, no.
Here's the thing sometimes, guys, you're not understanding.
Oh, here we go.
No, like,
here we go.
It's not, maybe they don't have the parts. And then you're adding parts as they go. Like, for a perfect example, Mitch and his team, they're probably not going to have all their parts that they need, and that's going to be a development as they go. It's a new bike.
Yeah, we saw Mitch.
So what was the situation last year?
I don't know. I'm just giving you for this year.
We know that.
Yeah.
We know that sometimes you don't have parts, but what was the situation last year?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't stick up for that.
Well, look, in Joe's defense, though, not working with Nick Way, based out of Florida, like he's changed up a lot of things.
Good.
And
Good.
sometimes that's what you need.
Yeah, good.
Good and bad. Like I said that about Faulkner for years. I'm like, and I don't think Renard likes me anymore. But I was like, hey, I think you should get away from Robbie and Oklahoma and doing the same thing year in and year out. And he went to Rhino, more of the same, but now he's, triumphed and doing that. Just change is good sometimes.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
And so that could be the thing that really gets him over the edge.
Yep.
I really hope that he has put the work in. The team's putting the work in, and you hope that they're on the same page as they're working.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was a letdown season, I think, for him, and I think you'd love to see that guy do so good.
Dude, he rips. He's fast as all hell, but don't blow the start of the series.
Do you think being in Florida the whole time hurts though too? Like you think your bike setup is good, and then you come out here and it's
That's
not.
That's happened before with Malcolm. Malcolm said that one time, yeah.
Like that's why I think some of it is warranted at times because the bike reacts differently from different conditions.
But he's tested in California, plenty.
Okay.
All right.
From Launchpad McQuack, Skip, is there something that you developed, tested, or implemented that is still in use today?
Still in use. Man, so much has changed. So no, the 2-cycle engine is gone. No, I can't say that there's anything. I don't have anything that I could put my finger on.
The 999 band still around.
There you go.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Clear glasses. Clear glasses in the mechanics area.
Yeah, but
you were the first guy to do that, I think.
Maybe so.
I did that. Mine were prescription, so I could see.
Oh.
Yeah.
I remember just being like, fucking McGrath guy's wearing glasses in the mechanics area. I need them.
Smart.
Yep.
From Thin Shin, has anyone heard of using WD-40 to put grips on? He says he uses it and it works great. Just let it dry for a day and it's solid.
Yeah, I used to. That was my go-to when I was a kid. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
My dad taught me that.
Yeah. Yeah. So we put grips on with, but you had to put the grip on Monday.
That's what I was gonna say. You
had
had
to
to
make
let
sure
a
it was
day?
good, but it was solid.
Really?
Yeah. And
Solid.
you couldn't put too
science
much
behind
on it.
that?
You couldn't put too much on it.
And it was better. And it worked really well on a steel handlebar over an aluminum bar.
Really?
Yeah.
See?
What's the science behind
I
that?
don't know, man.
The chemical would
The reaction?
the reaction between the chemicals.
That's what Tom
and the
taught
rubber.
me.
Yeah.
Tom taught me WD-40.
Definitely worked
What's
better.
a Tom?
My dad, Tom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
What's a Tom? What's a Tom?
I didn't know who Tom was.
That's how we did as kids.
That's how I grew up with it that way. Yeah.
Wow.
But yes, you had to let it sit.
You had to let it sit.
My dad was old school. He just went paint.
Mm-hmm.
Paint. Yeah, I never did paint. I used air. I would get the little nozzle and just slide it on real quick.
Apparently not as quick as I could, though.
Nice.
Oh.
It's like Freddy Krueger was on it.
Ah, something's going on there.
Hey, whatever, man.
I put that up on social. I tried to. I said, "Whose is whose?" Guess whose is whose.
Next question is from Canadian Pulp. Keefer, I have a Kawasaki. Any tips on how to make it look not so beat? It's been the hardest bike I've ever had to keep looking fresh.
That's this guy. He's a Cowie guy.
Throw parts at it. Or Steve will tell you to spray it with SE1.
Mm-hmm. Worked great.
But I will say this: like,
take it apart, clean it, put it back together. It's gonna look nicer.
Yeah, Kawasaki plastic looks hammered quick.
I think that's what he's talking about. Is the plastic.
Oh, well, here's the plastic trick: Mop and Glow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So go to your grocery store or whatever and find Mop and Glow. It makes plastic shine. It's not slippery, and it renews plastic.
And that little heat goes a long way.
Just same way they clean they redo stadium seats, right? With
a little bit of heat goes a long way.
Yeah.
Oh, heat makes the color come back?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Never seen them clean or refinish stadium seats, like those old plastic
Yeah,
stadium
it's
seats
like
that are
they
white.
torch 'em?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they torch them. The color comes right back.
Huh.
Similar, but just don't go overboard. You'll burn it.
Yeah. It'll bring your scratch and stuff will be there, but they'll shine.
I'll be down.
From T-Bolt, Paul, what's one thing you would change about the MXDN if it was up to you?
I would go every 2 years. I would have the event every 2 years.
That would help.
I think that would make it a bigger deal for everybody. I think it would, take the pressure off going every single year. Not the pressure of like the race, but like the logistic pressure of it, right? Especially with our 31 race season, their 20 race season, whatever it is. I just think every 2 years would be a positive change that would kind of put it higher in everyone's priority list.
Get rid of the ping pong balls.
Yeah, I'd agree with that too.
Yeah.
Last one is from ST179. Skip, I heard on a French podcast here in Quebec that a certain, it says Franco-Canadian, but I don't know if that's supposed to be French-Canadian, got in your face at a Supercross event. He was working for PulpMX at the time. Care to share your story or elaborate?
French Canadian working for Club MX got in your face.
Sound familiar?
No,
has anyone ever got in your face?
Oh yeah.
If it's
Brian Barry wanted to beat me up at Binghamton for something Timmy did to Dowd, and I was like, "Go fight Timmy." I don't give a fuck.
No, I don't.
Plus, Muffin's huge.
Yeah, because we were up there.
He was a big guy, wasn't he?
With the team, so we were racing in Canada. I don't recall. I just don't recall it. So clearly, it would have been passion that was going on that from the outside could be perceived differently. Because I don't remember of any of us on the team side of it. I I mean, our driver, he was driving that. He was awesome. But no, I don't recall anything that would stick out like that.
I was going to say, if it was somebody from the CMA, you probably did nothing wrong, and they're still mad.
We had some fun there trying to eliminate some issues, but
Kris, in times of financial certainty, how can you stay on track?
Buy a deck.
Call out someone who's invested in your success. Brian Stone, Edward Jones Financial Advisor. I did a podcast with Brian a few weeks ago on the Privateer Pod, and he used to make a bunch of main events. He used to be a Midwest legend, him and his brother, Brian and Doug Stone. Well, Brian is now an Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Give him a call, 816-761-4066. Edward Jones member, SIPC, and SPIC, I think it is, actually.
Dark call him? Dark?
Dark did call him.
Okay.
I think he's moving Dark's millions around.
Nice.
Does Dark not call in every show anymore?
No, he's out, dude.
Yeah.
Why?
He's just out.
Just,
what do you mean,
dude,
just out?
Too big, too fast.
Yeah, he's growing. He's got too much to do. He's got his chick in Texas. He's done, dude.
He's done, man.
well, you didn't take him on that trip that time, so
Hmm?
he didn't get the plane ticket.
That's right.
Yeah.
No.
Yep. Poor Dark. He's changed, man. Well, he's
You know what Dark needs?
Stack. Dark does need a Stark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stack.
Stack and a stack.
How is that not funny, dude? What's funny to us? It's not funny to you.
How's that not funny?
I don't know, but it's not. You guys are like, the Seinfeld episode when they're talking about her belly button talking?
No.
Remember that
I've
one?
never watched Seinfeld, yeah.
I've
Of course
watched
Pookie,
Seinfeld a ton, but yeah, Pookie would know that for sure. All right. Jeremy McGrath, Mitch Payton, best interview of the night.
on.
I mean,
It's tough.
That is tough.
Those two guys are
awesome.
They changed the sport, both of them.
They did, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I was going to ask Mitch this, and I don't know. I was like, how much he's raced, has a team for how many years, right?
Since
and they had
90.
Pro Circuit before he had the team. If he didn't have the team, how much would his business thrive? Do you think a lot of it?
He's always told me the business comes first.
Okay. Right?
But, I mean, dude, his passion is the race team.
I honestly don't think the race team, I mean, it's brand awareness, I feel like. But, I mean, besides selling.
He's making money on the race team now.
I think the race team makes him money, though, right?
No.
Not that the consumers are buying stuff.
He's
because
making money on his race team.
Correct.
Yes, like he's at that point
so
where.
That is its own entity.
That's probably his own entity making money at this point.
You think?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. For sure.
I don't think, I know how much that guy spends. I know, like, I have a general idea as what Cowie gives him. Like, I don't think anybody on this planet really is making money off a race team. Who's making money off a race team?
No, I think he wouldn't be doing it if it was a financial burden, and he's managed to find a way to make that happen. There was times where there was definitely offsetting it, but he's done such a good job, and he's got sponsors that have been with him for the longest time, and Cowie's been a huge supporter. Monster's been a huge supporter. So, he's done it right.
I'm still not there on making money off a race team.
Yeah,
to me, like, racing is you have a number and your goal is to finish the year without going past that number. That's like the business model of a race team.
Yeah, but I know how many. I mean, I've been a part of race teams, and this is just like in stupid Canada and things. Like, they'll cut corners to save money, and then if you don't go over that much money, you get that much money back, and then you get to pocket that.
I think Maxima had something like that with Pro Circuit for a while. Bones was telling me that if they are better on product usage or something, they would get it back somehow. Else.
But yeah, I mean, I think what you're asking is how much does the race team affect his business? And all, I mean, I think a lot. But then, I mean, he's going to be successful even if he had no race team, right?
Well, that's
what
I'm saying.
The guy knows.
Does he think he'd be as successful now without the race team?
Right. We should ask that. It's a good question.
Yeah.
How do you? The answer is going to be absolutely, but there's no way to
really
quantify what that means.
Yeah.
He's driven enough. His answer is going to be absolutely.
Yeah.
I want to thank Motorsport.com and Fly Racing and Decal Works, Race Tech, X-Brand Goggles, Renthal, Michelin, Acerbis, Firepower, Maxima, ProFilter, Ogio, Renegade, Atlas, Guts Racing, FMF, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Cardo Systems, WUSA, Wiseco Piston, Get Data, Rocky Ridge Trucks, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Ethica, Luxon, and Troll Training. Marchbanks is on Troll Training, by the way. I forgot to mention that earlier. TrollTraining.com. Will Hahn, also a trainer there as well. Nick, best interview of the night. I mean, you got to go MC.
I mean, you got to go MC.
Right.
Yeah.
Tits, were you listening to either one?
I actually was.
McGrath?
Huh?
McGrath?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God!
He's got a tomahawk, dude. That's all.
Oh my God! I hope you just clipped that piece right there, because it's so.
Huh? Yeah, no,
it's past his bedtime. Mom.
Yeah, it's late.
Oh my God!
He's like,
I'm in overtime.
Wrap it up.
The enthusiasm is low. Yeah. Yeah, listen, that's the last show of the year. We'll be back January 6th.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
If you would allow me one thing, I just want to say thank you, and thanks to all the listeners, because it is super humbling when someone will come into the brewery and go, hey, I listened to the Pop Show, I listened to you, and I had to come in.
Cool.
And it's freaking really cool to sit down and
Can
talk
you
moto
maybe
with people that come in.
Break off a chunk of that for Pulp, like a little bit of the profit sharing? We're driving business your way? Or?
Well, you get 20% better than what I just saw, and the answer will be yes.
Okay, all right. No, that's awesome. Huddle Brewery, if you're in the Vegas market, for sure, check it out. It's really cool. I was down there a few months ago with Noof and his buddies. We had the barbecue place next door. Had some knack beer.
I gotta go. I've never been.
Didn't you have a retirement party down there too?
Yeah, for Phil.
Phil's party. Yeah.
One of Phil's parties.
How did that do for you?
That was a fun time. I mean,
it
was cool. It was good. We didn't have any clue of what we were going to get or what was going to happen, so we were at a couple of coughs, so that was really cool. We had some fun. We tried to. We had a lot of. We probably had 45 or 50 in the group back there that came in. That were off the books. So drinking plenty of
when
beer.
We have
so
a live show
good.
in Vegas. Why don't we just do it there?
We've done a live show at the brewery. We did one. Jeremy came up.
Yeah.
That's Mike Hooker came up. Lammy.
Randy was there. Cam showed up.
Yep.
Zink
Cam
showed
Zink.
up.
Randy Richardson came in. We should do another one. Yeah,
that'd be cool.
We'd love to.
That'd be really cool.
We got it figured out now. A little bit more with the video and stuff and all that. So we should do that. Because it looks like SMX is coming back to Vegas. So
that'll be nice.
Maybe do that Friday night.
Yeah.
SMX. Awesome. Renthal lock-on grips. Good job. They're here.
Thank you. Yep.
People wanted them. People have been asking. They're available now. So
thanks for letting us do a product launch on your show. I thought it was cool.
Yeah. I'm glad you chose us. That's kind of neat for us. And
the contest still. They email you for some grips.
Contest at PulpMXshow.com. We'll send some out. Kris, you're off to the UK with Paul.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning.
That's going to be. You're gonna.
Can't wait. I'm going to be so kind of overwhelmed. I want to get everything on camera, make sure we got everything, but ask questions. You
get upgraded?
We'll be.
I'm on a plus program, not a full first class, but I'm on a plus.
Okay. Huh. Maybe
still
get a
still
real
not
airline.
Pre-check, not a pre-check yet.
Maybe get a real airline and
he's on a real airline, Steve.
Get upgraded a little bit because we are United. We fly.
I'm
to
up to
gold.
Skies. I'm gold now. I don't know. That's good for me.
That's Platinum's next, and then diamond.
What are you?
I am platinum, but I'll make diamond this year.
You make diamond?
Yeah,
right.
I'm very excited about it.
Okay.
So.
Come on over to United, you guys. Awesome. And thanks for everybody for listening. Thank you for a successful 2024. Thanks to our partners, everything else. Really appreciate you guys using the codes and listening and downloading and all that. I forget what the numbers were, but we're doing great, man. It's awesome. So part of it's due to the great co-hosts we bring in here every week. Last week was Kellen and Will Hahn. This week, Skip Norfolk and Keefer and Paul Perebijnos. Cole Seeley's coming in the new year. David Villiman's coming in the new year. Phil is booked for the new year. So we got some cool in-studio guests coming in as well. So, Tits.
Yes, sir.
Enjoy that tomahawk, sir.
Oh, you know I will.
Yeah, enjoy that. Thanks for all your hard work.
Yep, thank you.
We'll see you Thursday at Moto 60 show before Anaheim.
Yeah, man. Time to get it on.
Nick, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Always good to have you in, and enjoy the Keefer testing merch.
That's right.
As well, and the Renthal lock-on merch and everything else. So, all right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Fun times. Thanks to Mitch Payton. Thanks to Jeremy McGrath, Rees Williams as well, Paul Taylor from Renthal, and for Skip Norfolk, Kris Keefer, Paul Perebijnos. I'm Steve Mathis. See ya in 2025.
I respect a man who gives another man a lot of meat.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho. I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Sword inside your flame, I will burn to play your games. Destroy me, defeat me, and melt me down. You cast me, complete me.